Bruce Spy the Magic Guy, and I've got a spicy take on the list. So I've been tweaking some things off stream, and I wanted to show you some of the latest tech. We're main decking a lot more of our silver bullets now. I think the meta has enough Bring to Light and such, and Tron going around. Well, Tron's not the problem, but I do think that we do have enough decks where Teague actually could be considered main deck right now. And so that's one of the main changes I made is I snuck that into the main. I added a fan favorite of mine, Fiery Justice, back to the sideboard. I've upped us to 2 Veils. I'm running even more anti-Anger the Gods or Sweeper effects. 2 of them we can tutor off of Wynota. One of them is intended to be an Eldritch Evolution target. So we've got a Selfless Spirit now, which we've played in the past, but we changed it to a Selfless Glyph Weaver, which is essentially the human equivalent. Obviously, it's 1 more mana. It does have a higher toughness, which is nice, but it doesn't fly. So I'm actually running a split of these, plus I actually brought back something I was testing a while ago. I moved away from when I started calling this deck Wynota Castables, and my goal was to move away from cards that are probably too much mana to cast, things like Angrass Marauders, to a smaller extent Geist Honored Monk, but I do still think that Geist Honored Monk is certainly castable in Modern, especially if we're up against another grindy deck. But right now what we're working on is a Trample build. The build around card actually now isn't so much Blade Historian, it's actually Proud Wildbonder. And this card, like on the surface, looks pretty mediocre, right? It's a 4/3 trample with 3 toughness, human. But it has this really interesting ability. It says creatures you control with trample you may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. Now, I was so sure that we couldn't play Wild Bonder without the Ranger Captain of Eos package, and I do think that our deck is a little bit worse, and that's another reason why I want to main deck Teague against some of the combo decks in the format, because yeah, we're basically just reliant on the silver bullets now that we don't have Ranger Captain of Eos. I'm trying to make the deck not white, red, green mana, so this was us exploring that avenue of getting to play like Copper Line Gorges, adding in things like a second Cavern of Souls, because a lot of our cards are humans. Let me show you the split. A lot of the cards that we need to resolve in the late game against like your Cryptics and your Archmage's Charms are humans. We do have a reasonable number of spirits. We do have a reasonable number of a couple of other types of things. So you might name something else on Cavern, but by and large, we're going to name human. So let me show you the split. So this is the number of non-humans to humans ratio, and I'll put the Eldritch Evolutions in the middle. And we've actually added a couple of Black Bloom Rogues to our mana base. Funny enough, I was playing with this card earlier today. I played against a Sultai Lurrus control, whatever you want to call it, or Bring to Lurrus, Bring to Tibalt Sultai. And this card actually very regularly had the extra plus. I'm not playing it for any other reason than it's a land that also happens to be a human. But it was really fascinating that this card actually got the +3/+0. They couldn't chump it with Snapcaster because of the menace. Well, it also has 3 toughness. It was really funny. Initially, I thought this would be a really, really bad card for us to test. I thought that we were going to cut it immediately, and now I kind of swear by it. I trimmed a couple lands to squeeze it in, so we're running 23 lands, albeit 3 of them are creatures, right? 2 of them are rogues, and 1 of them is a... And the problem with it is it's off-color. I think this card might be better once we get to switch the Gilded Geese for the new Hierarch that's coming out. Ignoble Hierarch or whatever, the Goblin 1-drop. It's going to be played over Gilded Goose probably, but in the meantime, the Gilded Gooses are actually kind of nice. They give us a little bit better of a matchup against Burn. I did come up against just straight mono red Burn today, and the food tokens really made a difference. So, you know, there are some nice things about the Gilded Geese. I don't think they're going to be as good as Ignoble Hierarch. Ignoble, I mean, like, we might do something weird like swap out the birds and just play Ignoble. The one color that Ignoble Hierarch doesn't give us, of course, is white, but we're moving away from white. White is our splash, and we do have a couple of greedy white cards, being Apparition and, like, Linvala, the Abolisher. Technically, well, Lena's greedy not because it's white. Lena's greedy because it's 6 mana, but let me finish showing you well, no, let's keep stacking these. So we've got this many humans to non-humans, right? So we've got 19 non-humans. I'm just main decking the Toski now. So 19 non-humans, 17 humans, right? And Season Spyro, of course, is, kind of a human that's also not a human. That was kind of the same reason why we were considering Ranger Knight Captain, but I actually like this build a little bit better. We have a lot higher chance to just hit humans, which in the past the deck has struggled with. So thanks to the Black Blooms, thanks to us trying out this trample package. I mean, sure, you could just shove a playset of Angrath's Marauder in your deck, but I actually do think the synergy of these 4 or 5, if you want to count 5. Blade Historian has been played in this archetype before anyway as a singleton, in addition to the Angrath's Marauders, because it kind of acts as a doubling effect as well. So I wouldn't say that this is necessarily spice. This is where the spice is, this 5 that I'm testing. So we've played Heron's Grace Champion before. This is the 4 mana lifelink with flash. The flash is relevant because if we have it in our hand, we can actually flash it in after we've gotten some triggers, and we paint the humans that come into play off of Winota triggers with the +1/+1 lifelink. We're really just playing this because it's such a great speed bump. We're not, unlike the Angrath's builds, we can't really go from 0 to 60, which is a weakness of this build. I'll admit it. We're not as bursty, but I think having extra room for silver bullets is kind of nice. And arguably, the Angrath's Marauder build is not just, it's not only the Angrath's, it also needs to run at least a playset of bolts, or consider a playset of bolts. And bolt's fine in the meta. Bolt's a solid card. But the bolts are there because they're doubled or quadrupled off of a single Angrath's Marauder or double Angrath's Marauder. So that's part of the reason why they are they're in that deck. So we do get to main deck some silver bullets, but these 5 are really what I'm testing. So our kind of heavy hitters. Now Skarg, you might be like, well, wait, how is this a heavy hitter? It is. So the problem with Wild Bonder is we do need to give all of our creatures trample, right? Now maybe instead of Skarg, it should just be what is it? In that slot, I've also tested this card. I kind of want to give Guildmage a shot. The problem is it's trying to do what Kenrith does for us already. Kenrith, of course, I just wanted some redundancy here if I'm going to consider Wild Bonder. But Kenrith, we're most interested in Kenrith's first ability, which is all creatures gain trample and haste. The haste is actually pretty relevant for us sometimes, but we're most interested in the trample. We're most interested in the fact that he's a 5/5 human. So he'll paint the whole team that we have with trample, and then all of a sudden our opponent's blocks are irrelevant. Now, obviously, there are some decks in the format that they don't really have any relevant blocks that they're making. They might chump you with a Snapcaster here or there. So what do we do against those decks? We start to slim on this package. Now, that's the thing, is the Skarg is really only as good as the sum of its parts, whereas if we were to play something like Kolaghan Forerunners, this is the trample. It kind of acts a little bit similarly to how Geist Honored Monk does. This card gets a bigger attack power as the number of creatures we control increases. Forerunners plays really nicely alongside Lena, so I might just play Forerunners instead of the Singleton Guildmage. Guildmage, what it does is it's going to paint our whole team with trample, but Forerunners would be giving us extra damage, and it has natural synergy with Proud. So actually, I'm going to make that change. I've been trying to make the Guildmage work. In my head, the Guildmage is kind of sweet because I can animate a land and then get a Winota trigger off of it, but I just don't think it's worth it. I think the combination of trample and even dash comes up on the Forerunners, I think will just make it the better other piece to the trample package that is Kenrith. So we're kind of messing around with this 6 or so. And then the rest is just kind of flex or just incidentally good cards in the archetype. I was testing out earlier today a 2 of Bone Crusher. I've slimmed it back down to just a singleton, but I do like the card enough to play it. It's kind of like we get to run a pseudo removal that is also a creature, which is great for our deck. It's just kind of a grindy card, honestly. So let's see if the extra selfless effects are really what honestly, what I'm having trouble is, I'm having a little trouble against Anger of the Gods. I'm having a little trouble against Damnation, the Damnation decks in the format. There's a couple of Supreme Verdict decks in the format too. So I'm just trying to make us a little bit, they also make us more resilient against Dredge's Conflagrate. So there's a few different things. Let me show you how this actually stacks up. These are lands, basically. They're lands that we can incidentally hit off of Winota. You don't really want to pick Winota herself when you're looking at the top 6 of the library, so having more humans in the deck naturally is kind of nice. They're not as bad as they might seem because we do have a lot of rainbow mana dorks in this build. I'm really just liking the birds and the geese because of the evasion. I've been off geese a few times, and I keep coming back to the card. I do think it gives us a nice buffer against burn, and more importantly, it's got 2 toughness and it flies, and so we'll get those Winota triggers without sacrificing a creature, which I think is huge. To be perfectly honest, this take on Winota, as excited as I am and as hype as I've been about it, it really doesn't kill often in one swing unless you are against a fair deck. If we're against some of the more unfair decks and we don't hit like the Magus against Karn or whatever, we're better off just tutoring for it off of evolution, frankly. But let's see. Other little tweaks. Let's see. These are not turn 1 lands, really. These are tap lands. We'll actually put the rogues here in the ones. I like to put lands that aren't really going to give us mana on turn 1 over here. So we really only have 17 turn 1 lands. It's a little light, admittedly. So we will mulligan. In a pinch, you can Cavern Name Bird. There's enough birds that's not the end of the world. And there's only so many decks in the format that are actually playing Counter Magic. So I think it's fine. We do that sometimes. So kind of 14 things we're doing turn 1, 8 turn 2 plays. A lot of 3s. We're pretty heavy on our 3s. And then the rest of the deck, except for Toski, although he is a evolution target, we're trying to kind of cheat off of the Winota. So let's go ahead and let me just tuck Lena under Kenrith so we can move this over. Let's go ahead and jam. I'm going to start us into a league, and we'll see how things run. I have noticed with the extra humans, I think we're on 17 now thanks to the rogues. The deck is certainly whiffing a lot less. What I mean by that is we're not missing on the Winotas as much as we were before. Just have by extension having some humans in the mana base. Of course, I wish it was like Mirror instead, but the creature often does get the extra power, and the creature does often benefit. Like, we are actually happy that it has Menace. It's really a strange inclusion, I know. I was really surprised that it's been working as well as it has. But this deck really just needs a density of humans, and I think we're okay running a couple of questionable lands to get that extra, get that extra oomph. Again, it seems strange, and I'll admit, oftentimes it's just a 2/3 menace, but we're much happier to have a human than not, right? We're much happier for a Winota trigger to be successful than not to be successful, right? So I think that's fine. Let me turn down our sound a little bit. So this opener is a little bit weak, but it's not the worst. We'll say good luck and have fun to our opponent. Who knows, maybe they're burned and this goose is great. This could easily have been a mulligan, though, so... this Windswept probably needs to be Dryad Arbor. So that's not the greatest. We might actually want to just hardcast this, or save it to be pitched to Spyro. I know I was just talking praises about this card, and then here it is, backstabbing us, right? We're up against a Verdant Catacombs deck. The odds that they're a permissive deck is actually pretty low. We could just name Spirit on this Cavern right here and not take a lot of damage. Obviously, we like the fixing that this offers. So this might just be dead wrong, but I think I'm fine with it. It's not like I'm trying to play around Spell Snare. Now we're back to, I didn't explain why we're back to the Strangleroot Geists. I'm back on the Strangleroot Geists because it is the card that has the fastest synergy for Eldritch Evolution. So that's kind of why we're doing that. Channeler, okay. Now, since I decided to do this to save us some life, I'm basically saying that this is just something I want to pitch, right? Magus would take them off of black. It's probably worth doing. Channeler blocks our Strangleroot Geist really, really well, unfortunately. I feel like it's not really Wynota castables anymore now that we're running a 5-drop and a 6-drop. I feel like the deck philosophy has changed, and that's okay. We'll change the name accordingly back to something like Win More Nota. Because it is a bit of a win more deck, right? Copy that. Paste that. Text that. Open. Appreciate your patience, folks. I do want to get the deck list up and running. Should be here in my downloads. Sweet. Just popping it into Stream Decker. Alright, so I think we're good to go here. So let's get our basic planes. I don't know if I'm ready to attack the Strangle into the Channeler. If I do, though, we get to start attacking. It might be best to save this for next attack, and then we can get the Magician for free. I don't really want to make this vulnerable to Bolt. Then again, yeah, it seems kind of moot to do it here. It seems kind of moot. Oh, you know what? I just messed up. There's been one change since I took this picture. We're doing, we're not doing Skarg, we're doing Forerunners, right? Yeah. We're doing Kolaghan's Forerunners for this league, so... They did add the Swampy. That's unfortunate. Did they find the Swamp off of the Channeler? Another Channeler. Well, we just got to draw some of the best cards in our deck, aka Spyro. If I Gildagoose into a food... Well, we're going to swing here. If I Gildagoose into a food, we can cast the Bloom Rogue. Yep, but it's going to come back, and it's going to be bigger and badder. I think we want to get in that 2 damage, right? We'll fix the deck list after the game. I don't want to waste any more clock working on that stuff. Just bolt my Strangleroot. Oh, okay, so they did care about the Magus of the Moon. Interesting. Okay. Hey, what's up, BotLike47? How's it going? How you do? How do you do? I might even get the Dryad Arbor, as greedy as that might be. Because we do have another land in hand. Lils. Okay. I'd rather play out the rogue than keep this windswept. Are they planning to double block my Geist? I might be okay with trading a Geist with a Channeler. Maybe. Make our food. What do we draw? Like a boss. Alright. Oh, that's easy. Let's send everything at Lily just so that... Because, like, I don't think I'm going to get a kill off the top. We're going to get 2 triggers here. That was a great draw. Always tends to be. Alright, so we probably take the Heron's Grace over Wynota. That's pretty easy. It's a little sad for it to be the first, though. So we've got a block here. Oh, yeah, we're still not killing Lily. I think we want to. I might be wrong. So right now, we're still not killing her. If I get one more human on her, she'll die. Ooh, a Spyro? Great. So we got to convert the Black Bloom into a token. That's exactly what we want the card to be doing. If it's not... yeah. If it's not something we hit off of the Wynotas, we'd probably just want to convert it into an elemental. Or it was a land drop. It was a colorless land drop. So they're going to block and kill the Arbor. And they're going to block the Spyro. But the Lily does go down. We do gain some life as well. I imagine they're just an Unearthed deck since they showed us Spyro. So I'm going to Dreadbore my Wynota. They're going to Thoughtseize my Kenrith. They did grow their Channeler, so things are actually looking bad for us. We need a top deck again. Not that, though. So they saw Gilded. We don't have to play the birds. Playing out birds doesn't really give me a huge benefit. So we're kind of at the mercy of our top decks for a little bit. Just because they have 0 cards doesn't mean they really have 0 cards, right? They can certainly they've got their Spyro. We want to kind of get our Spyro killed, make the tokens. Maybe I should have played out the birds because they're a Liliana deck. It's hard to say. Might have been correct to play this out. More green sources, make more food. Ooh, or we can just draw an Apparition. I mean, they're only at 10, right? They're going to Channeler. Some of their stuff is sorcery speed. So they're Fatal Pushing the Apparition before the Channeler is underneath of it. Right? Oh, no, they don't have to. So that's bad news, Bears, for us. They actually also have the Revolt. The Bears have bad news. I'd rather hold this to make a potential Spyro token, wouldn't I? Like, Liliana's probably going to downtick, isn't she, if they top deck one? I don't know if sacrificing the food to get the bird out a turn earlier is actually correct. So they probably push Grace or Apparition. They probably have to push the Apparition because they want the 2/2. We got a game. Seriously, we've got a game. This is interesting. We top deck. They ditch a Blood Moon. They hit a Spyro. That's a pretty good draw. Card's ridiculous. It's one of the best cards in our deck, too. They don't have the greatest blocks this turn. We might jam Kroxa. So there goes my bird. So maybe I should have just played this out. I do have a main deck Scavenging Ooze, but if we do draw a tutor, we're still going to go for Wynota. So we don't get it. That's depressing. Might as well play this. Although, it's if they didn't, they lose 3. So, like, this bird is representing 3 life, actually. But I think it would get my food generation going a lot more quick if I played it. I should have just played the other one. This is a turn for us to jam. I think we might even jam the elemental. Maybe not, because it's tempting for them to block. I think we just swing these 3. Might still see a block from them. We're actually very happy for the Spyro to get blocked and killed, right? They're down to 6. They spend their whole next turn playing Kroxa, which is not good for us, but yeah, we're still apt to potentially win off of a Wynota or a tutor. Maybe we would certainly sacrifice the Grace to an Eldritch off the top. This game's not over. We still have a lot of powerful top deck potential. Toski's interesting. It might not be better than me pyroing, though. Oh, no, they'll make me discard it, so we do want to cast it. And Toski will block the Kroxa this coming turn, which is great. The fact that it's indestructible is great here for us. No good attacks. If they want to swing the Kroxa, that's fine. We have a free block. I really do think the Toski is better than you'd think. They don't really have a good attack here. They decide to anyway. It's not like he tramples. Like, now they're kind of wide open for me to maybe draw some cards. Or I just draw the nuts. Easy. Well, they could have like a Terminate. Sure, that's great. We probably just won. Watch. Lena makes some soldiers. We'll make quite a few soldiers here, actually. We make 7. Spyro. I think this alone just won, by the way. The Lena alone. Oh, there's the Wild Bonder. Okay, can we get the other piece? We don't. Actually, we do. There's a Forerunners we win. This is an 18-3. It's an 18-3 with, even if they blocked it, I can make all the damage go through. Seems great. Awesome, just like we drew it up. So they do have blocks that are relevant. We may want to keep in the Kenrith, Bonder, Forerunners. We rarely cut Historian. I might cut Grace in this matchup. It was fine there, but like they're not really hyper aggressive. They're grindy. They can. We should play Justice to take out the have another way to kill. Bone Crusher actually doesn't kill what I need it to kill, so we're gonna play Justice instead. Veil of Summer might be fine. It stops both pushes and Dreadbores and Terminates. Revoker could name Liliana. That's about it. Might be worth running. Let's not run Teague. I don't think it hits what it needs to hit. Scooz is great. It's going to stay in. Magus of the Moon, not really. They showed us that they're a Blood Moon deck. Actually, we saw Blood Moon go into the bin. Favor Mark, maybe. Well, certainly Mark, because they have bolts as well. We actually didn't see any, though, from them. Which is strange. They'll have Angers, perhaps. Maybe not, though, because it's got a bit of anti-synergy for their own deck. But I wouldn't put it past them. Remorseful Cleric can come into. They have some graveyard synergies. They have enough graveyard synergies, I think, for us to want that. Yeah, I mean, this might not be a matchup for Apparition. The cool thing about Lena is it's a power. It's a powerhouse that's also so it's still like you can still leave it in, and we don't necessarily need to also bring in Selfless and Glyph Weaver, right? Um, I'm less high on Geist here. I think it just gets blocked like we saw last game. It's a great enabler for Evolution, don't get me wrong, but the game's going to be slower. We're probably not going to be able to go 1, 2, 3 with Strangle Roots anyway, so we may want to cut some number of them. Ground Abolisher doesn't do much other than stop them from... Linvala does turn off their Magmatic Chandler. I actually might want that. It's a little slow to do it, though. But I'm already running Revoker, perhaps, for Magmatic as well. I think we want to still run the Trample package. I mean, we might not have room for the Trample package, or the full Trample package. We just might not have room for it, which is fine. I mean, we can side it out. It's these three. Can't really cut Historian, I don't think. The double strike's too important. You could cut some amount of this. I want all of the different selfless effects because I predict that they might have a some sort of a Anger the Gods in their sideboard for like Dredge and such. Certainly works on us. So we have room for one card to come back in. Do we want Wild Bonder? No. Do we want Kenrith or do we want Forerunners? I think Kenrith is really flexible. And now that we're running the full suite of Geese and Birds, I think that we'll get to use some of the other abilities on him. I think we'll just run Kenrith just because it's an overall just reasonable card. Keep. The old triple bird hand, right? This is Thoughtseize, take my Pyromancer. This is what I would take. It's really good for us to take game one against this deck because I fear that their sideboard is going to be pretty good. They actually take my Graveyard Hate. That's scary that they took that instead. It might just be that they have another discard for the Pyro. Okay. Drew a Wynota, why not? They did show us Blood Moon game one. Maybe they leave it in when they're on the play, so we'll respect it somewhat. Okay. Justice is interesting, but I think it might be correct for me to Spyro instead of just play out the Wynota. I mean, yes, I forced them to answer it, but... Well, they can't just take my Pyro off of a Lily Plus. And we're insulated from a second Liliana. Yeah, this might be correct, actually. Also insulates the Wynota from Thoughtseize. Sure, like, she's still toasted from a Dreadboard no matter what, how I spin it. I think I'm going to get rid of the Justice. It's a little risky because, like, the bird could die and then I can't cast Spyro, but I think... Well, so Justice I can pay the right colors for. And Spyro I cannot if we lose birds. It's so tempting to keep Spyro, but, like, the Justice actually does have some relevant targets here. Probably still got to keep Spyro and just hope for a different land, right? And then they play Channeler, and now I kind of wish I kept the Justice, and then they kill my Wynota. Oh, they don't. Awesome. Yeah, it's great news for us. I'll respect the Lily. We'll go after her. They've got 2 blocks right here. We do have a whiff. We may see a chump. We do see a chump. Now, do I think I just have to play the Spyro. We're most likely to see another one. If we see a 1-drop, it's going to be a green 1-drop. So let's go Foundry. We're not playing Giver actually anymore. Alright, Spyro, that's got insulation from the Lily discard, +1 at least. They need to deal with the Wynota. They can bolt my bird. Might consider bolting the bird. The Spyro's not as scary as a Wynota trigger since they're not killing Wynota, so you gotta consider bolting the bird. They're gonna bolt my Spyro. I don't think that's correct. I don't agree with that, what they just did there. I mean, of course I don't. I could also just Revoker the Liliana and ignore her. But then I'm not playing the Pyro. We would rather play the Pyro, right? Now let's just hit the Liliana. See what we get. Blade Historian, that's overkill. I can also just stop the Channeler, that seems better. Well, yeah, we're not in a hurry. Let's stop them from having more outs. We've already got, whoops, Magmatic. Force them to top deck. I might just crack this food too to be mana efficient. Spyro, that's a great draw. Kill my Wynota. Aw, Thoughtseize my Spyro. Okay. Alright. Their Channeler grows. Let's not forget that we have a couple of Spyros in the bin. Let's gain our life. Drew a bird. Bird is the word. I think we just attack. It's 2 triggers and we have double strike here. Like, they don't have great... oh, wow. Or we just hit a Kenrith and it's just stupid. Like, I can put counters on things depending on how they block now. Yeah, I'm kind of glad we left the Kenrith. I think the fact that he's got a bunch of different modes... Oh, this is stupid. It's clearly Lena, right? Like, we don't... They're at 10, though. Would I actually pick the Black Bloom? Do they die if I take the Menace threat? Instead of the 3-power threat, make a bunch of dudes? Hang on. Let's do some math here. So they're going to block here. They have to. And they're going to block here. I'm going to give Trample, and I'm going to put counters on something, and we're still going to deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I might take the Rogue here instead of the Selfless. They have nothing left. Isn't that funny? I'm actually liking the Menace more. Alright, so we're up. Wynota's a real rocket can, right? It's an army in a... She's an army in a can, this card. Certainly a fun... It's like, I think the enjoyable part is like... Another thing is, since I'm not on just like playset of Geist Honored Monk or playset of Angrass Marauders, it's kind of fun for me because I like kind of rolling the dice. Like, the deck almost feels like... I mean, Magic the Gathering is kind of gambling in and of itself, right? Once you're putting up money and everything. But it feels like I'm gambling within gambling, right? Because, yeah, we want to gamble into the Heron's Grace as, like, the last trigger, if possible. We want to gamble into both the Bonder and the way to give everybody Trample, or just the Forerunners. I think the Forerunners is just a better piece. I hate to say it, but as much as I'd love to play the Guildmage, I think the Trample package really is Bonder, some number of Kolaghan Forerunners, and some number of Kenrith. But anyway, how are you guys doing this Thursday? You guys having a nice... Hope those of you out there are having a nice Thursday. This is a 2-land hand. We're on the play, too. I think it's fine. It's got our best card. think it's fine. Forest go. I don't know what you are. Might want to take a more... Like, surely that can't be a slow draw from Ponza, right? I mean, I'm respecting it as such, as you can see. This also gives me the opportunity to go get the Arbor. But getting Arbor would be greedy here. Oh yeah, they're Titan. Kind of an innocent draw from Titan, right? Well, Titan is never innocent. Garen Brig, yep. Dismember. Teague, sir. I was thinking about Teague. Well, it doesn't actually stop what it needs to stop in this match. If we can't find third land, we just lose anyway. And that's okay. A very innocent turn for my opponent. So that's unfortunate. I don't have the red necessary for Spyro. That's really unfortunate. Just give us a land deck. Just give us a land. We're running quite a few more. Pretty much any land off the top. Even a Cavern of Souls, right? Oh, that's not good. Do you have enough to do it this turn? You must, if we're getting... Well, yeah, they have Garen Brig +4, so... But they don't have Amulet, so... I could even draw like a Magus of the Moon and win too. Magus of the Moon or Tutor off the top wins. We have a few different things that win. Land to play Wynota, hope to hit Magus of the Moon. Tutor off the top also wins. Just drawing the Magus of the Moon also wins. The most likely thing that's going to happen is we draw a land, we play the Wynota, though. We'll get 2 triggers, they'll eat up my Scavenging Ooze, we don't really care. We have 12, we get to look 12 cards deep to find the Magus of the Moon. They return the Radiant Fountain. Alright, so I guess that's the line we're on. Alright, let's convert these two, hopefully, into a Magus of the Moon. That is not a Magus of the Moon. Holy cow, we found it. We're looking 12 cards deep. They've already spent a Dismember, so they probably don't have an out. They're going to eat up my Ooze. Yeah. And they might just lose here to the Summoner's Pack. Sweet. Yeah, they didn't have a second forest, so that's another reason why Magus of the Moon was just the nuts. And I was just going to tutor for it. Awesome. This card's great. One of the best. It's probably... Here's the thing. Certain matchups, the best card in our deck. Hey, what's up, Brave Mustache? You saw us win off of a Magus against Titan. They also had a slow Titan draw, though. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't have a lot that I get to sideboard against them. I do like having ways to stop. We do like our most mana efficient ways to stop engineered explosives from ruining us. That would be Selfless Spirit and Revoker. Revoker is actually the stronger way to do it. Teague actually doesn't stop a ton. Well, Teague does also stop engineered explosives, so hang on. Maybe he and... Well, Selfless Spirit flies, though. Well, Ooze can go. That's an easy cut. Apparition can go. Although Apparition does answer... Amulet, but it's a little slow to do so. Just something to think about. We don't really need the trample package. Oh, we can cut Toski. That's easy. We don't need the Heron's Grace either. Although it's funny, like the life, it always seems to come up. But if it's coming up, I've already probably died. Bone Crusher sometimes works against certain builds of their deck. I'm not going to run it though here. So let's come out of the gates fast. We'll have a full suite. We can still play Arbor. It's fine. Spellskite could stay because of Dismember. Now, Collector Oath also does stop Engineered Explosives, but I don't know if we have room for it. We'd have to cut like the Grace. So probably I'm not going to cut Lena because she fulfills a similar role as Selfless. I don't think I also run Glyph Weaver though. It's not like they have Anger. I'm literally just, I mean, I like Selfless as a way to stop Engineered Explosives instead of Oath because it doesn't have the anti-synergy for Skite. We could just cut like a Geist and run the Oath. I know it's a non-bow to run those at the same time, but we do really want to stop Engineered Explosives on 2 or 1. Or 0 sometimes. So I think that's how I'm going to run it. And yeah, we can cut some number of Geist. It's not a big deal to cut some number of that card. Let's do it. Do you like how the deck has certainly evolved? I feel like we're we're very different now. And I kind of like it. I like that the human density is what it is now. I like that we've brought back classics like Strangleroot and Bone Crusher. And yeah, I just never found any deck manipulation that I was happy with other than the 4 Evos. In other words, like playing all the tutors we were trying to do, I think was just not solving the issue that the deck is having. And so I think, let's see. Yeah, I think that the trample package plus the bullets plus just running Geist and Evolutions is actually maybe more correct. We snuck some Black Blooms into the mana base. I snuck some into the mana base. It's actually working quite nicely. I'm pleasantly surprised. I didn't think that it would. It was kind of a meme. I was like, oh, I'll try this. It's not going to work. And then it's really actually been working well. Just so funny. Toski's in this pile. So we have 19 non-humans. And if you count the Black Blooms, which I do, 17 humans, 4 tutors, and 20 land. So we're running a lot more mana too. It's mulligan. We're going to put back the Kenrith. That's pretty easy. Keep. This hand's great. Well, it needs a green source, so I shouldn't be quick to say it's great, but I'm not mulliganing to 5, I don't think. Oh, maybe I should have, though. I got excited because like the hand casts Wynota and it had a Spellskite sideboard card, but maybe I shouldn't have kept this because the green here is just not going to happen. I need like a filter land or something. Hey, what's up, the Faz? And then I drew a second one. I almost need to name Spirit on this Cavern. I can wait a turn to make that decision. I may have to name Spirit on this. I guess I didn't have a turn to wait if I wanted to play Strangleroot turn 2, but I'm going to play Spellskite turn 2. It's not like the Strangleroot gets through the Grazer. That's another reason why they're kind of weak in this match, is they play Grazers. But like, what would this be instead, though, right? It would be, I don't know. Abolisher stops them from having Dismember on Wynota, but Spellskite does the same thing. I don't know. Alright, so that's actually also a land. I may want to play this so that we don't have a tapped land later. This is a really awkward draw for us. I think we're just going to be dead. Let's play this. It's fine. Sometimes we draw awkwardly. Like, the bogs aren't really lands for us, right? Like, it's a tap land. It's outside of our colors, so it's just a colorless source. I mean, I've thought about playing some filters. Besides the one I'm playing, I was gonna run. They're a little bit awkward because they don't filter as efficiently as we need them to. So Teague would turn off explosives, but then I still need a red source for humans, so it might still be better to name Human here and just play the Spellskite. But Teague stopping explosives is nice. No, I think I'm still supposed to name Human. I think this is a foolish. I don't think we can bother with Teague. Well, we already have 1 land towards the Wynota, which is the Plains, and then I just need a red source. I need 2 green towards both of these Strangleroots in my hand. I'm actually just going to name Spirit. There's other spirits in our deck, too. Leave open the path. I don't have a path, but leave open the Plains for sure. If we draw a red source, we have Wynota. We draw a green source, we have the Strangleroots. And yeah, these are like the greediest lands in my deck, the caverns. It has made my control matchup considerably better though. I played against Sultai Control earlier today. I have some screenshots from that game in our Discord. If you guys haven't joined the socials or Discord, I'll just link Discord. The socials link is a little bit too lengthy, I think. Might want to change it. I think we're just dead here, obviously. Like, I need to come out of the gates fast. I may have wanted a mulligan to 5 for a bird hand. Like, the bog is only colorless source, is only a colorless source for us. Now, our deck is less colors, and so we can kind of get away with it, sort of. We're considerably fewer colors than we were, color requirements than we were before as a truly white deck with the playset of so we weren't going to see it for a while, and it was a forest. That would have given us the Strangle Roots. Let's run it back. I think it's fine. You could run Glyphweaver, but this opener is a little slow. But I can't mulligan forever to just find bird hands, right? Like, this hand's much worse than our 7 was. Kind of have to start considering keeping, right? But we're not on the draw. But, I mean, we do... This Vandal won't actually work against their... gosh, am I really considering a 4? So, just a simple get the Magus on the table hand is, I think, what we're going for. That's what we're doing, right? I mean, if I could mulligan to a 4 against Amulet, turn 2 Magus to hope they don't have one of the few Dismembers. They run 2, I think. Which I think is a good number of Dismember. Like, because, like, you really would never be able to cast the 3rd. They were terrible hands. They were really bad hands, but we might still win. Deck might be kind to us. They did not immediately dismember my Magus. I can Eldritch my bird and get a Spyro going. It might be silly of me. Because, like, if I just get one more land, I can play the Bonder. I also could just get protection for this Magus of the Moon. Like, the Spellskite here. And then we probably just win. Granted, if I do that, then I'm not able to cast a lot of other cards, though. And it will take me a while to hit them to dead. I think I should hold off. Like, it's tempting to get Spyro and get something going. We might see them. Well, they wouldn't explosives my geese away, right? I can't imagine they would engineer explosives away the geese. They would lose their amulet. Maybe they have to, though. Maybe they have to. If I was my opponent, I would consider it, actually. Using engineer explosives on 1. You know you've built a real deck when you're playing Wild Bonder in Modern, right? Be better off just playing the Rogue. Because I kind of want to evolve whatever I play. I know it's like, Bruce By, you've got an active Magus that's being relevant against your opponent. You could beat them with a ham sandwich, right? Well, I feel like I'm casting a hand sandwich if I'm casting this Black Bloom. But I'd rather evolve this into the Wynota than the Wild Bonder. Not to mention I have to give up my food to do it, so we'll just play it and we'll probably evolve it. All the way down to the mulligan to 4, but it was actually clutch. It was just naturally the Magus of the Moon, just naturally a bird hand. Alright, let's get something going. Skyclave their amulet, right? Nah, I'm gonna evolution. Not bad, just slow. Yeah, they were slow, right? They were really slow for this matchup, so that's why we mulliganed a million times. All right, let's hit something juicy. So I think we might take Historian over the Vandal. It's tempting to blow up the amulet, right? I do have a creature in my discard. It might be correct to take out the amulet, because if they did kill my... in the off chance that they did kill my Magus, like, this is, like, terrible for us. Actually, I think I will. I'm respecting the power of the amulet deck, right? By choosing this over our double striker. Like, the double striker would get them dead a lot more quickly. I mean, in fairness, I do have Apparition in my hand, though, but... Looks like a good line to you. Alright, thanks, Faz. Alright, well... We fought a Blood Moon deck where our Magus of the Moon plan was not good. And won. We fought an Amulet Titan deck where the Magus of the Moon was so good that we got to mulligan all the way down to 4 since we had a bunch of slow lands we were looking at. Slow hands. Hey. Good luck and have fun. This opener is fine, I think. It's turn 2 Teague without having to give up Cavern on... We won't, like... We might not be able to cast the Apparition, but we might just be pitching that to the Spire. And this is a bullet for the evolution, right? It's not... We're not looking forward to hard casting this. This is the greediest card in our main deck. I might still lead out Windswept. I don't know what they're up to, though. Yeah, let's lead Windswept. I mean, if there's certain decks, I even get the Arbor, because we already have red for Spyro. It depends on what they are, right? Oh, that's not a deck that I can get it against. Let's go Temple Garden. Do we want a Goose or do we want to play the Teagster? I think the Teagster actually might be the better thing to play out, because it's going to eat a Bolt, and I actually might want to keep my Goose, whereas this probably doesn't do anything to their deck. I mean, it depends on what they are, if they care about Teague or not. If they Spell Snare this, we know what archetype they are. But this could still easily just be... Well, they killed it, so they actually care about it. Makes me think they're not prowess. Does make me think that they're playing blue-red control, I mean. Nope, that's... Never mind, they're just prowess. Alright, so we'll go our normal line against them, which is Spyro. Keep the Winota. Gonna name human here. I do like that Cavern is a tricolored land for us, essentially. Well, it's 4 colors for us, actually. So let's ditch the... I probably should keep Goose over Geist. Drew an Arbor. So I could go next turn, play Arbor, play Goose. They might kill the Arbor, but that's okay. It's damage that's not going... Yeah, and it'll eat a Bolt, exactly. Goose can also block their flyers, so that's probably why... I think I should take Goose over the Geist. Exactly, we like that Teague ate a Bolt, I think. Oh wow, they're just tapped out? Okay, or I just play my Winota now. Not that they have a lot of permission, though, so... Or a lot of counter magic, so maybe I didn't need to think about that. Ooh, or we take no damage off of playing the Winota because we drew the Firelit. Firelit is lit. And let's swing out because we could hit our Heron. We are playing Heron again, which is huge. We're at a healthy 15. They didn't have a very fast draw from their deck. Opponent says, Janky, I love it. And they said, oh. So let's go Blade Historian. Ooh, we hit the Forerunners. That's going to be a lot of damage. Is that lethal? Actually, I think they might be dead. That's 12... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 dead. Sweet. Do you need Angrath's Marauders to kill your opponent in one swing? Like, do you? Like guys, hang on. I mean I might just be crazy, but do we need the playset of Angrath's Marauders to kill somebody in one swing? Or do we just need to, like, you know, work together, Brain Blast, right? Like, we've been working on this deck for almost a month now, and I think you guys have really helped me bring it to a really good place. They do run that one sweeper that just decimates us. I do like having all of the different ways to beat that card, so let's play them. I don't know. I might just be crazy, but I feel like you guys have really helped me get this deck to a good place. Timely is also good here. Abolisher's interesting. I don't know about Abolisher actually against Prowess. I think that's a trap. So let's just run the stuff that we know works. We actually they do have, opponent said holy crap. Thanks. All right. Toski can go. Herons definitely stays in this matchup. I don't think we cut the trample package. Well, maybe we do. Bone Crusher probably goes. I mean, you might snipe. No, you don't get to snipe their creatures. It's too obvious. I mean, it's too easy for them to get around it. Teak can go. Magus of the Moon can go. All right, let's look at our human to non-human ratio. So that's a human. These are humans. We're looking at 17 humans right now. I mean, Skooz is okay. It's actually not that great in this matchup. I think it's too slow to do what we needed to do. You've always loved the art of Linvala. Yeah, she's great. And this is a matchup where we're very happy to have Gilded Goose instead of the new, perhaps, Jund Hierarch. This is an easy mulligan. This doesn't do anything at all, actually. This hand doesn't do anything. Mulligan. This hand has several sideboard cards, naturally. I might even dump a Wynota. Now, the problem with this hand is what? That it's a one-lander, so I actually might have to let it go. We are on the draw. We probably have to. Have I ever done an Angels only deck? Mulligan again. Oh man. Okay, this is a two-lander. Keep. I'm actually gonna let go of both Wynotas and try to get there on the evolution, which is maybe wrong since my hand has a cavern. Let's play around Dart by leading Goose. Well, I'm not playing around it. Certainly we're going to eat it if they have it, but... Me and my opponent are chatting it up. Chatting it up. Speezy. Lemon Squeezy. Easy, easy. Best card in our deck. Like, I'm happy to sacrifice the food to cast a Spyro. Easy, easy. And we dump. Keep the evolution. Wow, we did not draw third land, though. Maybe I should have kept the bird over the... I don't know. You keep the evolution. That's clearly what we discard. Am I excited for Jund Hierarch for this? I am, Last God. My opponent said it just gets wins out of nowhere. If you're wondering why I didn't just go for it, like, what are they sitting on? Their deck is usually very proactive. See? There's the return. That sucks. Cancel. We'll rebuild okay. Like I said, I brought in all my ways to beat this card. I'm like, what are they doing if they're doing nothing? Oh, that's what they're doing. We'll rebuild okay. We hope that they dump a couple threats onto the table, and then I get to play the Timely, and then I get to play the Evolution on something. Some 2-drop we draw, hopefully. They have a lot of lands, though, for their deck. But yeah, the Kozilek's Return is tough for us, and I do bring in all of my different selfless spirit effects or equivalents. Morphos into play their Silly Flyer. That card is amazing. Nope. Vapor Snag. So they actually just turned on my Timely. I appreciate you, opponent. Like, and this gives me 3 non-humans. They're 3 soldier tokens. They're not human soldier tokens, which is huge. So before we play the bird... It's really awkward that I have both of these, though. We'll go back to 18. Now I have 3 soldiers. Don't Kozilek's return me again. They play as many as 2, maybe even 3 copies. Yeah, they have it again. They gotta beat... they run this many of this card because they have to beat Auric Champion. It's not really for decks like us, but it incidentally works against us. So that's a sad, sad thing for you to see, right, folks? All right, so let's draw... Oh, hey, the thing that we would have needed that would have made us, like, so much better against them, right? We mulliganed all the way down to 5, though, so it's like, we'll get them next game, if at all. This is a tough matchup. It sucks to have them hit 2 relevant sideboard cards back-to-back. We rebuilt after the first one pretty well thanks to the Timely, and Timely brought us a lot of life, and they do have a lot of lands over there, so I don't know, maybe there's still a game to be played here. They just playing out the bird? No, maybe not. This thing kills pretty quickly. I'm trying to decide on noble or ignoble for Sultai Shinobi. I wonder if they're just playing 2 returns. It makes me wonder, right? I mean, we know that they run this card. We know I compensated for it. There's not another card in my sideboard that really would have helped us all that much. Maybe Abolisher, kind of works, sort not really. I think we really did run pretty much everything I could be running to help us against Wild Slash. That's such a weird card. Oh hey, we drew something we could cast. No, we had it going. We had a really good setup despite our mulligan to 5. And we just didn't have one of our various selfless effects. I have 2 that I can cast naturally, and then 2 that get pulled out of the deck with Wynota. I'm running a lot more selfless, you know, sacrifice it, protect all your creatures, or give you indestructible. I'm running a lot more of this effect than you see me do before. And Burrington actually doesn't help us against Kozilek's return. So I actually really like that we've moved away from Burrington for a few different reasons. That's just one of them. This hand's actually a 2-lander. I think this hand actually could work. It does have 1 uncastable, probably uncastable in the hand, but let's rock. And let's lead Gilded Goose just because of Dart. And I probably, as painful as it is, I probably want to make sure that I've got... Well, some of our important sideboard cards are white, though. But we still have more Spyros. It's almost close now to like the number of white versus red I need, but let's still go Stomping Ground. And if we don't draw a different land, we'll probably play this out as a colorless source. And kill my goose. Nope. Sweet. So I think we just go... Bird, goose. I might cast Lena, actually. This looks like a Morphos. If I draw another land, I can cast Lena, and then I have Resilience from the Kozilek's return. It's not the way I would have expected, but... Well, no, we don't have enough food to do that. Never mind, excuse me. We'll probably just next turn play the Strangleroot. I think I just have to take the hit. Could draw Wynota off the top. I'm at 13. It's probably not worth... taking pain to get the Strangleroot on the table. I think I need to be making food or eating food, right? Like, my play actually might be block and make... I don't know, our hand's just not coming together. Need to see our build arounds. And again, this is like where it's like, okay, Bruce Spy, is this what you were talking about? They have 4 cards in their hand. I think 1 block is reasonable. What decks am I... Oh, what deck am I looking forward to most building with the spoilers? Decks that do something with... And I think I already mentioned this. Decks that do something with... Okay, they're going to kill my bird. Alright. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to crack the food anymore. I just have to get a green source. Sun-baked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I supposed to try to get to the Lena, or am I just playing... I guess I can play another Strangleroot while we work on that, right? No, I can't because I'm not working on the food. Oh, they're at 16. Down to 12 they go. And maybe I wasn't supposed to attack with both. Maybe I needed to be blocking, right? Yeah, but something that's doing something with grief, Ogbrog, like a blinky deck, a blinking deck. That's what I'm interested in, I think. Morphos. Yeah, I may have needed to sit back on my Strangleroot Geists, actually. I think that was ambitious for me to attack. We're in defensive mode. I needed to leave these back and block with maybe even both of them. I mean, maybe my opponent will be kind and shoot them for me and make them blockers. Expressive is great in their deck. Alright. One into hand, one at the bottom, one into exile. You can play the exiled. Card's great. Yeah, so I've almost priced myself in needing to block with the goose. And if I crack the food, I'm not really gaining as much life off of it as I'd like to. There's a reasonable chance that next... I mean, there's a reasonable chance I'm just supposed to crack the Sun-baked, actually. Like, block. And actually just crack the Sun-baked. Another land, please, deck? Nope. Okay. They're at 12, though, but... I can't justify with... I have to do some blocks. Grief with Ephemerate Hyper Shell would be great. Yeah, that seems like something I want to work on. Opponent says kill me. Seems like a troll. The Black Bloom Bog doesn't look so bad right now, but it was earlier in this game, and it's tough, right? I mean, we really don't want to play it as a land. We'd much rather discard it to the Pyromancer or the Spyros. We'd much rather hit it on a Wynota. Tamir Asforetold Storm. That sounds fun, Groaning Phoenix. Ogbrog says, actually, I'm leaning towards mono-white taxes. Are you going to splash red for Recruiter, though? Or not? Spyro would be great, but I don't have the mana for it. I mean, like, next turn, if we can't cast the Wynota, we're just going to eat the food, right? We're just going to eat the food token, which I've been meaning to eat. I just haven't had a turn to do it. It's not like they have It's not like I have to play around Skullcrack. That's not usually something you see out of the Prowess deck. Opponent says, why did nothing go to my hand? Stormwing. It is weird. I don't know. Alright, so we draw a Goose, which can block the Stormwing. I don't have lethal, so I'm not going to attack. That was a goad from the opponent. Goose, make another food token, eat a food, do some blocks. No attacks. I don't do attacks there because, I mean, like, maybe that, no, they have a 3/3. No, straight mono white. Current shell is going to be powerful. Esper, Sentinel, Solitude. Prowess. I mean, you're seeing, like, Gilded Goose be legit. Like, the food tokens really can matter in these certain matchups. Like, there's certain matchups where Gilded Goose is really important. Kozilek's Return, beat me, win the game. This card's great. They drew 2 of them the first sideboarded game, so I do still have my Stranglroots to block after this, though. But it's just unfortunate. Don't surgical me, bro. They don't have it. That would be nuts if they had surgical. Wouldn't that be nutters if they had surgical? We could win now, maybe. Lava dart my face. They don't have lethal. Unless they have like a mutagenic. Oh, they do have lethal. Never mind. This is really close. This is actually really close. Spyro wouldn't have helped us. That's okay. That's our first loss. And Prowess is tough no matter what build of Wynota we do. It's tough even after some of the new cards come out for us. Not worried about it. I already knew that was a tough matchup. And it's like, but Brew Spy, it's like, I just need them not to draw the Kozilek's Return. They saw 3 of them they saw 3 of them total after we started playing sideboard games, and I killed them game 1. Like, in order for us to win that matchup, I pretty much have to beat them game 1, and then I have to either have my selfless effects, right, the Selfless Spirit and such, or they have to not draw the Kozilek's Return. It's not, there's no strategy, there's no we did something wrong, like, we played to the best of our ability. Hey, how's it going, Cylon? I'm not upset about it at all. That's how that matchup goes. Picked up a couple of Foretold. The minute green Yawgmoth's will was spoiled. Nice Ogbrog. Got this new Oro wheat keto bread. It's real good. 8 grams of fiber per slice. Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Hey, good luck and have fun. So this hand's actually not as bad as it looks because if we're willing to take shock damage, this also has a Dryad Arbor. Might actually keep this. I mean, in the dark, I have no idea what they're doing. In the dark, I might keep this. Or sorry, I don't have to take any. I have a forest. So yeah, so probably Forest Birds, Windswept Arbor, Arid Mesa, Wynota. Watch them be Prowess again, right? Right? Just our luck. Sorry if I sound like a spokesperson. No, you're fine. You didn't kill the bird? Why not kill the bird? Didn't kill the bird. This is a bad card to draw in this matchup, it looks like. Probably. I mean, I could play it out. I don't really want to. Excited for Jund Hierarchy? Yeah, it'll be interesting. Chalice? Sure. So this is like Prison. We don't care too much about Prison. I guess I care a little bit. Blade Historian. I might play out the Magus. Anger. Yep. Like I said, card is the beats. Card is the beats. That's a great draw, though. Thanks for that follow, Lukidas. Lukidas. Appreciate the follow. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Eye Show, where we're trying to make some brews work. That's a great card. I might be able to overpower it, though, if I can get the Wynota on the table. We're running 23 lands. We're running a lot more lands than we have in the past. Granted, some of them are creatures. No, anger sucks for us, and I bring in more answers, more ways to get around it, rather. Cards that exchange themselves to protect us. Now, Burrington does work against anger, but Burrington, of course, doesn't work against Damnation, or they ditch a Blood Moon. Sure. Yeah, we're up against Red Prison. It's fascinating. That's sad. It is countered because Chalice is a great card. Well, we're running a lot more lands than before, but 9 stone. Get your Electro Dominance now, folks. They're going to ramp. Okay. Just give us a land, deck. Just give us a land. Just give us a land. I can't cast that. Just give us a land. A land would be great. Big scary Chandra. Or Karn even. What do you got? Yeah, the anger set us back. It's fine. We're bad against these cards. We just accept it. There's a Chandra. You want to kill half my Strangleroot? I do like how resilient this card is. I mean, similarly to Voice, we're playing it because it has better natural synergy for evolution. Voice is, like, better in quite a few different situations. The old Chandra into make mana, into... man, like, Planeswalkers with 4 abilities is just so nutters. Karn kind of has... well, Karn has 3, but Karn's just nuts on his own. I don't think Wynota can necessarily... like, she is a rocket can. She could, in theory, still make an impact here. The problem is the first one gets blasted. Actually, we're okay with that. We have a backup copy. Give us the land already, deck. Thank you. I should have been specific and asked for a not shock land. I'm excited for the new green Urborg. That's cool. So I kind of... so what do they get with Karn? That's also important to think about. Liquid Metal. We should get the Karn off the table. Chandra's probably going to downtick on my... let's try to get rid of the Karn. I imagine they're just going to block, though, no matter what I do. Kenrith. Ah, I don't have the open mana. Kenrith is a great hit. He's just big. His abilities are relevant. We're going to see block. Strangleroot comes back. Game is not over. Along with Plague Engineer, it's big! Oh yeah, it's big. Silly 3-mana Chandra. What are we going to anger? Anger my Strangleroot? Okay. If they have double anger, it's relevant. Is that what you have? They just have the second anger? Stomped. Okay. Still have Kenrith. This game's not over. Game is not over. Karn already grabbed them liquid. Let's not forget about this Bone Crusher. Wormcoil, okay. We can overpower a Wormcoil. A singular Wormcoil. We do need to get Wynota online again. I don't have the Dryad Arbor anymore. It got exiled in the first Anger of the Gods. Sad pandas. I do have a Spyro, and I do have the ability to... Oh, I don't have another red fetch, actually. So I can't go Spyro, make tokens, animate them with Kenrith, which is what I really need to do here. I could Blade Historian. No, I can't. And also have Kenrith. I can't do that either. So we're kind of in a pickle. I could Kenrith... I could Spyro and try to find a different land that lets us activate Kenrith. I mean, I think no matter what I'm doing here, I'm Spyroing, right? The green doesn't really matter because of Chalice. I guess there's still more Strangleroot Geists to draw to. Just going to dump this, and I think we're actually dumping the Historian. Evolution. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't have another red source I could fetch into. Otherwise, we could kill, like, all of their dudes here. That's really, really sad. I might grow Kenrith to kill Chandra. I think that would be great. Wrong Chandra. Torch of Defiance, please. Now, here's the age-old question. Can Kenrith overpower a... oh, I could reanimate the... oh, no, I don't have the black source. I was going to say I could think about that. Age-old question. Can Kenrith wrestle with a Wormcoil engine? Yeah, I may indeed need more red sources. We usually just naturally draw some. I have like let's see, Caverns would have worked there. Firelit Thicket. I don't know if I need more red sources. Maybe more fetchable red sources, though. But, like, the emphasis on the fetches is to make it so that we can play the Magus. It doesn't come up often. This is a very weird and rare board state where I needed, like, a million red because I needed red for Spyro and red for Kenrith. Just make Spyro big enough to fight the worm. They're going to Wildfire themselves. We're going to Wildfire. Okay. I think we could actually maybe win. Like, I have a Wynota. I have a Lena to play. Well, Lena I don't want to play yet, right? Let's see here. Almost have enough mana to just cast Lena. Can't consider playing the birds. I could Eldritch the Spyro for Wynota, but that's kind of the same dealio. Oh, you know what? I could just exile the... I could even consider exiling the Chalice. And then I get to play my birds. And then next turn we play Wynota. Like, that might actually be legitimate. Evolution the Spyro. Get rid of the Chalice on one. Play birds. Like, set up for next turn. Like, the fact that the birds flies is great, too. Do I have a removal creature in the deck? No, I don't. Not something as big as Wormcoil. I can't exile the Wormcoil main deck. I have a Vandal, and I have a main deck Apparition. But that's a great question, guys. But we can't do it. It might be correct to play Wynota and just, like, let the Elementals get thrown under the bus. I don't know if I love that. I really don't like the Karn getting another turn, though. I almost would rather just exile the Karn. Evolve the Spyro into Apparition. That's what I'm thinking. No, wait. That won't work. Apparition won't take out the Wormcoil Cylon. I'm talking about Karn or Chalice. I'm thinking I just play Wynota and get my elemental tokens going, honestly. Like, that line is also fine, too. Like, we'll find some gas off of these first Wynota triggers. I kind of want them to attack with the Worm Coil, though. I don't think they will. I kind of want that to happen. I really don't want this Karn on the table. I really wish I had a way to, like, play birds, put a bunch of counters on it, give it haste, all that good stuff. I don't want to trade Kenrith with the Worm Coil. Like, if I hit our double striker, oh, I can't anymore. Of course I can't. Yeah, I think we just set up. Like, the bird also lets me just play Lena, and then it's just, like, very clearly ours. If you get rid of the Chalice, you can play birds, and then you can start using Kenrith to reanimate, too. Yeah, I think you're right, guys. Other options, like Teague turns off some scary stuff. I just really don't want the Karn to get another activation. But I don't think we can actually swing through the Worm Coil yet. So I think we set up a little bit. Terrified of what else they might have in their hand. Sad that I don't get to put a counter on something with Kenrith. And again, this game like looked like it was way, way, way out of our hands, right? But we got a Wynota trigger off. Granted, she died. It's just a big, scary something. Like 6 mana Chandra. Yadaro. That's cute. Am I just dead? Actually, if they swing out, we win. Maybe. I mean, I do have to block the Worm Coil, but... Alright, so hold on. So how much of this do I need to block? I don't bother. I block the... Well, see... Might be correct to actually block with Apparition, because we still block with an Elemental over Apparition and birds, right? We want birds instead, don't we? Because I'm going to play Lena and give everything haste, yeah. So I think we do win, right? Or no. I need the Wynota in play first for that to be relevant. We chump here, we take all this. You need the birds for the reanimate. Oh yeah, what am I reanimating? The Blade Historian. Thank you. Is that the best thing for me to do? No. From a graveyard. Like what am I reanimating though, dude? I don't think I'm reanimating anything. It's too much mana. I really wish I had something that I could sacrifice so that they don't gain the life here. Just play Wynota and go for the lottery? I think so too. You were thinking get back Historian? No, I think we hope for like Strangleroot Geist or something. I mean, like any like low mana creature that we could also play in addition to Wynota is really good. Coding. Oh, they have a blocker. Okay. Okay, Strangleroot was maybe one of the better draws, like I was saying. Well, maybe not. So... Strangle, play Wynota, lottery 3 times. Hit the Heron's Grace, gain a bunch of life, right? Or is the Kenrith trample haste everybody more important? Yeah, I think we want the Strangleroot on the table. Time to lottery. It's kind of fun to call it that. It really is like a lottery, isn't it? Do we bother with the Karn? I guess we could consider it. No, I don't think we do. I think we just go face and hope to hit the nuts, right? Like the Trampler that we're playing now. Like we're all in, right? Like this is just ignore the Karn, kill them, hope to kill them. We're looking 18 cards deep. Granted, there's no double striker though. Spyro, that's a fine start, I guess. I don't know. I think without Blade Historian still in, this might not turn out. Well, there's the Wild Bonder, but we don't have the Trample. We don't have mana open for the Kenrith to ignore the Liquid Metal Coating. Oh, wow. Or we just hit the Heron's Grace and we're good. I gain how much? 1 million? This is a lot of life I'm just gaining. We probably win. It's like a scratcher, but you always win. Yeah, we probably win. Yadaro. Sidaro. They're going to block and eat my elemental. They go to 1. Are you kidding me? So they're going to go get Ensnaring Bridge, but we can beat Ensnaring Bridge. Kind of. Yes, we can beat Ensnaring Bridge. Do I not want to take the 6? I guess I don't care. We can beat Ensnaring Bridge. I know you're like, wait, but Bruce By, you're a mono creatures deck. No, we can beat Ensnaring Bridge. This depends on how they utilize their liquid metal coating, right? What a fascinating game this has been. You got multiple attackers. Yeah, I got multiple attackers through the bridge. We just need to deal 7. Birds is an attacker through bridge. The elemental token is an attacker through bridge. I can give this bird haste thanks to Kenrith too. Yeah, 2 birds and an elemental token. It's really, really neat that we can kill through Ensnaring Bridge. I mean, it's not 100% guaranteed. It's just likely that we will. Right? Did they just plus on nothing? Okay, sure. You can also reanimate Goose. I don't think I need to, though, right? They have 1 card in hand, so I don't really see much point to playing Strangleroot-Geist. Opponent said like a preemptive GG earlier in the chat. I don't know if that was directed at us or them, or I have no idea. They're going to bolt me, okay? My birds still get to attack. I can put a counter on one of the birds if we want to make it more deterministic that they die. Oh, no, I can't do it yet. After we declare attacks. Couple of birds, couple of triggers. Oh man, we almost whiffed. There's the Black Bloom. That's not enough though, still. Oh wow, we just win. We hit the Kolagans. I'm so glad we brought that card back. That is 11 damage? 12 damage? I'm very thankful we brought that back. What a game that was. What just happened? What was that? What is happening? Modern, what's happened to you? You look different. Alright, let's get rid of the Magus of the Moon. The Bone Crusher. Teague is great in this matchup. Scooz sucks. Modern, what happened to you? Fiery Justice hits Planeswalkers, but we're probably better off revoking. Okay, what did they almost beat us with? They had back-to-back-to-back. Like, they swept us. How many times did we get Anger of the Gods and still won? That's my problem with, like, no offense. I'm not throwing any shade at Fluffy Wolf. That's my problem with, like, Mono Red Prison and the like. It's like, I really want that to be a real deck in Modern, and it's sweet, and I think there could be a metagame where it certainly could be. But, like, how did we, as a majorly just mostly creatures deck, survive an onslaught of... I think we got angered at least twice, if not 3 times, because they flashed it back with 3 mana Chandra, right? At least 2 angers. Modern will soon become Green Urborg, Plague Engineer, Life and Limb. Oof incoming? Oof. Yeah, oof. So what do we cut? part of the trample package. We might not need as much of that, by the way, or even Toski, because yeah, these are great against bridge. The 0 power creatures are great against a bridge deck. Well, they're a Karn deck, therefore a bridge deck. We shouldn't cut these because they're part of our mana base, but let's see if we could slim maybe here somewhere. I have 3 cuts to make. We'd definitely cut Karen's Grace. The life, while it was relevant there, it's not usually relevant to give everybody lifelink for a turn. It also anthems our creatures, but it's a big life swing when it works properly. I mean, like, the Forerunners was so important there, though. Well, we definitely don't cut Lena, because Lena is another selfless effect, and we want all the different selfless effects and Mark of Asylum. Maybe even Favor. I just need to survive the Angers, and then we can maybe win. So let's not cut Blade Historian. I think I'll cut Forerunners and Bonder and keep the Kenrith. I think the Kenrith's utility is actually, like, really starting to shine in my eyes. The fact that it can return a Wynota. I think Favor not in. I still like Favor. I mean, I know they showed us Wormcoil and they had the Cycler, but I still like that card. Oh, let's jam. I might be wrong, though. Favor's better against, like, the Fatal Push decks and the Path to Exile decks than it is the burn removal, obviously. We have Firelit Thicket, so I can fetch pretty much as many basics as I want. This card's great for us. I don't think we should run more than one, filter. But card's great for us. Nev's disc was just spoiled. Bolt, fine. You got it, opponent. You got it. Chalice on 1. I think they may not have Blood Moon in anymore. And if I went for planes there, I wouldn't be able to cast the Strangleroot on time. Spyro. Sterling Grove and Enchantress's Presence. Man, I gotta check out the spoils, Phoenix. Glyphweaver might be better to do than anything else, honestly. It looks like they're not setting up for an Anger, sure, but like I did say, I want to get this on the table, and it sets us up for going for Wynota on the subsequent, on the turn after. I'm not gonna attack into this. That does not seem worth. I have good blocks now. You think they're gonna try to destroy the Thicket? They might. They do play Cleansings. They also get to play Shatterskull, which is sweet. They're gonna Cleansing my planes, actually. Well, Evolution also just gets the job done. Sweet. Isn't it nice when that happens? Love it when a plan comes together, right? Let's go Stomping Ground. Tapped. Also, the white evoke creature was spoiled. Oh man, I gotta check that out. I liked the first two. They were interesting. If they don't have an answer, we're good to go. Oh, do they just have a sweeper? No blocks. Or they're like playing Ensnaring Bridge here. I have no idea. Anger? Okay. Did they not read? Did they not take the time to read that card? I don't understand what just happened here, folks. Did they just decide not to read my Selfless? I don't understand. I don't. You can Strangle and Evo? You're right, I should. This thing having haste is so relevant sometimes. More relevant than some of what Voice does for us. I get it. Like, Voice is way better against that. They're probably just dead. Yeah, Spyro over the Rogue. It's a pretty easy choice. We drew the Lena, sadly. Oh, let's give our Wynota haste. Why not? Vandal on the Chalice? I don't even really care. I'd rather just Spyro. And Double Striker? Such value. Such value. Why did we discard the White Notice? Because I didn't have a white source anymore. And I was all in on the Evo, which they really can't stop very easily. They don't really have a way to interact with Evo. And it's like, that's another thing, no offense. I think Prison is cool, and it's nice that, like, there's a semblance of a Prison archetype. Well, the premier Prison deck of the format really is, like, maybe even, no offense to like a mono red, what we just saw. I feel like it's like Panza, right? With Karns anyway. Probably like a build of Panza that plays Karn. Hey, look at us, we're 3-1. Hey, with a new build, good luck and have fun. With our meme of a mana base, like, look at my mana base. It has 2 tap black sources in it. Oh boy. The king returns. Yes, Kenrith is back. Does that make Lena his... No. She's the queen. I have no idea. Actually, I don't know anything about the lore of Lena. She looks more like a knight champion leader kind of person. She's a human knight. She leads the charge, and he sits. He's like the diplomat. She's the general. There we go. All right. This is probably a mulligan. You two, I'm 4. Want to split? We should play. We should play. I don't know if I can keep this opener. This hand's pretty bad. I mean, it's not horrible. Oh, this hand's even worse. This hand is like, I have to consider keeping the Black Bloom, and I have to consider naming Bird on Cavern. This one's like really bad. I don't really want to mulligan much more than that, though. But it may have been correct to mulligan even further. Do you think we should lead Gilded Goose instead of Birds, actually, because how vulnerable this hand is? I'm actually going to lead Goose. Without the intent to use the food just yet. We're just kind of try to debate a removal spell on the Gilded Goose, which they might do, which they don't. They're burn. We do have a burn plan now. A more solid burn plan than we have in the past. Draw us a land, please. Oh boy. Oh, it's a bird, though. It might be correct for me to go bird, actually. We'll still play the rogue. This is maybe the most awkward start we could have, but I think I didn't want to mulligan further. We've got Spyro next turn. Let's just do our thing. But seriously, draw me some lands because you're the Goblin Guide. Oof. Searing Blaze, that's really painful. It's one of their best draws. One of their best draws against us are the main deck Searing Blazes. It's just such a great tempo play for their deck. Nice, nice. Still get to cast my Spyro. Nice. Think you're bird tribal at this point? Maybe. Maybe they do. So we're going to pay for the colorless component of the Spyro with the Black Bloom. And if you're sitting there like, Bruce Spy, you should have said split. No. No. We're going to play. We're going to play. We're going to play. Here we go. And take a point of damage. And you know what? We're going to wheel... This Spyro's going to wheel perfect. It's going to wheel perfect into like another... not really. Okay, that was not perfect. But we have blocks now. We're 12. Goblin Guide's going to draw me another card, guys. Rift Bolt, okay. Alright, we're going to draw a Wynota, because why nota? It's going to happen. They're attacking into my Spyro. I accept. We could cast the Skyclave. They have 2 cards. I don't know if I want to, although... I might have to. What am I doing if I'm not skyclaving the Eidolon? I'm blocking it and I'm making a food token. I'm not making a food token. I don't have a green source. Never mind. So we're going to skyclave. I may just be dead here. But I think we have to play in such a way that we hope that we're not dead. This was after like a mulligan, right? And we kept like a really awkward 5 or 6, right? Going face. Face is the place. Show me 2 more burn spells. Swift Spear, excellent. That is not a burn spell. Oh, is this another blaze? You're kidding me, right? Oh, thank goodness that they're creatures. We actually might win. Yeah, they're gonna get their Lurrus next turn, but I have a chance to like make food. Bone Crushers, awkward. So we play the Foundry tapped. We also, let's not forget about the Spyro in the bin. So hold on. But like our objective is just to make food and eat it now, right? I don't think I need to do anything else. Like I just want to eat this food without taking any pain. Gonna ignore the Eidolon. We have blocks for it. Oh, you know what I just misplayed? I forgot they have Sunbakes. So I was supposed to do it during my own turn. I didn't think about them cracking Sunbake and still having enough mana to Skullcrack. Lava Spike me. Okay. They take damage. So that was a misplay on my part. Just the Swift Spear. They have 1 card in their hand. This is aggressive block from me. We will lose the Skyclave, and that's it. If they have another card, let's look at their graveyard. Do they have a dart? I don't see one. No, don't. He has a spike. You think so? No, he already cast spike. We could just jump. I'm going to go with this, though. He does get a 1/1 Illuge. We can turn off his Lurrus potential with Magus. I take damage to do it, though. I'm at 4 if I... Hold on. Can I stomp the Eidolon and also make food? I mean, I just need to make a food every turn and we win. Gosh, this Gilded Goose looks so good sometimes. Sorry, it's a 2/2 illusion, not a 1/1. We exiled the Eidolon. So can I make food and eat food and also do something else? Yes, but I would take pain to do it. Alright, if we have to shoot the Eidolon, we will. But I really don't want to. It takes them a turn to put the Lurrus into their hand. They bolting my Gilded Goose? Well, you've served us well. You've served us well, little buddy. We gained a lot of life off that Gilded Goose. Just the illusion. Alright, so let's go for the double block, see what they do. I think we have enough life, and that's like the famous person, like famous last words when it comes to Eidolons. So they're playing a second Eidolon here. Do we stomp the first one and then Magus to cut them, or do we just want to Spyro? I think I have to consider shooting. Yeah, we got to, right? Go to 8. Stomp the first. Second one comes down. They go to 6. So Arbor's a freebie. We'll play it. I could Moon, but we go to 4, but it cuts them off of the Lurrus. It cuts them off of all of their white burn spells. I don't really want to do more than just cast Magus of the Moon. But then Magus might just trade with the Eidolon. Just play Moon. If I play Moon, he probably swings, right? And tries to trade. Play Spyro tokens. I think Spyro tokens might be better, actually. Like, if they swing and forget about the Spyro, that's great for us. And then we just get to kill the Eidolon. They spend their turn putting Lurrus into their hand. Then we play Moon. I think we're Spyro tokening, for sure. And I can do it without taking pain off the Sunbaked Canyon. They have 1 card. This has been an interesting game. Like, I would love another Gildagoose off the top if I can't have a Wynota. Obviously, we'd love our build around. What did I evolve for? Or no, we lost it to a Spyro discard. That's right. So let's make our tokens. It's not like they don't know about it. Red, red. Like, I like taking game actions that don't hurt us. That seems smart. Alright, so if I Sunbaked, draw, and we hit Wynota, would I do that instead? Or should we do the more conservative approach, which is just play Gildagoose off this? I think we'll do the more conservative. Well, no. I might just die, right? If I play Bird, I take pain. I go to 4 and I try to gain the life, but then they Skullcrack me. I mean, we can't play around Skullcrack, really, anymore. Right? It's Skillcrack, if you're wondering the name of the card. Okay, so, hang on. They're at 6. If I attack everything, they have to take 2, they go down to 4. Then I play Goose. I think we attack. I think we attack, actually. Because I can chump. Like, their life total's so low now. This isn't like a Bauble Lurrus game anymore. Their life total's so low. We get 2 in for guaranteed. We play Goose because it also protects us in the form that we need a blocker. They kill the Arbor, which is correct. They go to 4. I mean, do I actually need to play the Goose, actually? What happens if they kill my bird and then attack us? We're still not dead. Like, maybe the wrong thing to do is actually do anything. He can't cast 2 spells anyway. Yeah. Yeah, we shouldn't Goose. I think I just say go. Like, we have some stuff. Oh, wow, they're just drawing. So we have stuff in our deck. Yeah, they can't afford to attack anymore. This is what is funny. It's almost like they're locked under their own Eidolon. We have stuff to draw to that's not... Like, I might just draw with my Sunbaked Canyon. Let's do that finally. Another Goose. Just give me a Wynota. Guys, I just have to ask for it. If they have Bolt, they die. This is game 1. Whoa, Gilded Goose MVP? MVP, Gilded Goose MVP. MVP, Gilded Goose. We don't really need the trample package for Burn, right? I like the Lenas. Does Burn have, like, Kozilek's Return for... I think they do, right? They play Kozilek's Return because they lose to Ariak champions. Right? Honk, honk, honk. Isn't that true? I don't even think we need to look that up. What a good game that was. Yeah, that's the most interesting game I think I've seen against Burn. Like, playing against a Burn. I'm glad we're not splitting. Look, we got him. Alright. Oh, they also just use Roiling Vortex, too, to stop it. I'd much rather they have Roiling Vortex than the other. But I'm pretty sure some of these builds are going to have Kozilek's Return in the sideboard. Maybe they just don't. Maybe they stopped doing that. Yeah, it looks like they don't. I don't see any Kozilek's Returns. It's fascinating to watch. Yeah, it was interesting. We could have lost if I like played the Goose. It seemed like it was right to play Goose, but maybe not. Yeah, it looks like they don't run it. I mean, in before my opponent is like the only burn player in the meta doing it. But I think I take that risk, right? Fiery Justice is fine in this matchup. We want to kill their things. I mean, Selfless Spirit is mana efficient enough that I might be interested in that. Mark of Asylum is amazing. Favor the Mighty because all of our creatures are bigger than theirs for the most part. I mean, Kenrith gains us life. We should maybe play the Kenrith too. But I'm going to cut on the Trample package a little bit and the Magus of the Moon. I know Moon cuts them off of their White Splash, but I'm not gonna run it. It doesn't do enough, I think. Teague can go, that's easy. Skoos could stay. Actually, I have room for a card. We want Lena, Kenrith, Grace, Historian. These are kind of our heavy hitters. Never cut the Spyros. No, never. We're running a Timely Reinforcements now, too. Skyclave is a bit inefficient. Like, I know we got to use it to some effect last game, but I feel like it's too much mana for what we're hoping to get out of a card in this matchup. I'd almost be happier with Selfless Spirit because it's just lower to the ground and it could protect something relevant. I mean, maybe we still play Selfless over Glyphweaver, but I still feel like Glyphweaver might be more useful than Apparition. It blocks better. It's a Winota hit, and we're kind of low on Winota hits now because I cut some stuff. Like, let's look at our human count, right? Human count is on the low. It's on the real low. It is 15. I think we got to put another human in. 10 seconds, Bruce by. We're already 3-1. We already did it, but let's get there. Let's get there. There's Favor, there's Glyph, here's a bird. This seems to come out of the gates. Obviously, it needs to draw into our build arounds, but I think this hand could work. Alright, Goblin Guy, draw some lands, please. Draw some lands because you're the Goblin Guide. Thank you. Just gotta ask for it, guys. Just gotta ask. Gotta have the ask. Okay, so we'll get to Bone Crush that. But let's go Bird. Well, we may not get to. They might go Eidolon here. Oof, they have the Blaze. Rough. We actually still managed to win despite them blazing us game one. Another Gorge? It's gorgeous, right? Isn't that gorgeous? Okay, we drew Grace. I have too many cards. We drew Grace. I can crush the Goblin Guide to not discard down. Right? I know there might be an Eidolon, but I don't really want to discard and lose a card. I don't really like the philosophy of discarding down, and I feel like if they had Eidolon, they may have considered playing it even still over the Blaze. But I might be wrong. I might just be hoping to be lucky and fade. You got it? You got it. I'm glad. We just want to set up for this Grace, right? Don't I just play Glyphweaver off of our basic planes? Rift. Yeah, we just want to get this off, right? When they're least expecting it. Or we take no damage at all by playing Cavern. That seems better. Human. I want to cast that side of this card. Funny enough, you can bring to light into this card and you get the deadly Vanity side. I was talking about that with somebody. I don't know when you would want that side, though. Choose a creature or planeswalker, then destroy all others. I mean, like, if you had a walker, this is when this is, like, juicier. Maybe they just killed my Glyphweaver, though. Nope, they're going face. I don't think I can afford to block here. Okay, well, now I certainly can't. I might just be dead. I'm at 9. Maybe I'm supposed to block. Maybe blocking is correct. I'm at 9. I think I just have to hope they don't have the nuts, right? Go to 6. Are you kidding me? They have the Skullcrack, maybe? Oh. Guys, they have the skill crack, maybe. I mean, I can flash the Grace during their turn. Maybe I can debate them into playing it now. Let me, I don't know. If they have some number of Skullcracks, we probably lose anyway. Lightning Helix. Okay. So no, I guess I should have just gone for it. I mean, I got scared, and I shouldn't have been scared. Don't be scared. Certainly not going to show them when we have Grace. So they had the Skullcrack. Now, did they draw this, or did they already have this, right? I guess the world will never know. We could ask them after the match, but I don't... I guess I shouldn't have been scared. I should have tried to go for it. Let's run it back. I don't think there's any change I want to make. I should have just gone for it, but, like, did they draw the Skullcrack? Or was the Skullcrack already in their hand? But I think... Interesting version. Winota used to play. Deck was super strong. Randall, I would love to... I'd be interested... Oh, don't look at the visual deck list. Look at what Stream Decker Bot is saying. I'd love to see some of your technology, because I don't think that I've solved it. I don't think this is a deck that you can really solve, to be honest. But I'm trying a different angle than just, like, playset of Angrass Marauders. I'm trying a different angle than just playset of Geist Honored Monk, which is everybody that... Most lists I've looked at and most people I've talked with have said that that's, like, the right build. Were you doing, like, Yorion? I've seen Yorion. I've seen there was, like, a Weird Humans one. Most of the ones that I'd be interested in playing if I wasn't playing this Naya take would be, like, a Death and Taxes build, perhaps. Hey, what's up, Jade? Renderock, I would be elated if you shared your technology. Don't have my deck list, but it was a 4 of. Do you mind telling us more about it and sharing it with us, with the rest of the class? I would very much be interested. So my human count for this build is 17 because I snuck in a couple of rogues into the mana base, which are really heavy and terrible and wonderful at the same time. No champs for voice. I do like voice. I do miss voice. I think voice gives us a much better... I'm trying to compensate for the control matchups by utilizing caverns. I've got a couple of greedy caverns. I'm playing 2 now, caverns. No champions. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Champion is kind of a cop-out if you're not playing, like, Marauders, I think. I'm just trying to... Maybe it's like a speed bump. Certainly useful against burn. I did submit, so they're still tanking over there and thinking about their sideboard and their life. Playing 4 Skyclaves. Skyclave is great. I'm playing mine as a tutor target in this build, but I could see more. I was having issues with being a white, red, green mana base, so I moved away from running a lot of white cards. Certainly if I'm going to be doing rogues, I don't know if I... Like, some of my earlier iterations look like this. I'll show you even just a couple iterations back. We swore by Ranger Knight Captain. This was like a Fauna Shaman build. I've even tried Vengevine, but that didn't really work. Anyway, so this was even just a few iterations ago. This is what I was doing. Shamans. I had a Legion Loyalist as a tutor target for Ranger, and Legion Loyalist synergizes with Proud Wildbonder. We moved away from that. Now I'm doing this and sort. And I actually kind of like the direction we're headed in. I'm a little bit more resilient to the Anger of the Gods decks. And we actually played against a few different sweeper-heavy decks in today's league, so like having the extra anti-sweep technology was great. All right, let's make sure that we mulligan when we need to. It's burn after all. Like let's mulligan when we need to. Gilded Geese are great. They don't need to live. They just need to make me food. Speaking of which, this is a Gilded Goose opener. I think a keep. The sand seems fine. It's a little land heavy. A little sad to see the Dryad in the opener, but I don't think we throw away a Goose Spyro Winota hand. And if we have to, we could discard some land to this Spyro. Obviously, I don't want to do that. if I don't have to. Oh, absolutely, Rag. Yeah, we're going to be playing it. I don't know, though. It's funny. I play against Burn, and, like, Gilded Goose is almost better than playing all the birds, you know? I don't know. Ignoble will be great. Bolt my face. They're just asking me to Spyro. Alright, we will shock. It's not a fetch shock. It's just a shock. Just a little prick. So let's Spyro away the Strangle and the Arbor? Probably the Arbor. It doesn't give me a token, but I think I want the untapped land kind of guaranteed. Wow, we just drew it timely. Fantastic. You think you would go with Bird of Paradise instead of Gilded Goose? I don't know. I don't know. I think Bird is like better in a lot of situations, but then it's like we come up against Burn and like I'm really into Gilded Goose. But I don't know. Bolt my face. Bolt my face. We get it. We get it, opponent. Could I die if I actually can't Wynota right now. I think I just gain the life off the timely and set up to Wynota next turn. And this is the issue with Gilded Goose. You're seeing it right here, right? Yeah, let's just gain the life. No Raisin. That's why we're playing this card. Doesn't always make us creatures. Doesn't need to here. We've got another basic. I am playing 2 basic forests. Put them to 12. Goose is good. You would probably play both. Goblin Guide. Draw us a land. Don't mind seeing a... I wouldn't mind them drawing me into the forest itself. I'd love a different non-pain land, like a land that we don't have to take any damage on would be great here. That wasn't in the cards. That's okay. Go to 11. Do they have the path? They do not. Lena. Make 4? And now we have some resiliency to Kozilek's Eternal, though I don't think they're playing it. We got there. Opponent says split with me. But we were brave. You guys want to open some chests and get very, very sad? Oh, that's a 4-1. Hey, we got the 4-1. It's been a while since we had a 4-1. And with Wynota anyway. Not since we've had 4-1s at all. Let's open them one at a time. Because, like, we've been doing the open all of these, and I've been kind of sad when we do it that way. So let's open one. Let's open one. Oh, man, Flame Break. Another Squirrel Avatar. I already have a bunch of that. That was kind of a sad chest. All right, next chest. Yes. Bishop of Binding. All right, next. Here we go. A Kaldheim Booster. Okay. Next chest. Wow, that was terrible in Avara. 10 points. And that was it? Okay. Oh no, quantity 2. Quantity 1. That last chest was trying to hide from me. And open. Alright, they were terrible. Oh, there was a booster in one of them. And some play points. Alright, sweet. So that was a great league. I'm almost tempted to run it back. I don't know if I make any adjustments. There were some games where I think I should have mulliganed, and I didn't, just out of my ignorance of playing with some of the new pieces. Specifically, I think the rogues. I think I should try to aggressively mulligan those away, much like a lot of the other powerful humans. Like, and I'm sure Wynota does that, right? Like other Wynota builds too. It's okay, Randoruk. I appreciate you like telling us that you just had a straight up playset of Skyclave. Skyclave seems great. It's great removal. That also triggers Wynota. Like that design philosophy seems fine to me. Of just playing, just play that many. You like this new iteration, says Brave. I've really liked how this has performed too. I've been pleasantly surprised. I actually was playing 2 Bone Crushers. I kind of want to play 2 Bone Crusher. It's a working. It's a working. Yeah, I kind of do want to play 2 Bone Crusher, but I ran out of room. We could just cut the Toski. I think we're a little bit better against the control decks in the format now. Could cut the Tosk. Not positive about the Skyclave, actually. I like having it as a tutor target, though, for evolution. So let me show you how this kind of stacks up. So this is, these are all our non-humies, almost. And then I have my humies, and then I have my evolutions. And then, of course, the Spyros are kind of a human, but not a human. But total, thanks to the rogues, we got our count up to 17. It was previously 15. And we were missing quite a bit on our Wynota triggers. You'd be surprised how often the only thing I get to choose is the rogue. I tried as many as 3. I think 3 was too many. I like 2. I do remember playing 4 Geist, 4 Voice, though. Drawing up a new list right now. I think I like Strangleroot because it, well, I guess as we cut Toski, maybe I'll want Voices again. I don't know. Voice is nice because it's huge, but Strangleroot has better synergy for Evo. It just depends. Are you trying to be... I mean, maybe we are the grindier take on this deck, right? Like, that's something for me to think about, is maybe we are a grindier build because we've got, like, bullets. Like, we've got quite a few different silver bullets to choose from in the main board. Moon, a Spellskite, an Apparition, an Ooze, and I'm actually main decking the Teague now. Teague used to be in the sideboard. I'm just main decking it now. I think there's enough decks for it in the format. And some of which they aren't as punished by Moon, and yet Teague would still work. It's also just a 2-drop that we can evolve. It's a 2-drop that is a non-human. I think it's fine. Yeah, I kind of would like a second Bone Crusher. I don't know how I feel about the Toski. I might just like to lower our curve and just have a little bit more interaction, because we do need to kill, like we may have gotten... I mean, there's always luck involved, but yeah, I've liked these for their synergy. Granted, I think that you can make an argument that Nest Invader could also be good in this slot. I think Voices would just make us really naturally good, much better against like the blue decks in the format. So if you wanted to do that angle, then we cut the second Cavern perhaps and the Toski. Hang on, let me... I should have made a new edition. It's too late now. Bone Crusher. I've got it saved on Stream Decker. It's fine. So maybe second Bone Crush and then Voices. I mean, the haste on the Strangleroots was really, really great, but maybe Voices. But the tokens are huge. Yeah, they do get huge. And I think that the tokens would play really nicely with some of the nonsense I'm doing with Bonder and such, right? Or sorry, Kenrith and... oh, I'm not playing the other way to give everybody trample, though. I cut it. That almost makes me want to do the meme, which was either Archetype or... Hang on. I don't know, maybe we just play it in addition, because I've had a few games where we just didn't... Yeah, we used to play this guy. Give everybody flying, they lose flying. That's actually really hilarious. Archetype, there's like a human that gives all of our creatures trample. This one. There's also the Guild Mage, Skarg Guild Mage. Poor squirrel, yeah. So there's a few different cards we've tried to... I mean, maybe we should just play 2 Kenriths or a Legion Loyalist, right? Before we play these, because these are pretty bad. Skarg is less mana. His activation is costly, though. But we don't always need to, like, really... The spots where I need to activate the... Okay, we get trample is when I have Bonder, right? Kenrith, of course, is the better piece for enabling Proud Wild Bonder, because he just has single red, trample haste to all creatures. So I don't know which piece we're supposed to run. I don't think we run all 3. The Forerunners was great. There were several board states where I wouldn't have run if I didn't have Forerunners. Would not have won if I didn't have Forerunners. I think I'm fine with that. I think I'm fine with Kenrith being evolutionable and being what we use to turn on the voice token. So let's actually keep running the Forerunners. And that saves us room for what? One more card, right? Because I cut the squirrel. Right? Why do I have room for a card? Why do we have room for a card, guys? What did I do to our deck? What have I done to our deck? What did I do? Did I move the... No, Teague's still there. I cut the goose. What have I done? Did I cut a land accidentally? I did. This is only 22. Oh, I cut the second Cavern of Souls. There we go. Which I think I think 2 caverns was actually really, really greedy. So maybe just 1. These are tap lands. These don't really make mana for us turn 1, kind of. I think Cavern and the Filter land fit into that category of not really making us mana turn 1. We cut a Cavern and we added the Voices. That's right. Weren't we 22 lands, 21 lands before? Right now, if we count the Black Blooms, which I do, they are a land drop, albeit tapped and colorless essentially for us. I was actually trying to run some weird lands that were filtering this into our colors. I was running like what is it, Forbidden Cave or whatever. Not Cave of Wonders. It's like there's some bad filter lands that do work with an off color like that. See if I can find it. It was from Modern Masters 1, Cave of Temptation. Like I looked into some weird cards like this. This is tap and then filter, but the problem is it's not as efficient a filter. I even looked into playing like Fetid. What is it? Not Fetid Heath. The green. Well, we don't need it anymore if we're not going to play the Geists. So like my colors change, and now I almost want access to white more easily. I almost would rather just run another like Arid Mesa if we're going to play Voice. Just something to think about. Do we think that 22 lands is too many? The thing is several of them are non-lands. Like, they are creatures. They're not really lands. They're tap lands. We could play more Horizon lands. These have been good. I'm playing 2 right now. A Sunbaked and a Horizon Canopy. We could just add the 3rd Copperline Gorge and take less damage, too. I mean, the White Splash is not that prevalent, right? It's pretty small. I mean, like, there's white requirements. Yes, like, the deck has white requirements to it. But the red on Spyro is often more important. I don't know. Yeah, maybe another fetch would be smart. We did have color issues a few matches tonight. And, yeah, another Arid Mesa, maybe. I don't know if I want the second Plains, even though we do have some white cards. The second Plains was always pretty tough on us, especially since I'm playing Firelit. Firelit Thicket I'm playing because we're a Spyro Evo deck. I think if I was to play another fetch, it'd probably be second Arid Mesa. You might miss Geist a little. I like Geist a lot. I mean, this is just a grindier, slower build, right? This is more naturally resilient to the blue decks in the format. This is just, we make big elementals. But we should try this. Yeah, I think that there's merit to a Voice of Resurgence build. And now our mana's a little cleaner with the extra fetch entering the fray. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, you're trying to do different things. If you instead of play, like, Geist is the better synergy card because it's, the Unearth just works so well with Eldritch Evolution. I mean, in fairness, who was it? Radarok said that they were playing both Voices and Geists. I don't really have room for both in my build because I've decided that I want to play Silver Bullets instead. Which I do stand by the way. Like, games that the Wynota's not going to win fast enough, we have these Silver Bullets that can perhaps win instead for us. The major ones being Moon and Teague, but to just maybe win the game. But oh yeah, we added a second Bone Crush. That's what I did, which I think is good. Like, we have to kill things like Eidolon and such. Like, I think it's a good idea. We've played them before to some success. No more than like 2 or 3. And it's nice that it's like, yes, it's removal, but it's not lowering our creature count, which is really nice. It's just a grindy card. Like this makes a lot more sense if we're playing Voices. We're just trying to be grindier. So this will make us a little bit slower than before, but I think that's fine. It's not like I'm playing Engrass Marauders anyway, or even Geist. The Voice tokens kind of act as a Geist in a sense too. And I think the Voice works really, really well with like Kenrith and such and some other pieces. Silence said I like the explosive turn 4 wins more. Yeah, I mean, I think there's merit to that too, right? We do really get picked apart by like Esper Control. So like this build might be a little bit better against Esper Control. That's really the trade-off. I don't know. Let's get those cards and maybe run it back and see if we like it or not. Watch us like run into. We actually didn't run into a lot of control our last league. What did we play? We played Burn, Titan, like 2 different Titan decks. Titan decks seem to be pretty popular. Burn, some other cool something. Oh yeah, we played round 1. I played against a red black graveyard kind of a deck. Not 100%. Think this is the main deck. I had a different double striker over Historian. Forget the name. You probably were playing Marauders. Oh, that was back before Blade Historian. You were playing the one that when it enters play, everybody gets double strike. I've seen that one. Yes, I know what you're referring to. There is another card that you could be playing. Gosh, I remember when Voice was actually pretty expensive. Also, part of the plan is to Evo Voice. Yes, we want to Evo the voices. Yes. We want to unlock their potential. Or our opponents unlock their potential for us. This also lets us punish our opponents trying to interact with us, going for Evo Winota. So like if there's a lot of blue in the meta, like if I have to choose, if I only have enough room for either Geist or Voice, or we could just do a split even. 1 copy alongside the Marauders. Nice. Yeah, the 5-drop. I think Blade Historian is a little bit better because it's just less mana, but I could be wrong. We do have a lot of forests. Now, if I draw the Firelit Thicket, I can filter them into the red and still cast this, but... You were playing 1 Magus. Yep, I like the Magus. You were playing Eladamri's Call. I like Eladamri's Call. I wanted to like it more. I've tried a lot of different supplemental tutors. We've played, especially since I'm like a more silvery bullet kind of build, I have not found a tutor that I'm happy with. We tried Fauna Shaman. It's just a little slow and clunky. I have tried Eladamri's Call. I like Eladamri's Call, especially if we were playing like Aethervial. I've tried Call. I think Call is maybe the closest to like winning my affections. You were only playing 1. I think 1 is good. I mean, if there's something else we could cut, like the first Eladamri's Call could be a consideration. Maybe 2 Bone Crushers is silly. Maybe main deck Teague is silly. We put this in the sideboard, cut something. I don't know. We could try to make room for it. The Mark is maybe one of the most specific cards I have, but it's like really good in the meta. There's so much burn removal. But like Favor can do what Mark does, but it also does what Mark does for us against. Also Fatal Push, occasionally like Path, Trophy. I'm trying to list all the different things that kill Winota. Dismember. So I do like that Favor does a better job protecting. All right, Evolution is better for sure, but you wanted more consistency. Did you get me lunch? Is that dinner? I'm just kidding, Zach. Yeah, we could sideboard the Teagster and play the first Call. I'm okay making little adjustments in between the leagues. I have missed some of the consistency. We used to run like Fauna Shamans and such. Eladamri's Call. At one point you were crushing with it. Nice. If I can spell Eladamri's Call right. We also even tried like a bunch of other tutors too. Like we have tried even like a Court of Calling build. Company is interesting, but it just doesn't hit the Winota. There we go. I have two of them. Yeah, I think the first Eladamri's Call might still be fine. I have a lot of silver bullets. And maybe it's not main deck Skite. Maybe it's main deck Teague. I like the main board Skite, though. Especially since I'm not playing... I used to swear by a play set of Givers, and then I slowly cut the Giver of Runes over time. We slowly cut them. Could cut the Justice even. This is just a card that makes me happy. I don't think it's actually all that great right now. It's a lot better if there's a lot more Shadow running around. There's not as much Death Shadow decks running around, so this is kind of like... I might even cut this before I cut Mark. Alright, so let's run like this. This is still with the trample package. I think the Skyclave is quite important. If you're not on the play, you need some interaction. Yeah. Oh, you mean more than just the tutor target? Is that what you mean? I'm moving over the lands that aren't really turn 1 lands. Now we're running 18 turn 1 lands. I think that's going to be a lot more consistent. Like, it's fun to think about these technology lands and such. I'm fine with our tech lands just being the Cavern, the Arbor as a fetch target, and the Black Blooms. Let's run it like this. I don't promise to finish this league, but I'll start it. Nice, the 4-1. What was our loss? I should have looked. Oh, you know what it was? It was Red-White Prowess. They drew 3 Kozilek's returns, and I did not have the I didn't have the selfless creature. I have 3 different selfless effects in the build now. See, that looks great. This looks like a good one. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Been enjoying stream for you guys. Why did I cut Marauders? Because I want to be able to cast my cards. I think that it's very possible, not possible, I think it's very likely, actually, that rather this Gilded Goose gets killed by the removal spell, right? It's very possible that that the Marauders builds or the Geist Honored Monk builds are just the better builds. I'm trying to break new ground with the deck, if you're wondering. So the synergies, the stitching together, the combo, some sort of like Trample Anthem combo. Yeah. Bolt my Goose. Predictable. Predictable. Then they play Confidant, and then we Bone Crush it, right? That'd be sweet. Stomp their Confidant. Stomp their Scavenging Ooze. What do we pitch here? I probably consider dumping the Bone Crusher, actually. Or the Bird. I have 3 lands. I might just dump the Bird. Oh no, I should have dumped the... Hang on. Can I undo? Yeah. I should actually dump the Apparition, right? There's no guarantee I'm going to get to the other... And, like, it's good in this matchup. There's certainly targets. I don't have the colors for it yet, though. I think it's greedy to keep. Like, I would have to... Like, the Bird would have to live for that to be... Okay, we drew a Winota. That's good. Okay with it. Birds. I'm glad we sequenced the way that we did. That we Goose, we got our food, but it died. Now we have a Bird. Kill my other Bird. Speaking of Stomp. Speaking of Stomp. We're just going to Spyro, right? In this matchup, I'd rather have the Sunbaked Canyon than the Windswept, but if I just want to fetch now and I'm keeping this anyway, aren't I ditching both of these, or am I ditching this and the land? I think I'm ditching this and the land, actually, and keeping the Winota. Change my mind. I'm okay if it's only making 1 token. I think I'm going to keep the Winota. Do hit 4th land, it's going to be a little painful. Voice can be good in this matchup, too. Obviously, there's like a Fatal Push maybe looming over there for my Winota. Could be a Thoughtseize that happens here. Oh, Junda's tough for us, but not impossible. That is great news. I think we definitely trade the Elemental token for a Winota trigger. We're not doing it to not do it. Also, I don't want to lose this to a Thoughtseize. I don't think I swing the Spyro because I'd have to hit the Double Striker. If I don't hit the Double Striker off this trigger, I'm just throwing this Season Pyro away. Well, I guess they would block the Pyro instead of the Elemental token. Actually, we're swinging with both. I talked myself into it. Kenrith, hey, sweet. It's not a bad hit. So they probably kill the Elemental token. They kill my Spyro, that's great. That probably means they have the removal spell for the Winota, though. But now we have a hasty Voice of Resurgence, even if they do have... I'd be very surprised if they didn't have the removal spell for the Winota. Rad says they're going to block the token. They actually did not. And we're very thankful. I got to chip in a little more damage there. Rewarded a little bit for... This is outside of Fatal Push regions. So it's like, even if they get rid of the Winota, like Kenrith could theoretically, if I hit like a... oh, Bloodbraid, don't hit, don't hit, don't hit, don't hit. Tarmogoofy, that's maybe fine. The haste on Kenrith is so good. You're gonna see it here, Radarok. I swear by the Kenrith since we started playing with it. Watch, I get to make all of these hasty. I could even just like make Spyro tokens instead. Nah, I think it's more correct for me to go. Watch this. This is just so nutters. And haste. And kill you. And I can give trample to the wow, he whiffed. It happens a lot less since I've added the rogues, but it does still happen. Whoa, Lena? Holy Hera. Holy Skagoli. And they're a fair deck too, so they can't handle me making a million soldiers. You kidding me? Oh wow, we hit the combo. Instead of Blade Historian, I'm actually gonna take Wild. Oh, we don't have to show them. Wild Bonder was actually better than Blade Historian there because it invalidated their blocks because we had the Kenrith. Yeah, Kenrith is maybe the best card in the deck actually, or one of the best humans I can hit off the Wynota. Like, yes, it costs mana for me to use his abilities, but like I'm surprised I never played this. Somebody suggested this card to me a long time ago when I started deviating from just the plain Angraths, the plain Geist Honored Monks builds of Wynota. We will run this until the end of time, even if I cut the silly Wild Bonder idea. Yeah, Wild Bonder plus Kenrith and or I still haven't figured out what the other piece is. I think it's Kolaghan Forerunners. Because this just naturally has trample, so like this plus this, you can just like hit them for 15 and they can't block it. I mean, they can, it doesn't work. I think that's the better piece. Like, I've run some weird bad cards, like I was showing you earlier, like Archetype, or I think even Legion Loyalist is better because it invalidates my opponent's like tokens. Anyway, Jund, how do we beat Jund? Speaking of which, I might not get to run some of this package against them. It might be too cute. Jund, like each of our cards, we can't really do the whole sum of the parts thing. If we think they're on Confidants, I need to still run my Crushers. I think they might be. Magus of the Moon can sometimes got them, but I'm not going to run it necessarily. Scooz is great. The Call is a little clunky against Jund. Let's make sure we get on our other stuff first. So, good stuff against Jund. We want Mark and Favor. We want to be able to invalidate their bolts, and we want to be able to invalidate their fatal pushes. I want to stop their angers that they might have in their sideboard, so I want both of my selfless effects. I want my Veils, perhaps. That's about it. So I don't know if we can run all this. I don't know if I can cut that many humans, though. I don't know if I can cut that many. I might cut like a Goose, even. Oh, you know what's really bad in this matchup is the Arbor. Let's cut the Arbor before I cut a Goose, right? I don't run the Dryad Arbor against Jund, I don't think. Both of our Protector enchantments, the Skite, the Ooze. Crusher's got to stay, I think, because Confidant. It's a good card. Yeah, I think we just try to get there off of Historian, Kenrith, and Lena. And just value. Like, we can just value them out. This is like, not very many humans, though. So, like, with this few humans, we're going to whiff sometimes. Right, I have 14 humans right now in. So let's just we'll miss sometimes. Is Call better than Evolution? No. No, let's run it like this. It's not really about bullets. Maybe I should have run the Phyrexian Revoker actually. There is Wrenn and 6 to name. I should have brought this in actually. There's also Liliana, their own Scavenging Ooze. This hand is a little awkward, but we're on the draw. I really don't like mulliganing against Dredge. I mean, wow, I said Dredge. I meant Jund. I don't like mulliganing against Dredge either. Please give us a land. Okay, that's kind of a land. I'm going to kill my bird. Thanks, Radarok. I really appreciate the... gotta go. Thanks for stopping by. Let's go Temple Garden because of my hand. Bolt the bird. Push the bird. Tarmogoyf, that's fantastic for us. I'm very glad that's what they did with their turn instead. Oh wow, we drew the land. I could just exile the Tarmogoyf for tempo's sake. I kind of would rather get the Favor going with Selfless though. Or no, I can't do both. As much as I want to get this on the table, it's not effective yet. It might honestly be something like Bird Selfless. If they take the favor, so be it. If they had hand disruption, they would have done it turn 1. Pretty clearly. Maelstrom Pulse. Okay. Let's let that not happen to my birds. Let's not do that, opponent. Do you think they should have Maelstrom Pulse there? Because I had the self. I'm very glad I played the Selfless Spirit. Like, holy crap, I'm glad. So we could Apparition this. I'd almost rather just Spyro, though. My hand's kind of clumped. I think we Spyro. I'm almost positive that we're going to Spyro. Just get our engine going. Let's dump Kenrith. He's so much mana. I might let go of the favor. Finally. I like it in this matchup. I do. And I'd almost rather have it than me Apparitioning the Tarmogoyf. This is going to give protection to my Skyclip. Actually, to my Spyro. Let's actually keep it. Land drop. I can play it. Fantastic. That was what we wanted. Now I'll have a protection threat. I kind of need more red mana, but I also don't want to take damage here. Maybe that's greedy. Alright, we have a protection Pyro now. Obviously, they could go like land Bloodbraid Elf and then the Pyro loses the protection. Renin 6 gets to shoot my birdie. We're good to go, though. So we're going to dump the Voice, and I'm going to Evo the Spyro. Yeah. And we'll have a protection from all colors Wynota, which seems great against Jund. This is kind of like a super secret tech kind of a thing. I mean, it's not super secret. Yeah, I'm not going to attack yet. I mean, I could kill the Renin 6 there with the Spyro. They wouldn't be able to block. Now this has Pro all colors. Now to lose it. And let's swing both of these at Renin 6 and see if we can't kill the Renin 6. Actually, no, we attack them, right? And then we send the 2 things that we hope to hit through the Renin 6. Yeah. So let's send this at Ren. We need to send one more human to the Renin 6. Let's hit it. We do. And we have Anger the Gods. Protection because we hit the Selfless. Fantastical. Fantastique. They kill a token, which is correct. Like, they have to get this off the table. We win the match. Like, they have to... I'm seriously... I have lots of conversations with you guys about how people keep thinking that Favor of the Mighty is such a meme. Like it is, but I feel like there's so many decks that just can't get around it. And we go bigger. Like, yes, they have 2 or 3 Bloodbraid Elves. The latest Jund lists I've seen anywhere, like maybe 2 or 3. So, like, yes, they have other creatures that also will benefit from the Favor. But they don't take the protection off Wynota. It's each. Favor of the Mighty says each. So unless they're playing like Tazagar, which they don't do, they won't get... There are very few decks that go bigger size-wise than us. Converted mana cost-wise. Like, there are some, and those are matchups where I might consider not playing Favor. But for matchups where, like, everybody's doing, like, Lurrus stuff, right? Everybody's, like, shrinking the CMC of their deck. So this basically just reads, you can't kill the most important piece of my deck for 2 mana. I mean, like, that. I think that's really insane. It often also gives the Spyros protection from all colors. It's colors, right? Or is it just protection from everything? It's all colors. So Eldrazi Tron, of course, is something that we don't bring it in against. So, like, I do know that it's a cyber card. I know this is very specific. But hopefully you guys see what I'm getting at with that card. I don't think it's a meme. Like, yes, it's more obvious to be like, oh, Mark of Asylum. Like, that makes a lot of sense. Your mana dorks are getting lava darted in the meta. Like, this seems like a really reasonable card. Like, I actually think Favor is better in a lot of situations. And if I only had room for one or the other, I would probably pick Favor instead of Mark. But it's easy for me to have that whole conversation with you guys again after you saw it be insane against our Jund opponent. Like, they just scooped. They were like, I'm done. I'm done. This card's dumb. I'm done. This deck's dumb. I'm done. I'm pretending to be them. Sweet. So the deck's coming along. Hope you guys are enjoying my content. If you haven't smashed the like button or the follow button, subscribe, please do. You get to see fresh content coming out. We should be playing some other decks pretty soon. I'm kind of thinking that we'll be off the Wynota plan as like a mainstay of the stream. Just with all the new cards coming out, it's hard for me not to be tempted to play other things. But it's been cool working on this deck and kind of getting it to this state. And I think this deck has a lot more fun replayability than the other iterations of Wynota. We can keep this because the Arid Mesa. Imagine if this was the... because we did just swap a Cavern into an Arid Mesa. We could keep this hand due to that. Hey. Good luck and have fun. Mesa go. Alright, well, I still think we jam our bird. We could go... Since we have the plains, I could maybe go basic forest into Goose instead of shocking. And they bolt this, but that's okay. We still have several other lands. Oh, they're not killing it. Panza, and then I have plains, and we're happy, we're fine. Well, they're not going to turn to the moon. They don't have Magus anymore. Surely this isn't Panza. This is Jund. This is the Mirror. This is Dredge, actually. Nope, Thug, Loam. Oh boy. They hit 2 Creeping Chills and an Ox of Agonis. I really, really wish I had my Scavenging Ooze in hand. I don't. Go down to 13. Magus of the Moon. We can cut them off of some of their deck, but not enough. Like, I cut them off Loam. I cut them off more Thrillings, but they're just going to cast this Ox. That's unfortunate. Might just want to play Spellskite, even. Like, we need to set up as best we can for the Wynota. Maybe it's just play Voice, honestly. I just want to play the Voice. Like playing Spellskite's good because they run Conflag, and some of them even main deck Lightning Axe. Voice is just more meaty, and it's going to have more meaningful blocks for us. This is a tough call. It's not Magus because we give up the food to do it. I think it might actually be Spellskite. I think the Conflag is scary enough. Lightning Axe is a potential. It's usually more prevalent in their sideboard, though. Dredge, they get a Narc. We do have one or more cards to bring in. I do get to bring in the Remorseful Cleric as a tutor target. Sacrifice Remorseful Cleric, exile our targets. They don't have a Dredger, do they? Now they do. Oh boy. They hit an Amalgam, and they hit a Creeping Chill, and they hit a Narc. I think we're just dead. I'll have to hit like a really, really, really amazing hit off of this one Wynota trigger. And Wynota blocks Surprised Amalgam, so I don't know if I should just scoop. It's unfortunate that I have the Arid Mesa, though. I need a different land. And well, that is a land, kind of. Like, fetch Shocking down to 7 with the board state the way that it is. It's probably... like, what would I have to hit? I'd have to hit exactly our life gain guy, right? Like, is there any... Well, I guess Lena would also buy me enough blocks. We should try. There's a couple of hits that buy us enough. Potentially buy us anything. Stomping Ground. I think we go for it. Like, it sucks to show them what we're doing, but it's not like Dredge really has a whole lot that they change based on seeing this. If it wasn't one of those 2 hits, we wouldn't show it to them anyway. Yeah, Dredge is tough, but not impossible. We've beaten it before. It's not great, but we can beat it. Selfless. Mark also stops Conflag. Remorseful Cleric is the all-star here. Timely Reinforcements even, they can go wider than us more quickly than us. Teague can stay. Things that get cut, I actually do like leaving in Heron's Grace. I do like having our potential to break through. Skyclave is just not what this matchup is about. Arguably, I think the matchup isn't about Timely either. Or Magus even. Magus just doesn't happen fast enough. I don't think we cut any of our finishers. 2 cuts to make. Okay. I think Timely is also just too slow. I think we just need to make sure that we're a little bit less soft to Lightning Axe, and we need to make sure that we're a little bit less soft to the Conflagrates. And I think the selfless creatures are going to do that. I think the Spellskite will do that. The Gaddock Teague will do that. Maybe Eladamri's Call is too slow. Maybe that's what gets cut. Although, granted, it lets me tutor up the Skoos. No. We want that extra tutor. We do. I don't know. I could cut a Voice. That's kind of just filler. I'll cut a Voice. It's kind of fillery. Filigree. It's fillery. It's our human count. Human count looks great. 17. Yeah, humans count as 17. Let's rock, and let's mulligan to our Graveyard Hate, shall we? If we can. Frostodon's interesting, but I have some life gain still in the deck, right? The Heron's Grace. So I don't think we want Frostodon here. I mean, maybe Timely is better than the third Voice, even. Oh, let's actually try that. So I have thought about Timely for this matchup in the past. Really liking the inclusion of Lena as another sweeper effect. I mean, that's essentially what Conflagrate does to us in this matchup. I mean, it's essentially a one-sided sweeper. It's pretty insane. Human count is still 17. That's great. It's pretty good. All right, so this hand has tutors. We need to think of this hand as having access to the Selfless Spirit. We do have to name Bird on this Cavern, though. But I do have the ability to filter into the Evo. So, funny enough, I'm going to name Bird. Happens sometimes. There's 8 of them. Don't worry about it. And I don't think I even sit here in Spyro, right? I mean, like, maybe it'll look like we have time to Spyro, but it's Dredge. Like, you just get this, you just get the Spirit. Obviously, they might have a Lightning Axe that they get to spend on it beforehand, though. This is probably their turn 1 artifact thing. Oh, wow, they just Lightning Axe right now. Okay. We draw the Teagster. Can't cast the Teagster. Might just have to Spyro. This is probably a reunion effect. They have 8 of them now, thanks to the new printing, and we're probably just dead. Dark Blast came in. There's an Ox. So the problem is I didn't stick the bird, so I'm not able to evolution right now when I need to. So we're just racing, which we won't. That's so sad. They killed the bird with the axe, which is really clutch for them. I guess I keep both evolutions. I mean, I can evolve into the Wynota next turn and just hope to hit the nuts, right? Yeah, we're not going to. There's a Conflag. They could even just Conflag us right now. Dredge, it'll get you. Like, this draw from theirs is actually really good. Like, I wonder... I mean, yes, turn 2 Rest in Peace would have set them back, right? If that's what I did this last turn instead. And we've thought about Rest in Peace for our sideboard if we want to be a little bit better against Dredge. I mean, I'd rather have a tutorable Rest in Peace, sort of. A pseudo... Not selfless. The Remorseful Cleric. Like, I like that between Remorseful and Scavenging Ooze. Like, in the Ooze's main deck, the last time we played against Dredge, we actually did win, but they may have had a less explosive draw. So, I think it's a combination of they have to have a less explosive draw, and I think they're just conflagging me. They're taking a slower approach. Gosh, if I just top deck the... Actually, no, I have the Selfless Spirit. I can just nuke their graveyard. We win. I have the Dryad Arbor in still. Please tell me I still have the Dryad Arbor in. We win. I didn't think about it, and I was getting all sad, and that is why we run this card. Tutorable Rest in Peace, basically. Well, we don't win immediately. Like, we're going to play more Magic. But that's obviously what I want to be able to do. Do we just crack this now? I almost clicked the Selfless Spirit. The Remorseful Cleric. Do we crack this now or do we wait? I think I just crack it now. I have 1 card left. So there goes their graveyard, and they have 2 Narcomoebas. Can we beat 2 Narcomoebas? They Dark Blast one of their own Narcomoebas. They have a Dredger going. Gosh, they hit a Creeping Chill and a Stinkweed? You're kidding me, Smalls. Holy Hera. Ugh. Drew the Wynota. Do we play the Wynota, or do we... If I Spyro, I can tuck the Evolution in the Mesa. I think that's better. If I Spyro, keep the Wynota, hope to hit a different land. We have plenty of lands now. I think we will. Certainly more than in the past. I don't really know if I want to fetch. I'm at 11. Well, we have Spyros, though, in the bin. Probably should. We really slowed them down, but we might still lose. Dark Blast my Elemental. Yep. I forgot about the Dark Blast. No, I saw the Dark Blast. Yeah, we still lose. Their deck's so good. Their deck, it's just like, ugh. I love it. I hate it, but I love it. It's just like, we did like exactly what you need to do and still lost. Or rather, we did exactly what our deck's plan is, to like try to get as juicy of a Selfless Spirit as possible, and we still lose, probably. Maybe not. There's a conflict, but they have no cards in their hand. Let's not throw in the towel just yet. Let's not throw in the towel just yet. It's easy for me to sit here and just be like, ugh, we're just so dead, but maybe not. I could Spyro instead of playing out the Wynota, which is actually more correct, I think. We do have a food. All right. We do have a food. No attack. Okay, so they got back the Dark Blast. They don't have the mana for the Dark Blast, but they got back the Dark Blast. We might still get them, actually. I'm going to make 2 tokens. We take 2 in the air. I'm going to make 2 tokens. We're going to get some Wynota triggers on. Let's not mess that. Chance to make tokens. Here we go. Drew the Lena. Have Conflag, but only 1 card in their hand, no Life from the Loam. We do want red open, right? For what's-his-face? Actually, Temple Garden would be the best thing to keep open. Let's just keep both of our duels open. What am I saying? We have plenty of mana for that. Swing, swing. So we might just be activating the food token. 2 hits. Spyro, see you, Lena. Sorry. You will become food. Spyro food. Oh, we hit the Bonder. Do we hit the goods? Okay, so there's a Selfless. Probably want the Selfless instead of Wynota, given the choice. They definitely want their Stinky to die. Oh, now we have some resiliency to the Conflag. We've actually got a game. We actually are ending up having a game of Magic here. I don't know, I see Prized Amalgam in the bin, though. They have 2 cards. I mean, we really did set them back pretty far with what we did. If they kill the Wynota somehow, we have a redundant Wynota. They swing with 1 Narco? I don't think you swing with any. I guess they are. Okay. So we can flash in the Heron's Grace after we declare attackers. You'll see this little synergy. It's really cool. Like, it's awkward to draw the Wild Bonder and the Grace, but watch this. We're going to Anthem all the humans we pull out of the deck. Oh, wow, that's just totally lethal. Blade Historian. Watch this. This is cool. They're very dead. Actually, Forerunners is maybe not as good as taking the Kenrith. Because they do get to block one of my threats. Would I rather make it so that we have one big Forerunners, or that I have Kenrith trampling over the Narcomoeba? We have one more game to play. I'd rather show Forerunners than Kenrith. Actually, if they're just dead here, I don't need to show the Heron's Grace. Let's do some math. I think they are just dead, no matter how they block. Well, let's see how they block first, and then do math, and then put in the Grace if we need it. So this is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Very, 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 very lethal. No need to show the Grace. But if we needed it. And that's the thing with like the deck is like I feel like sometimes it's just a bit win more. Well, the Winota archetype is win more, right? I mean, you're trying to go over the top and do this big silly thing, but what was the card I was going to maybe swap? The Revoker? I mean, Revoker can name their little mana rock. I think that's kind of it might be better than the yeah, it's too late. Also, when they're on the play, like it's not quick enough to stop their self-mill. So no, I was sitting there like complaining, right? That second game. We can't keep this, right? This is 3 lands, but 2 of them are slow, and let's mulligan this. I was sitting there complaining, and yet that was awesome. All right, Jade says, I don't know. I don't feel it's a win more because you beat even board states. So it just lets you punch through. Well, yeah. And that's from the, I think, and that's the thing why I like the Forerunners, is Forerunners just punches through naturally, while Bonder, through some weird gesticulation, can let us punch through. Yeah, we have a couple different ways to punch through. Anyway, well, thank you for that, Jade. I'm not sure if I'm in agreement, but I see what you're saying. I think we keep here. It doesn't have a tutor, though, and it doesn't have a way to go after their graveyard, right? We got to keep mulliganing, right? Yeah. This hand stops their, I don't know if I could keep the Spyro with this hand, though, and then isn't that just like a bad hand? Well, we're keeping it at some point, right? Teague actually stops their conflags. So like this hand does have, essentially, I think Teague is in the sideboard now, too, anyway. Yeah, he is. So this hand has a sideboard card. Conflag is something I have to stop. We drew a voice anyway? Okay. They aggressively killed my bird last time. Why don't we play Gilded Goose instead? First. I'd rather preserve the birds than the... Also, this isn't Dark Blasted. Looks like they are going to axe it. Okay. And they're aggressive on those because they need to use it as a way to get, their dredger into the bin as well. If you're wondering why they're being so aggressive, like, but Bruce by that would hit Winota. No, they're right to be aggressive with it, I think. Might even just play Teague next, honestly. Well, we got a game on Dredge. Doesn't look like we're going to win, but we got a game on him. Oh, wow, he looks like he's setting up for the... If they're doing that, that's them setting up for the conflag. So let's go Teague. Let's go Teague. Let's go Teague. I'm cheering him on. Hear me cheering him on. Let's go Teague. Ox of Agonis. Loam again. This doesn't really cut off anything else in this matchup, but the conflag is just so important to stop. Thrilling Discovery. Card's great. Ox of Agonis, but no Dredger. Well, they do have a Dredger. It's in their hand. Bonder is not great. Do I want to play Bird instead of... Yeah, I think I want to play Voice and Bird instead of getting the Dryad. Spyro is one of my better draws, so I think we do take pain to be able to cast it. Yes. Hit them from 2. Doing very fair things. Need to get this Voice dead somehow, right? probably just oxing here, right? Oxing also brings back the amalgam. So I needed really to hit their graveyard that turn, and I just didn't have a tutor or like ooze or anything. Obviously, Wynota off the top would be great for us, but here comes the Ox. Here comes the Ox. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Oh, am I offline? My streaming avatars is acting as if it's offline. Disconnect. Enable auto connect. No, we don't want that. Connect. Am I offline? You guys here? Are we live? We are live. It looks like there's just an error going on with stream avatars. I mean, it's fine. I see you in there too, Jade. You're playing as what's her face. That's awesome. Live still here? Yeah, what was going on? Like the avatars weren't running. Just weird. Oops. Dark Blast, my bird. Yep. And there's the cleric, but it's too late. Just one turn too late, you know. We block the Ox. I take 6. Play the Bonder if I draw a land. I gain some life. Teague could trump the Ox. Actually, I should have double blocked there. What am I doing? That was an opportunity to double block the Ox. That was dumb. I may have just messed up our chance to actually pull out of this. Yeah, if I double blocked, this would be off the table. Oh, this is going to shock and hurt us so much. I can't even justify playing the Bonder. If I play the Bonder, we go down to 2. But I have block. And the Elemental actually trades, and then we can gain food. That's so bad that I didn't double block, folks. That was so bad. I'm sorry you had to see that. Play the Bonder. Like, those 2 little missteps just cost us the game, I think. Like, the fact that they're going to come out on top of this exchange, or they just draw Creeping Chill, who cares? It's irrelevant. Were we ever going to see Wynota or one of our tutors or anything? Can I draw a card? Nope. Okay. That's fine. Dredge has a good draw, we lose. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. That's kind of like a similar that's kind of a similar discussion that we could have with in regard to Mill. We absolutely lose to Mill unless I have kind of a bursty draw, and I think the Voice of Resurgence build is going to be a little bit slower, so we're even worse. It's a very similar discussion. It's we hope to not play that deck. Very simple discussion. Now, again, Dredge is prevalent enough that I have made some adjustments for it, right? We've got the Tutorable Cleric, or Remorseful Cleric, right? We've got a main deck Ooze. I have made adjustments to our deck for Dredge. I do think Dredge is even more popular since they printed a card for it, right? But I don't lose sleep over only having, like, I have more than just 2 cards to that matchup. I have a lot of access to the Ooze and the Cleric. We mulliganed a bunch too to try to find them, right? Like any evolution, the Eladamri's Call, the Scooz itself. Like, so we have what? After post board, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits, right? Ooze being the weakest, right? 6 hits, which are great. The 6 hits that are best against Dredge being just that end up in a remorseful cleric, right? It's just unfortunate that, though, unlike Rest in Peace, that it still doesn't quite. But like, to have 6 hits, how many Rest in Pieces would I need? How many Sun and Moon would I need to play, right? So I think it's fine if that's, and maybe that'll be our only loss for the league, and we can be like, what did we lose to today? Oh yeah, Dredge. Do we want to add more for that matchup, right? Do we? Keep Yorion deck. Yorion, the only consistent thing about the Yorion deck is the Yorion itself, right? No, I'm kidding. No need to poke fun. I like. There's a lot of different Yorion decks that I actually like very much, but it's just funny. Like you're trading in-house like deck consistency for the consistency of having a companion, right? Or are they just playing the Taxes build? Looks like they're playing the Taxes build, the Taxman build. What are we doing here? Firelit into Voice Gildagoose seems great. You don't like the Rogue? We're still testing it. You're also like talking to us coming off of a. I mean, the Rogue would just be a land instead, and then we would just be rocking less humans. Maybe we could even trim it to a singleton. Like I like having a higher human density. I'd be down even just to play the first, right? Because our human density is really, really low for this archetype. If you're wondering why we came to the conclusion that we wanted to try it. We also just came off of a 4-1, so now that's results oriented of me to say bot like 47, right? For me to say, oh, but like look at us getting these 4-1s now that we've added Rogue. I don't think it's the Rogue's fault. I think it's some of the other changes we've made, right? We could cut the Bone Crushers. These are filler. These could be humans, right? Maybe there's a disruptive human we could be playing. We could be playing like Fiend Hunter or something, right? We've played a Fiend Hunter effect in the past. Kill my dude, it's fine. So we're playing like a red-white Taxes kind of a thing. Then we slam Wynota, doing our thing. Yeah, I mean, I could be coaxed into a singleton. And maybe we don't bother with Bone Crushers and we play instead like a disruptive human. I want to get our human count up somehow. Oh wow, we hit the Lena. Oh. And she doesn't make humans. She makes white soldier tokens. 4 of them in this case, even though they toasted my bird. Yeah. This is what we're doing. This is what my opponent's doing. This is what we're doing. Are these modern cards? I'm kidding. I'm throwing shade and being a jerk a little bit. I'm just kidding. Chop down. We have another one. I'm gonna let it go. Chop down. You chopped down my tree. Actually, that was maybe a mistake. I forgot that it was a goose instead of a bird. I should have cracked Lena to protect. That was actually a misplay on my part, but our deck was very kind to me. We did not deserve that kindness. Please don't Leonin and Arbiter me, though. That would suck. They don't have it. Playing Yorion has so many upsides, though. One of them being you don't draw your Batterskulls as often. No, that's interesting. I'm not trying to throw shade at Yorion. I like it. I do like it. Against Taxes, do we want Champion to stay in? Yeah, so they're just a Yorion Taxes. And I think that's fine. My issue, though, when it comes to Yorion Taxes is but you're much less likely to draw your Aether Vials in the opener. They always seem to, though, for some reason. I don't know why. But anyway, you're like a reasonably higher chance not to hit the things, right? But I do think that deck really, really benefits from the oomph of Yorion, and it might be worth it, right? So I'm not convinced. Oh, wow, this is where the Bone Crusher is actually really sweet. Let's cut Magus of the Moon, obviously. Linvala is a card we could no, we play Revoker first. Probably none of this stuff. They did show us a Lightning Helix, but there's not going to be a ton of those. Don't think I want it. Don't think I want any of this stuff. Maybe Timely we consider, but I don't really have room. We can cut the Ooze. We can cut the Gaddock Teague. I already have. All right, Vandal, Oof, Revoker, the Bone Crushers stay. I don't really want to cut this package. Let's keep running the Rogue. I'm not going to cut them now because it would need to be a different land. Think the Rogue looks like such a fail case for me. It's the backup net. How often will the 2/3 Menace really win the game, though? That's so true. I mean, maybe what we need to do... No, I mean, like, that's very, very true. Right? Maybe, okay, we tried it. We liked it. But it wasn't good enough, right? Maybe. I got to play out the rest of this league with it, though. But yeah, maybe that'll be the next iteration, is we don't bother with it. It'd be so much better if it was on color, right? If it was just one of our colors, if they printed a land human that was in our colors, right? Let's run it like this. Yeah, if it's in our colors, it's a different story, perhaps. I mean, there are humans that are mana dorks. That's not really what I want, though. But yeah, we could go back to playing like a Fiend Hunter. I actually prefer not Containment Priest. That stops our deck. Banisher. Was it Banisher Priest we've played in the past to some effect? Obviously, it's a white again. There's a dwarf that does this too. That is less white mana, but we want human count. Like, we could play this, and we could also play... Well, no, I would still play Apparition number 2, wouldn't I? Unless we want one that's more splashable. There is like a random dwarf that is, I think, less white mana. But we've played Banisher Priest or like a Fiend Hunter in the past. That's human count. Kind of fulfills a similar role as the Stomps would otherwise. Okay, so they're taxes, they're Yorion taxes, and they chose to mulligan. Our opener works, though. We've got a tutor. I think we keep this. Obviously, they might be able to stop the tutor, but we have Apparition for the Leonin. So, I don't know. I think we keep this hand. We could even grab the... any thoughts on just playing Sanctum Prelate? Oh, yeah. Definitely. Do we Apparition the Aether Vial if we get the chance? We do, right? If I had the opportunity to Apparition their Vial. Gosh, it's funny. Remember how I was just talking about how they don't draw this as consistently because they're playing Yorion. And they have their Aether Vial. I think it would really behoove us to just toast this. Stoneforge? Well, now we have a choice to make, don't we? Might be better off just to grab the Stoneforge. So they have a Batiskull. There's also stuff I can get off of Eladamri's Call that can fight over the... I mean, it's so hard to consider fighting over the Stoneforge, right? No, they're on the play. They were on the play, and we don't have the resources yet to fight the Batterskull, right? We want to slow this down. I think there's a lot of justification for Apparition here. There are other ways for us to stop their equipment that we could certainly Eladamri's Call for, but let's... Whoops. Give me white. Let's fight over the Stoneforge. Be different if we were on the play. I might have enough time to go after the Vial. Any thoughts, though? Yeah, I mean, like, exactly. So, Name, that's a sideboard card. We might even consider main decking it. It's more flexible than the Teakster, and it's a human, so it has a lot more synergy. Yeah, definitely that goes into this. We also might be playing the Jund Noble Hierarch. Is this Field of Ruin plus Leonin? That would be awful for us. It's not, so it's not awful for us. I am playing a basic Plains. Thank you very much. Well, now I'm kind of glad I didn't go after the Vials. That's good. They have another Stoneforge. They have a Thalia, which works against my call. Okay, so we could go get a... We could go get the Dryad Arbor. I might want to do it before they untap their Aether Vial, just because they do play Leonin. I feel like if they had Leonin, they would have already done it, but... I don't know, is that better than me getting a red source, though? Well, I guess we did it. Choice has been made. Go ahead and F6. Is this a Wynota? No, it's them getting their Yorion. Okay. Lena, the draw. Alright, so we might want to end step call. This is a window where they don't have it unless they have Ava Mind Sensor. Which I would totally put my opponent on, having room for Mind Sensors as a Yorion build. I think they do play Mind Sensor, actually. Might be better off for me to just... We might be better off if I just played the voice. I mean, I have mana to do both. Well, if I play Horizon Canopy, I have mana to do both. Voice number 2. Call is risky, just like does this just play Yorion? Does this just play Batterskull? I wonder. Well, they can't play the Batterskull because of Thalia. It's too much mana. That's them realizing, oh yeah, I can't do that. I feel like I would just play Yorion. It's huge. They already have Flicker Wisp. Apparition, my apparition. So their hand is Batterskull, Yorion, and a 3-drop, it looks like. They chose not to. Okay. The old Yorion exile nothing. I think I go for it if they have if Arbiter is literally their last card, so be it. I think I go for it. Could I pay for it next turn and still do the other? I don't think so. Oh, you know what? I actually can't because of Thalia. I thought this whole time I was thinking I'd be able to do it. I'm sorry, folks. That's funny. Like, not haha funny, like kind of sad funny. Forerunners hits for a bunch. That's wrong, though. I'm probably just making food. Do we want to start unlocking these voices? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? I think I should have been trying to pop those earlier. Maybe I should have swung with one and held the other back. Forerunners is kind of one of our human finishers I don't mind drawing because it's relatively cheap mana-wise, and it itself has haste essentially with dash, which is kind of nice. Swing, swing. Sure. We can pay for Arbiter even if they have it at this point. It's different if they have Mind Sensor. They're doing this to make me pay life, which is relevant. So we know their hand is a Batterskull and one unknown. I don't really have the means to play around it, though, whatever it might be. If they have a Flicker Wisp, they have a Flicker Wisp. Doesn't look like they do. This is a lot of triggers. So there's Heron's Grace. I probably take Grace, right? Yeah. Over Wynota, that's a pretty easy decision. That's the worst time for me to see it. Like, it's just going to be a 3/3 lifelinker, but I take it over the Wynota, I think. Kenrith over Bonder? Forerunners is in my hand. I might actually want the Wild Bonder. Kenrith, though, has synergy with the birds in my hand and such. I think since I didn't actually get the other piece of this Wombo, and I can't because this is the Kenrith, this is the Forerunners, I think I'd probably pick Kenrith over the Wild Bonder in this case, which is fine. Masked Vandal. Oh, what was my other choice? Oh, I didn't have one. So that's fine. Spyro. And we'll keep the Forerunners. I think I'd rather have Forerunners at this point, though, than the Birds of the Lena, right? So let's keep the Forerunners. Another Spyro. Still keeping the Forerunners, because we're going to dash it in next turn. My opponent has a Spyro, and they are dumping their Batterskull. Huh, okay. That seems weird. Now, I know you might be sitting there like, Brew Spy, we win. Brew Spy, we got there. But Brew Spy, Yorion decks are supposed to go really big. Yeah, we went bigger. But Brew Spy, but my Yorion deck. But my Yorion deck. Nah, we go bigger. We go bigger. Yeah, I don't know what the next iteration is going to look like, but like, I mean, maybe it's just we just smash as many copies of Strangleroots and Voices into this thing. But yeah, some sort of like a Banisher Priest effect, or even I mean, there's other cool cards to consider. Like if you want to start going outside of our colors a little bit, like there's the there's 4-drop humans that are powerful. Utility. I think the first Banisher Priest is fine. We've played it before. So human count is 16. I'd love to get it up to 17. And we do still need to play how many lands? We've been liking 23. So I really only have room for maybe like one other human. Could play Maja again. I don't think we need it though. I think I like our finishers we currently have. So maybe like another utilitarian kind of a human, some sort of like removal-ish human in our colors. Critical Role is about to be on. Oh yeah, Brave. Yeah, of course, Mustache. You have a nice night too. Thanks for coming. See ya. Case in point. Black Bloom can sometimes look terrible, like this hand. That's not true necessarily. I could go turn 1 Bloom, turn 2 Crush. I still don't think I keep this hand though, right? This hand is Eldritching off of a Bone Crusher or a Forerunners. Yeah, we can look for a better 6. This is not really a better 6. I mean, it kind of is because it has the Spyro and we could put the Blade Historian back in. Ah, Salundi Isle. So they're the, they're playing Control. Case in point. Yeah. But I think we had to play it a few times to really see it more and more where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, this is just not where we need to be. Opponent says, well, this is awkward. Did they not hit their land or something? You have a Serum Visions, you're fine. Why are they saying, well, this is awkward? Is it awkward because they saw me play Bog? Can you guys think of more stuff like Banisher Priest? More like interactive-y kind of humans in our colors? There's also, like, if we want to play Pseudo Vigilance, there's a human that we were playing, what was it, Village Bellringer, that the that gave us Pseudo Vigilance. There's also a legendary human for 4 that does kind of the same thing. The cool thing about Village, I used to swear by this card. The Village Bellringer, even without like Kiki combo in the deck at all, although that is something we've done in the past. Like we've had Village Bellringer Kiki in this deck before because you evolved to get the Kiki. But anyway, something we've played before. It's kind of neat. A little, but it was a little too much. Yeah, Village Bellringer was actually sweet as another utility human. Like, it seems unassuming on the surface, but us being able to flash this in after we've gotten all our attackers out with Wynota, giving the deck pseudo-vigilance is something the deck is lacking. Like, our blocks, though, tend to be fine with Spyros, and Lena kind of follows that purpose as well. So just a thought. We've played it before to some effect. What about Sigrid? I think instead of Sigrid, I'd rather play Priest, right? Sigrid has first strike, though, which is true. Gonna go get our red source. I really don't know what my opponent's up to. I'm excited. Maybe they're playing Flicker Wisp and they're intending to flicker the Skyclave and make it a creature. It's like black-white taxes. I have no idea. Or they're just playing some sort of wonderful combo. So there's some sort of Belcher deck? Do we want to just evolve for Gaddock Teeg? That would take me getting the Dryad Arbor. I'm kind of thinking Gaddock Teeg. Do you guys know what they're doing? Do you think what they're doing would be stopped by Magus of the Moon or... Yeah, I think we just go get the... I think we just Eldritch for the main deck. Teeg isn't in the main board, is it, right now? Did we move it? Shoot, we moved it this league. Ah, such fools. We're such fools. Ugh. I mean, our hand's still functional after Moon. We can't Moon. We can't get the Moon. Why did we put you in the sideboard? We need you in some cases. Like here. Alright, we're getting the red source. Never mind, I thought this was the mirror. Are they Belcher? Seriously? Alright. Not much I can do. Yeah, there's no... Magus of the Moon doesn't really stop the colors that the Pentad's giving them, right? I mean, Magus of the Moon would be good to do if I get the chance. But I need to be able to cast this Spyro, right? What a shame. Drew Elena. Probably going to dump her and the Heron. Most likely. Hope they don't go off this turn. That's too bad we're not main decking the Teeg, because that's something I'm able to do. Is go get the Dryad Arbor and evolution it against combo. Pieces of the puzzle. Pieces. Skyclave. Selective Memory to Fairy. Disrupting Shoal. What do you choose? Disrupting Shoal. Yeah, some sort of weird selective memory combo. Does anybody know what this is? I mean, I guess that's their build around, right? They exile their whole deck and then they play the 2-drop. This is a very different take on the Invader deck. The, what is it? The... Man, I wish I had the ability to... Actually, they might not have enough blue mana to get away with it. I might be able to... Well, they're going to be able to counter my Eldritch Evolution. Probably, right? Yeah, there's some sort of white variation of Inverter. Interesting. I mean, do we just go for the evolution and then they counter it? I think we just try to, right? But I'm losing my creature in the process. This seems bad. Punish me! Punish me! Oh wait, this is in the bin. They didn't take it. Maybe they already have one in their hand. Shoal, Pitch, Salundi. I think I should have just Spyro'd. I guess they could counter that too, right? I'm assuming we're just dead. Interesting take on the deck. Like I mean, they're trying to do the inverter thing without inverter. Interesting. I wonder what the record is. I mean, are they like us, also 2-1? I wonder. Show me your deck. They get exiled in their public info. But they should be able to exile the whole thing. Because it says non-land. They don't play lands. I mean, they do play lands, but they don't play lands. Probably takes a while. If only we had Teague, maybe we won. I mean, they might have been able to disrupting us getting the Teague. But they didn't, right? They didn't stop the first evolution we did they? I don't think they did. Or no, we ended up not evolutioning, that's right. Hey, what's up, Master Me Pancake? What were you playing? I played against that guy earlier. He's playing this stupid Winota deck. That jerk. Is that what you just thought? I'm kidding. Putting words in your mouth that you didn't even think. You didn't. You were the Blue-Ray Prowess player? Oh my gosh, yes. You drew 3 Colligans. Man. I do have a few different ways to fight. Or not Colligans, excuse me. Kozilek's Returns. Yeah. And I was just like, alright. I do have a few different ways to fight that card. The selfless effects, so like Lena. Well, not really Lena. Lena's not what comes to mind. What comes to mind is the Glyph Weavers, the Selfless Spirits, the Mark. I might even play Favor against you. I can't remember if I brought it in. But I have a few different cards that can give us an out to that card. But if you draw them, you probably beat us. If you don't, we have a chance. So my opponent is playing Selective Memory. Nah, but you completely got me game 1. Yeah, but like it's like that card's really good against us, so it's just like if you draw it, probably dead. Also, your deck is a Lava Dart derivative, so we lose to the Lava Dart derivatives anyway, and it's fine. Not just your deck, but also the Obosh red, like Obosh Big Red. I also have a bad matchup against. They just have so many burn spells. So fighting Bolt and Dart and some of the other burns that they run and that you run, it's pretty. Wait, do they not just kill us immediately? There's a whole turn where they just sit there and do nothing? Oh man, maybe I should have waited. We have a turn? I have 1 turn and I didn't draw it. How do I make them not cast the I mean, I have to like moon them and blow up the Pentad Prism. It's just not possible. It's not plausible. It's impossible. I don't know. Draw a card, make them think that I might have outs that I don't. We just need the Gaddock Teague in the main. Just need the Teagster in the main. I don't know how you beat someone with 15 burn spells. Oh yeah, the Obosh deck. Yeah, it's tough. You can. It's stuff like this. It's Mark of Asylum, Favor, Spellskite, things of that nature can actually make it doable. Oh hey, there's the Winota, a little too late. Opponent's deck is cool. I don't know if I'd ever play it, but and like they had a really slow start. Like we must have really clunked over here, right? For this to take as long as it did for us. We have some stuff for this matchup though. A little bit of stuff. So let's turn off the Pentad Prisms, right? Teague, I'm sad you weren't in the main. We needed your buddy. Bone Crushers can go. We're moving away from the Black Blooms in the future, but for now we kind of have to run them. We don't need Heron's Grace. I do want Blade Lena. We don't really need the Trample package. The full of the Trample package. We could cut some of this. Voices are slow. They're not really going to be permission based, right? They're not really going to be countering our stuff. Anyway, Collector Oath is great. It's a non-bow for Spellskite though, but we may want the Skite. No, let's not run the Skite. Abolisher, probably not. Don't need the protection. Fail a Summer, do they have some counter magic? Do we know if they do? Revoker can name... Revoker can also be similar to what the Oath is doing. Try to cut them off of their Prismatic. I mean, Skyclave hits the Prismatic, but I don't think that's worth not running some of our... We can certainly not run Aaron's Grace. The life gain's irrelevant, so we don't need it. Let's still play the Apparition, and let's also play... I mean, I don't know if they have enough permission for Veil to be right. Between the two, I'd probably play Abolisher first, actually. I mean, like, if we think they have, like, a bounce, then yes, these are great. Do we think they have bounce? Might just be correct to bring that in. I mean, we did see what? We saw Disrupting Shoal. So maybe we should play Veil, because we need to make sure these resolve. Because I'm not cutting any of them in this matchup. Let's run it back. Yeah, we had Teague in the main board, actually. And like now I'm really sad that it wasn't in the main board. This hand is rampy and fine and does the thing. Probably keep it. But yeah, we're moving away from the rogues, I think, and I think that's probably correct. This is version 4.5. We do need to play 1 to 2 more land, I think. We're thinking about maybe even Banisher Priest, as weird as that inclusion looks. I'm trying to get my human count up as Y. I think we'll still have Gaddock Teague in the sideboard. Like, yes, it's helpful against some of the combo decks of the format, but... Bird is the word. We get to go bird, fetch out the Arbor, play Wynota, get some triggers, do the things. Do the things. And they do start out really slowly, so I'm just like a little surprised that we just didn't get there. Actually... Oh, wow. Actually, that's nuts. We get to go goose, duck, goose. We get to go goose, Arbor. Talisman. I mean, if they have Disrupting for Wynota, so be it, but they probably don't have... They'd have to give up their win condition to counter a Wynota with a Disrupting Shoal, right? Which is a fascinating card. I mean, I love it. Like they have a lot. They have enough blue cards that the Disrupting Shoal actually works. I mean, like maybe we finally found a reasonable Disrupting Shoal deck, which that's exciting. But I drew the Caverns and it's irrelevant human. Sweet. That's why we're playing some number of that card. Wow, we don't even have to sacrifice our foods. That's great. Can't be countered. 2 triggers. I would be interested in hitting Magus of the Moon. I'll take that, though. Magus of the Moon? Hey! One of the more relevant humans for us to hit. Game's probably over. Yeah, maybe we'll load up and play the second Cavern again. Not just for this matchup, but I think if we're not running rogues, I think we could get away with 2 Caverns. Naming human is great for us. Some of our most important humans like Spyro and Wynota. Yeah, we won. Sweet. We did our thing. Let's run it back. I think the deck will be a lot better without the rogues. We tried it. We gave it a shot. We even played 2 copies just to, you know, get a feel for the card. So what's our human to non-human ratio if we do that? That was one of the benefits of so we're playing 5 tutors now. I think the singleton. I think the first Eladamri's Call is fine. We've played in the past. So now we're at 16-16. I mean, this is where I'd love to play some humans that are both a non-human and also a human. Like this build might actually want something like Huntmaster or Blade Splicer. I do like that Blade Splicer's on curve. I do like that the card is on curve. I've thrown so much, like, not shade, but just I've kind of poo-pooed Blade Splicer a lot, but I think it's fine. This hand gets to go after their artifact mana, which they do play. This hand gets to Spyro away both of the rogues. I mean, this hand is, like, not as horrible as it looks. Like, I'm assessing this hand as turn 1 bird, and then I can either revoke some of their fast mana, or their artifact mana, I should say, or I just Spyro these away. I actually think I could keep this. I'm keeping it on the back of the Revoker and the Bird opener. And this is where these are kind of neat, because they make elemental tokens, whereas other lands that we're going to be playing, other lands that are only lands, they don't do that, obviously, but that's okay. I think the awkwardness to be found. Let's actually get a basic forest. We're good here. And we do have Magus of the Moon in. Be great for us to take this down. Opt. Okay. They do not play a land. That is huge. We will Spyro. We'll Spyro away the rogues, but that we're probably cutting from the deck. I don't know. This would just be us Spyroing 2 lands, though, right? And we wouldn't get the elemental tokens. I don't know. They've been pretty bad, though. I think we're all in agreement that they've been pretty bad. Want to buy more things to spend bow ties on? I'll look into it, Jade. Sorry, but anyways, just ignore me. Oh no, you're fine, Jade. All right, so we can stop that talisman. I think that we will name Talisman of Progress if they let us resolve the Phyrexian Revoker. We want to play Voice of Resurgence first before I go to try to play the Revoker, right? It's pretty simple, pretty easy. So they've shown us permission, that they're playing permission. This represents a creature, so I'll probably play the Revoker off of the Canopy or the Sunbaked. Let's do it off of the Canopy. We'll name Talisman. They are doing something. They have a Path to Exile here. Talisman of Progress. This one. You're going to path my Revoker and yet give me a token? They're going to give me a token. Give me a 6/6. You need to kill me now. We're going to dash in the Forerunners next turn, fetch for Dryad Arbor. We can get wins, even without the help of Wynota. I mean, it's not the way we'd like to do it, but we can. Talisman. Okay. Either Gust my token, doesn't matter where I put it because it's dead. Bonder. Okay, so we dash this in. Dashing we go. I think he's just dead, right? Sweet. Alright, we're 3-1. Awesome. 3-1 despite us carrying two very, very heavy, very out of our color pie, 3 mana, 2/3 menace humans that I was really high on early today, but I think I'm in agreement with you guys. I think it's holding the deck back. So we're maybe moving away from it. I mean, I would play Blade Splicer. I might. It's trying to do what Spyro does. I'd still rather be greedy and just play instead of the Blade Splicer slot. I'd still rather play, speaking of Black Bloom. So this hand has access to Wynota. It's pretty bad though, right? It's like mostly lands. We could find a hand that has like a bird, like this one. Keep. And I actually would rather tuck the Blade Historian than the Black Bloom. We'll keep the Heron's Grace in hand. At least as flash, its color requirements aren't as bad. Hey. But like imagine if this was like the second Cavern of Souls right now, right? Which we're thinking of doing in the future. Control, maybe. Oh, it's awesome that we have the voice build going on if this is like some derivative of Control. Haven't we tried Splicer a few times? Yeah, we have. But I'm trying to build the deck with less well, I guess the Banisher Priest is also fighting that philosophy of like having less prevalent white mana requirements. So they're playing Grixis. Kill him a bird. Goblin Engineer. Never mind. They're playing something very different, and I'm excited. You're gonna put something big and stupid, or something small and reasonable? Something small and reasonable. Thopter Sword. That makes sense. It's pretty reasonable. Okay, so we can shoot the Engineer and play the Windswept, or we could play the Black Bloom. Kind of want to play Windswept instead of the Black Bloom, right? We already have 2 other land drops. Get the Arbor. No, that's not true. I need red here. So why don't we actually just play this out? Because I couldn't do both the Bone Crush. I couldn't both Bone Crush the Engineer and also play the Resurgence, so let's just do that. Forbidden Friendship is a human and a non-human. Is it? Mr. Green, you used an emoji though, so it makes me wonder. Oh. Huh. But it's not a human for Winota. Yeah. Just like how I put it in my deck, and I was like, wait a second, Mr. Green. Wait a second. You tricked me. I mean, we could go back to playing. I did really like the Rangers. I think the Rangers were sweet because of the silence. They help us stick the Winota or the Evolution against counter magic. Like, these fight over counter magic better in the way that I'd rather fight over counter magic than the voices do. The fact that the white is the tough part about this card, but it does. We're almost going back into white mana anyway. Doesn't look like we are. Like, if we're trying like Banisher Priest, Thopter Foundry, they have their combo. Not fully, but they basically do. I have to remove this somehow. We need a tutor. I mean, they need another artifact, like a bauble or something here. So it's not all downhill from here. They have most of what they need. Pithing Needle. Name Windswept Heath. So they have the Reed. The Reed. What are you gonna name? They name Verdant Catacombs. I don't run them, but I liked it. Opponent. Probably just gonna go do this. Go get our creature. I mean, they're doing this just so they have a card to start the Thopter sorting. Now we can win through Thopter Sword unless they have Urza. Oh, well, that's an even better thing for them to sacrifice. To do. Make 2 mana. Make 2 mana, start sorting. I mean, I need to see the Winota or the tutor like now, but we can. I also could have cast Bone Crusher. Actually, that might have been better than playing the voice. No, we want voice on the table instead of Bone Crusher, right? Ooh, Wellspring. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Combo. Combo. It's a combo, guys. I mean, Thopter Sword is, like, it used to be a thing. I mean, like, when it first came out and there wasn't some... Wow, Witching Well, you're not making any Thopters still? I guess they're just digging for Urza. I think that makes sense. Like, why make one Thopter when I could just dig for Urza? I mean, now, though, the sword is vulnerable to something like... We do have a Scavenging Ooze in the main board. So let's keep that in mind. Let's go get our Deuter. Hi, Deuter. Hi there. Alright, so before we're gonna play the Bone Crusher, and I'll probably just play this fetch and be happy with it. The Bone Crusher Giant. This might be the first time this league we've actually cast him. Makes me wonder. Swing for 3. I mean, if we can't find our build-arounds. I mean, maybe we should just be playing 2 Eladamri Skulls. I'm worried about our human count. Right? I don't know. Am I? We're at 16. Is 16 fine? 16, 17? Show me Urza. I'll scoop. I don't want to sit here forever, and I'm kind of excited to play the next build. Alright, so Linvala stops Urza's ability, kind of? No, it's not really. Alright, well we have a lot of good stuff to bring in here. Which is great. They might be a Wurza build. They might have Whir in there. I would predict that they have Whir. Frostodon stops them from gaining life, and Frostodon basically shuts off the combo because they can't keep making Thopters, and they're not gaining life as they do. We can't cut these because they're part of our mana base, so for better or worse, they're going to stay in. Teague is awesome. Teague stays. Grace can go. We will keep the whole trample package because we need to be able to trample over. We'll keep the apparitions. The Bone Crushers looked okay there because we shot a do we want to run these for Fatal Push? It's an interesting thought. Spellskite is interesting too. Voice is kind of it's just food for the Evo. I mean, it's great when they're a blue deck, but I almost wish we were still just playing the Geists instead. Haste is actually pretty relevant sometimes. Let's not run our anti-sweeper measures, I think. I mean, yeah, if they have an anger or something in the sideboard, we're kind of just boned, but... So do we want Bone Crusher for the 2-drop guy, the engineers? The engineers kind of, we'd be better off, using Revoker and stuff, stopping what the engineers tutor for versus just trying to Bone Crush them. What else do we want? I mean, Linvala also shuts off a lot of different things they're doing, Emery being one of them. Alright, let's run it like this. Yes. I don't know if that's the right sideboard, but I may reassess for game 3 if there is one. Hopefully there is one. I don't know, this hand has an evolution. No acceleration, though. But we're on the play. But this would be a turn 4 evolution. Let's look for a 6 that maybe has sideboard cards. This hand has 2 sideboard cards and has acceleration. Keep. I'm less interested in Magus of the Moon than I am Linvala, right? They also have artifact mana. They're probably less vulnerable to this than they are this. I think we still run this. I mean, do we think Magus on turn 2 is fast enough, maybe, to catch them off guard? If so, we could be greedy and tuck a land, or the Linvala. Probably the Linvala, right? We're not going to have white-white if I'm going for this plan. We need to pick between this or this. You know what? I'll go for the Magus plan. Let's see if we can pull it off. Done. And I do think we get basic planes, right? Well, and before they kill my goose, but I think we go for this. They led fetch and then did nothing last time, or they just have island, right? Of course. They do have quite a few non-basics. I think it's still worth going for it. That's the plan that this 6 is. This 6-card hand is the Magus of the Moon plan. Our 7 wasn't great. Forerunners, also red mana. Excellent. Yeah, I think we'll get the basic... we could go to forests, but I'm going to go single white source here. Yeah. I like it. I like it. Doing it. Going for it. Hey, please cut them off some color. Yes, I know they had the island. Yes, I know they play a few islands. They play a few islands because they're a Whir build, but... that doesn't really cut them on colors, though, because they can still play engineers. I don't think the Magus was actually what we needed. Go get their sword. They get a chromatic star. Okay. That's kind of cool. They can swap the Witching Well out. It's kind of neat. Alright, so we dash in the... No, we shouldn't dash the Forerunners. We'll just cast it. And we'll get to play Spyro next turn. You don't always dash this card. Dashing it here would be pretty silly. Do like the Mardu watermark on the Forerunners. Yep. Black. Kill the Magus for the Fatal Push. Okay. It's going to be a painful Pyromancer now for me, but that's okay. This matchup is a matchup where we can kind of get away with that. We also get a free token off of our Black Bloom. Just think, this wouldn't be a token, but I do think we need to move away from that card. But just to touch on briefly. We'll leave open the forest because we have birds to draw into, plenty of birds. Well, let's zoom in a little bit. That was a little sketch. There we go. So we'll tap like this, make an elemental, grow our forerunners. We can still get this game. Scoos that I wish I could get on the table. Really, really wish I could get it on the table, considering the Goblin Engineer. Goose, you're just not the new Jund Hierarch, are you? That's coming out. We'll probably switch over to that over Gilded Goose. Like, I like Gilded Goose for, like, specifically just burn and such. Are we going to kill the Forerunners? You going to Fatal Push this too? Looks like they're considering it. Yeah, okay. It's dead. Hey, that's a Fatal Push that doesn't hit my Scavenging Ooze. Is this them just playing Urza? Shock it in. Wow. Painful. White splash. Oh, Urza's bad news. Bad news bears. I mean, I still have an out to it. Thanks for that button, Master Me. Let's see, what are we doing here? Maybe before I play the Spire, I want to get I feel kind of dumb though to play Ooze and then we'll give this Goose yeah, we'll have the green for the Ooze if we play Goose because we have another Goose. This might be the end of our league, folks. We had a good run, 3-1. Thanks for that follow though, Pancake. No good attacks really. Like, what does this attack do? They block like this and I kill the Engineer. Actually, we could attack with the Spyro. We actually kind of want it to die. I think. Yeah, no blocks. That makes sense. They're 10. We do have access to the Scavenging Ooze. Prism. This is maybe them killing the Scavenging Ooze. Oh, Moto sounds. It's been fun having them turned on. I'm probably considering turning them off, though. This is them engineering back attempting to engineer back the well. We will take it. What are you targeting? Witching Well? I'll take it. Oof, okay. We'll rebuild. And that takes care of the Urza and the Engineer. Alright, we probably play Winota first, actually, don't we? I don't think I want to lose that. And hey, they're at 10. Like, it's a 4-4. Sometimes I get greedy and I'm like, nah, we'll still Spyro, and then like I can never find the other piece. Does this go get Ensnaring Bridge? What do you got here? Is this another Urza? They do play the playset. Just like us, they're built around a legendary walker, essentially. I mean, Urza's not a walker, but we have an okay attack here. Am I supposed to bird then Spyro? It's kind of the same equivalency, right? I guess if I hit another one-drop bird, though, I'm better off just Pyroing this away. I mean, the fact that it flies, though, could be really useful. Let's just play it. I should really attack first, shouldn't I, before all this, right? We still have green fetches that get us the Dryad Arbor. That's not it. I mean, Linval is good to see against Urza, somewhat. This is a fine attack, right? Goblin Engineer. Go get sword. That deck looks like a lot of fun to play. The Warza Engineer decks just like look like a lot of fun. Yeah, if they have it, they have it. Should be one more fetchable. Lunchables? Fetchables? Good. I was looking at the graveyard as I made that decision to play out the land, if you're wondering. So there's Vandal. Linvala is interesting just to play out. I kind of don't want to lose the Linvala if we hit some Spyros, because we kind of have an unimpeded Wynota trigger here. And I think I might also swing the Season because they're just so low. There's stuff we could hit. Does this kill my Wynota? Is that what we're doing? Oh, okay, she's dead. It was a Vanishing Verse. They might have wanted to get rid of the bird, though, instead. Is there a block here that actually kills the Wynota? There is. Right, if they block everything on the Wynota, they're going to take 2 damage from the Spyro, and then whatever I fish out. Might not be correct for me to attack. Granted, though, I take them off the Urza. And I get to kill the Engineer. Oh, no, I don't. I only get to kill the Urza. So, like, this swing might be wrong. Let's just do a bird. Hey, what's up, Caustic? Kind of wish I'd done more. They don't really have a good block on this guy, though. Like, it would kill the Urza. Kind of wish I'd just swung, obviously, since we hit the Blade Historian. We are at the mercy of my opponent's top deck. They're playing around Bolt. I respect that. Good to respect the bolts that I'm not playing. It is good to respect it, though. Alright, do they hit it? So they're playing Vanishing Verse. Oh, is this Whir for the other piece? No, they play Sword. Sacrifice Sword. Or they're just activating Urza. Nope, they're activating... Get back the Chromatic Star. Draw with Chromatic Star. Hey, Big Ben with the raid of 30. Thank you so much for the raid, Big Ben. We're in the final round of this league. We're 3-1. We might be losing right here. They might be able to stitch together their Thopter Sword Wombo. They hit a Witching Well. We probably win. Let's see how they scry. I mean, if they scry anything to the top, we know it's the other piece of their combo. We have to just jam. We have to just go for it this coming turn. Awesome, we got there. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey. Hey. Big Ben. Thanks for that, guys. We did see Vanishing Verse, but Spellskite doesn't actually stop Vanishing Verse because it's not a legal target for Vanishing Verse, is it? No, it is. Well, it says monocolor, though. Colorless not being a color. I actually don't think that you can use Spellskite to stop Vanishing Verse. That's what their White Splash seems to be. I'm sure there's some other pieces. I think we were okay to take out Voices, as I did. I think we just run it back. Oath, Vandal, Scooz, Teague, Revoker. We've got Eladamri's Call. I think Magus of the Moon was fine. They did go after the Magus of the Moon pretty aggressively. I think we just run it back. And I do think Linvala is relevant. They killed her. I think she does turn off enough stuff. This boss with his Veils deck. I know, Veil is just like cards at house. Alright, we're going to mulligan this. This is the last game of our league. We'll tuck the Lena, because Kenrith is more hardcastable, if we kept this. I don't know if we can, because it's a Cavern Plains hand. I'd have to do something bad, like name Bird. I really think we just want to see a hand that just has, like, an actual sideboard card, right? Veil isn't really. Maybe I actually shouldn't have brought them in, by the way. I stand by it, actually. We're committed here at this point. I can't really keep this Plains Cavern hand. Let's look for a reasonable 5. Well, that's the end of the league, maybe. Would this be any better if we're thinking about switching the Rogues into maybe another Caverns? Like, would that be all that much better Yeah, I think so. If this hand had like a bird, the second cavern. That's disappointing. Oh, hey, a hand we can keep. Sweet. Probably can't keep the Veil with this hand. Where we mulligan, we have a 4. We did win with a mulligan to 4 earlier tonight, but it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. We'll probably keep Copperline and Sunbaked. Bird. Let go of the Veil. Let go of the Foothills and the Thicket. I mean, we're also on the... Well, we're not on the play, though. This is awful. We believe in you! It happens. Deck can certainly mulligan horribly. And we actually didn't have, like... I think we only had one other situation tonight where we were up against Dredge, and I mulliganed really, really heavy to get to the nuts. Or no, it wasn't. It was against Titan, and I mulliganed to have a fast Magus of the Moon. So, like, we do mulligan aggressive. Oh, wow. Second Wynota. Whew. All right. Spyro off the top, please. Thopter Founder for our opponent. They've got their Wumbo almost, right? Shoo. All right. This is really bad. Go. At least their Banishing Verse that they're splashing this white for doesn't hit Wynota. They could kill the bird, though. Can we win with our mulligan to 4 against our opponent's 6? 7. They kept a 7. Can 4 beat 7? Find out on another Brew Spy, the Magic Guy. My gut tells me no. My gut says no, but we're going to go for it. I'm not casting the Eldritch into what they have over there. Here we go. And countered. Oh, they're worrying. Don't worry. They're worrying. Don't worry. They worry. And they have their combo. Combo. Watch them also have... I mean, they kept a 7, so I assume they have the full combo, right? Like, they also have to have the other piece, obviously. Land Urza. Make us sad. Make us very sad. Just do it. You needed to just have it. You needed... No, I'm not scooping it. You're just making some Thopters. You need to have the full combo, opponent. You need the full combo. Because, like, I could attack... Oh, okay. Never mind. Now we need to draw land. Do I even consider just evolving to shut these off? And also, like, if I go get the Collector Oof, I think I should use the Windswept to just go get Collector Oof. Get the Oof. Give him the Oof. Also builds up to a better Wynota. Yeah. Let's go get the Dryad Arbor. Convert it into... Yeah, I'd rather have Bird than Arbor, so... Easy. Oof just, like, turns off their deck. It's pretty good. Oh, they have one card left. I mean, like, maybe they got something going on. Let's just, like, make your deck stop working. Let's do that. Look at this mulligan to 4. Are we going to play Magic? And then they Fatal Push my Oof. No Witching Well. They're scrying. They are trying to find outs. Or Urza. Urza might be something they stop on. They put one top. That's terrifying that they put a card top. Please give us a land. Please give me a land deck. Please give me a land. Please. Please. Oh, please. No, we didn't get there. Do I play Oof? I mean, Goose now. We still just play Wynota. And don't counter this, please. I hope they just, like, scried something to the top that's, like, not all that great. It's got to be an answer to the Collector Oof, right? Got to be what they just put to the top. Bob says this is looking like 4 beat 7. No, they have an out. Clearly. Oh, did they keep Urza? Oh. Oh, they kept Urza. I mean, they get to make an activation, though, so maybe that's why it's reasonable. Urza still works despite Oof. It's because Urza's not an artifact. But he taps artifacts. Yeah, so it was right for them to scry the Urza to the top because they have enough artifacts to certainly, and like they also have the 7/7 construct. Yeah, I don't think our 4 beats their 7. Like, I don't even get to attack with the Oof, and I'll lose the bird to the Thopter. This is terrible. This is horrible. Well, We got a couple of geese. I'd rather have the geese than lose these to a Spyro. I could lose them to a Spyro. And I think we're going to start throwing a bird a turn under the Thopter bus, right? Just to get more stuff onto the table. We just have to, right? There's more juicy humans to find. Alright, let's start tutoring them up. Alright, Magus, do we want to shut off... Does it matter if I shut off their colors? I mean, yes, but they have blue with Urza. Like, I cut them on red. I don't cut them on red. I cut them on what? I cut them on white and I cut them on black. They didn't fetch their delta, so I just got them. But I feel like we just need to draw cards. Is it more important that... I mean, like, they're going to be getting 2 cards a turn thanks to Urza. But I think I do want to cut them on stuff like the Fatal Push, right? Yeah, let's get the Magus of the Moon. I don't think it's a choice. So you get to block that for freebies. This is, like, terrible that they have the Singleton Thopter. Not like terrible, is terrible for us. They could even start swinging with the Construct. I think they should be. I mean, like, this is amazing that our 4 did this, right? Like, we can just revel in the fact that our 4 actually did something. Urza for Wellspring, that's great. Draw a card. Urza again. Card's so good. They get to do it again. They have enough mana to do it again. Like, why not just do it again? You're making the construct bigger potentially every time you do it. I don't know what 2 humans... I guess, like, Lena? I don't have to hit something juicy. We just take it. We take it, and we hope to hit something juicy. We get to attack with the Wynota this turn. I mean, we're just dead if they break out of the oof or anything. Looks like another Urza activation. I mean, it's cool that it looks like it turned into an actual game. Another Urza. Yep. Make another construct. So we actually don't have good attack. So their attack with the construct makes even more sense. Can't attack with my Wynota. We took out our lifelink creature too. That is a land. That is sad pandas. And I can't even crack these for life, you know. So we attack with both of these. We lose them, one of them to the Thopter. What do we find? Proud, or do we take the Spyro? I don't have any synergy yet for the Wild Bonder, so yes, we do finally take a Spyro. Draw some cards. Cards that I probably can't cast, though. Oof, and then we hit a whiff. Oh boy. We didn't take out that many humans, though, did we? I took out Grace. We didn't bring in the Glyph Weaver, but that's not main deck anyway. Yeah, we only cut 1 human and we whiffed. Shoot. Okay. This isn't our game. I mean, it's still hilarious and amazing to see that, like, maybe our 4 did things, but... Next turn, we chump with the Magus. And then we swing out. Actually, they have 2 9/9s. I'm just totally screwed, right? I have to block more than that. Show me where. Nope. The nice thing about Oof dying is that we lose immediately, right? Because they have the combo. I have to block with Wynota and the Magus of the Moon. Yeah, we're just dead to the constructs. I guess if Magus of the Moon dies, I can evolve for an answer to the construct, though. To some of the constructs. Like, maybe I'm trying to attack this from the wrong angle. The fact that they're getting 3 Urza activations a turn is just bonkers, though. Like, I have to answer the Urza, and I have to get rid of these constructs. I think it's just too much for us to do on a Moldifor. It's easier to sit there like that and be results-oriented, right? And me say, oh, well, we only lost because it was a Moldifor. It would have been interesting to see how this game would have shook out with a full 7. There's their Swampy. Swing, swing. So we have to... I mean, if I block with the Collector Oof, we just lose. So I think these are the blocks. We unlock our mana, but we also unlock their mana. And it didn't let me fetch when I wanted to. Okay, that's awkward. I mean, I have basics, so maybe it's fine. What a board state. Okay. So I can get rid of... Let's see, we have Call and we have Evolution. Evolution would actually be the wrong thing to do here. I think I'm supposed to call for... what are we doing? Skyclave? Is that the plan? Call for what? I mean, there's also Lena. Lena will make a bunch of chumpers. Is that better than? I mean, oh, sorry, I can't get Lena. I don't have a four drop. Yeah, so we call for either Masked Vandal or the Apparition. The benefit of Masked Vandal is I don't have to take pain on the Sunbaked. The benefit of Masked Vandal is that I can also just evolve that into, like, if I go get Skyclave and it's irrelevant, it's a token. Yeah. But I do like taking one less point of damage. I don't know, this is like really tight. I don't think that we can win. Like, even if I take out one of the two tokens, I think we're just losing to the advantage of Urza. It's just too much advantage for them. Card's great. Card is maybe a little bit broken. No attacks. Our four fought hard. Maybe that's why I'm clinging on, because like this is the last match of the league and probably the end of the night for us. Your mana works again. What do you got? Get rid of my Collector Oath. Nope. Urza, push my oof. That'll do it too. Took them long enough. Finally, their 7 beats our 4. Good games. Good games, opponent. Good games, opponent. That was enjoyable. I'm not even mad. That was actually, like, for the rogue build, the one that I think really had a questionable mana base, for us still to do as well as we did, is pretty awesome. I'm quite okay with it. This is us coming off of the Modern Prelim earlier this week. We played 2 of them. We had a 2-2, and then we had a 3-1, which was sweet. Let's open the chests together. This will be fun. Or chest. I think it's 1. Yeah. We needed the 4-1 for more chests. Let's open it. Building up a nice bit of play points. Wow, Cryptborn Horror. Alright, so let's figure out these last few cards. I do like the first Eladamri's Call a lot. I think 2 is too many. Maybe 1 is the sweet spot. Yeah, 3-2 is still fine. 3-2 is still fine. Thank you so much, Ben. So what I'm trying to do right now is balance the number of humans to non-humans. I would like more humans that are in the category that Spyro is, that they are humans that also produce a non-human. We've tried everything from Huntmaster to Blade Splicer. I do like that Blade Splicer is on curve into the Wynota. It's earlier in the game. I wish there was like a 2-drop human. And we already did this research a while ago. We just didn't find one that was really playable. I do wish there was a 2-drop human that had another non-human. There is this one card that I did test. It just wasn't good enough. She makes cat tokens. The problem is when I played her, instead of playing voices in the 2-drop slot, I was playing, I'll show you what I was trying to do to make this card work. 2 issues with it. One is it's cat human. Young Pyro, what about Joriel? I don't play enough spells for Peasy to work. Yeah, Joriel. So I was trying to make Joriel's work. I was playing like bad cards like, what were we playing? I was playing 1 or 2 copies of this, and then I was also playing Parrot with Bauble. No, I was going to play Elvish Visionary. So like I have tried to make other cards work in this slot. You play like 1 or 2 Joriels, and then between the Spyros and the Elvish Visionaries. The nice thing about Visionary over something like Voice, no offense to Voice, I wouldn't actually play Eladamri's Call anymore because the extra draw that the maybe wouldn't play Eladamri's anymore. The extra draw from the Visionary gives the deck more consistency. I'd be interested to try it. A Joriel build. We have played Visionary without Joriel, and then I started playing. I don't know. We've really tried a lot of different things. We have some fancy ones. Tried a lot of different things to make the deck function, and this would be a list that wants the third, maybe even wants a third Horizon land, right? This build of it, anyway, is what I mean. Visionaries are fine. They're like 1/3 of a Pyro, right? But our human count would be... And the cool thing about Joriel is not the fact that it makes cats. Let me show you what's actually cool. Okay, there's a couple cool things. When you're going off with Wynota, what they do is they make you more and more cats progressively because you're presumably hitting the Spyros, right? Throughout the loop. You're going to trigger these at least once. But the really cool thing about this card is it's also an Anthem, which this deck does lack. Granted, it's 6 mana, but it's not hard for us to get to 6. I've got a playsets of Mana Dorks. Until end of turn, creatures you control have base power and toughness XX, where X is the number of cards in your hand. Now, I know you're sitting there saying, well, Bruce, that sounds terrible. What if you only have 2 cards? As we go off, we tend to sit at 2 or 3 cards because of Spyro. Spyro redraws us back into cards. And so this Anthem actually is kind of nice when it comes to our birds in Paradise. It's a small little thing. You really would just play this because this is a human that makes us non-humans. You just have to do some weird things to the deck that I don't know if I'm in favor of. We also might not need a 23rd land if we're playing Elvish Visionaries, right? It might be correct to adjust the deck down to 22 lands if we're playing Visionary. Another benefit of Visionary is it's a shaman for Spyro. And so since we're playing 2 caverns, we could name shaman if we need to cast Visionary that way. We're probably in trouble if I'm needing to name shaman for the Visionary, but this could be an interesting take on the deck to play Joriel. We've tried it before. Might be interesting to go that direction, the Visionary direction, because like I do think that it's nice when the deck can draw a little bit more consistent into the evolutions and the Wynotas. Just playset of Visionary does it. We could even play some number of Charming Princess. If we're gonna play Joriels, though, I kind of want another way to draw cards. I almost would be fine just playing the 23rd land anyway, but just choose like a Horizon land. Something to think about. So let's check the count again. So non-human count and human count. We'll just put these over here. Skyclave, nope. We're gonna maybe play the Banisher Priest again. We've been on and off about that card. So our non-human count is, oh, sorry, these Eldritches don't count. There we go. So 16, 18, and that's without the Eladamri's Call. And you can evolution into Pyro to trigger the Joriel. I mean, like, we have more redundancy than it might look. Like, it's, okay, Bruce Spy, where's your draw a second card each turn? It's these, because they can become a Spyro. And also the Horizon lands we're playing. So we may want to play a third one. They're a little painful, obviously. I wonder if I should be on 2 Sunbaked because my mana's already, in the form of my basics, a little bit skewed towards this mana. I might want to play another Sunbaked because of the seasons. Sunbaked is fine in this deck because we have some white cards out of the board that are kind of greedy. And now we're running a couple main deck. So maybe we grab another Sunbaked Canyon. Because that's a way that you can trigger it. You just crack a Horizon land. So we have to buy that. We tried Joriel before. There's actually some really pretty ones. Very cool. It's just full art. Sunbaked Canyon. Thanks for that follow. Parasite Jason. Where did you come up with that as your username? Where did that come from? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Brew Crew. Welcome to the show. Trying to make Wynota work in Modern. a non Angras Marauders or Geist Honored Monk build anyway. Yeah, I like the Banisher Priest coming back. We've played it before. I'm going to play Banisher Priest over Fiend Hunter because we do actually care about the extra attack power. It's templated exactly the same to my knowledge. Yeah, we're more interested in it having an additional attack power. We're not really playing this for the Anthem effect though. We're playing it because we want to make 2/2s. I think with Visionaries and Spyros. Let's see, Visionaries, Spyros, Horizon Lands, Evolution. I've always been called Parasite, but my name's Jason. I can call you Jason. My brother's name is Jason. One of my best friends is named Jason. I can call you that. It's a good name. We're waiting on the cards if you're wondering what's happening. Yeah, so we've prized every event we played today. That's crazy. I feel like we're starting to really figure this deck out. I'm starting to learn how to play it better. This is 3 weeks, maybe even 4 weeks in to working on the deck. Heron's Grace came back. We cut it for a while, but it's back in full big-hatted splendor. I forgot to grab that. There we go. Yeah, these are pretty. These are pretty looking. It's a legendary, so I'll run 2 at the most. Let's play 2 just so we can test it. I mean, here I am playing a playset of Wynota, also a legendary, right? Update. I think we just run it back in another league. Again, I might not finish this league, but I think, other than the feel bads that we didn't have the main deck Teague a few times tonight, I mean, I don't think that a single Spellskite is really going to save us against all the permission removal in the format ever, right? Maybe we should just be main decking the Teague. There was a match tonight that we would have won if we had the main decked Teague. But like I think Spellskite is just more relevant in the meta though, for protecting Wynota from virtually everything. What prowess or burn variation do I think is best positioned, says Jason. Probably blue, blue-red. Other considerations are Obosh red. Other considerations are even the Niv Mages builds, but people haven't figured it out fully yet necessarily. The one that sounds the most interesting to me is the Niv Mages build because it's just so interesting and very, like, all in and just different, just interesting. Sorry if I sometimes pick decks or archetypes just because they're different. Sorry, Beth. I gotta be myself, guys. Gotta be myself. So we're starting a new league. Man, this deck is such a meme. I love it. Joriel is also a much-needed 2-drop. The deck really doesn't function with at least about 8 2-drops because it's an evolution deck. And obviously the Visionaries, they're a lot worse than Geist. They're a lot worse than even Voice. We've played Geist in that slot, Voice in that slot. And they're bad because you don't get any value out of sacking them to the evolution, right? But let's keep this. And we'll see if we like the Visionary build. We've played the card before. Since we've got the basic planes and I have no idea what my opponent's up to, don't recognize their name or anything, let's go ahead. Since it's in the dark, we're going to go with the Stomping Ground. Stomping Goose. You've played Dredge and Neobrand for a while looking to pick up something new. Did you know that Neobrand actually is still theoretically, I'm not going to say playable or viable. I'm going to say that there was another streamer that I was watching that actually made the deck still work off of Mox Ambers. I don't know if he's the one that made it. He might not have been. So I don't want to speak falsely now. But he was showcasing it on stream. This is Yama Killer a while ago. And he's a pretty popular grinder. Kill my Gildagoose. We play Visionary. It's fine. The power of just drawing cards, man. Tarmogoofy. Ooh, Wrenn and 6. That's bad news bears for us. For the Visionaries' sake. Was that one of the reasons why we decided not to play the Visionaries? Because there's things like Wrenn and 6 in the format? Oh boy. Oh, they look terrible here. They really do. In the same vein as like our birds look terrible against Wrenn and 6, so do the Visionaries. Really need to see some Spyros off the top. We did beat Dredge when we played it earlier today, but I don't know if this Visionary build is going to. We're really vulnerable. They're just going to cast a Bone Crusher? Sure. Sure. Heron's Grace. That's not what I'm playing. I'm going to play out the Wynota, I think. This is going to hurt because I'm not playing the second basic planes anymore. Life is certainly a premium in this matchup. We need to be careful. And before this gets Liliana'd, and then we look like we're definitely on the receiving end today against Jund. We gave him the goods earlier today. I think it was a league if it wasn't the prelim. Looks like we're getting the goods given to us, at least this first game. I can't imagine they don't have a way to kill this Wynota. Them getting to just down tick Wrenn on the Visionaries felt real bad. Felt really, really bad. Like, Fauna Shamans would have been better there. Which we've also played Fauna Shaman. And, like, I wonder, because, like, Fauna Shaman would fulfill a similar role. Should I consider trading? I mean, their deck is mono removal. It is tough for us, Half-Truth. We have won this matchup, though. We won it today, even. Oh, is this them getting greedy? They're going to spin the wheel on the, It's not all that greedy. They're not getting greedy. They're just terminating. And a Tarmagoof. Tick up the Wrenn because it's free. Don't forget. There you go. Don't forget. There's a Mesa. Lets me play Kenrith. We go to like virtually dead because it's another fetch shock because we thought it was a good idea to take the second planes out because we're smart, right? We're big brain. Phoenix says, I always love watching this deck. What, Jund? Jund is fun to watch. I can't even block the Bone Crusher. I mean, we're just dead to a bolt. I can't even consider blocking the Bone Crusher. Wynota, duh, Bruce Spy. I thought that's what you were referring to. I was just playing around with you. I was just being playful. Oh, this is a pretty quick game one. We have some stuff to bring in. Jund, against Jund we bring in both types of our protection enchantments. We had a lot of good runs today. Maybe this is the end. Maybe this is the end of our running hot. Running hot on the Wynota. The Winmore Wynota. The trample build. We're trying to be special snowflakes and not commit to the normal plans the deck has. And Kolaghan's Command, Wrenn and 6 down tick, and Lightning Bolt. And we can... Did I ever have a moment to crack the food? Not really. And we just had a very painful go with our mana, right? Had a very painful go. Revoker comes in because it can name both Wrenn or the opposing Skoos, but we're going to be playing our own Skooses. Cut down to a Singleton Jor-El. These are just fodder. We can cut some too. Against Jund, I actually don't mind Herons. You'd be surprised how often the life gain is kind of nice. Because their deck is designed to turn the corner faster even than like rock decks do. These are fine. Magus is fine too. Well, anyways, let's see what we're bringing in and see if these things remain fine. Veil's great. Stops the black removal. Not cold, but just it's pretty good. Glyph Weaver if we want to fight Anger. Selfless Spirit. They also can just trade with a removal spell on the Wynota, so they're great for both of those reasons. That's really all I want. 6 cuts is a lot of cuts. If we're cutting all the Visionaries, I can't play the Jor-El anymore. which is fine. I mean, these were awful against my Jund opponent. They just had a run in 6, and they felt really bad. So if we're not going to run the full suite of Visionaries, I think we just slim on Joriel. We just won't consistently make the tokens, so I think we take it out, and then we could cut Grace. I have room to cut Grace. I'm not going to cut the other stuff, though. But yeah, we'll cut the Grace champion. Like, the life boost is great. We're on the play, though. I think we'll be okay. I'd rather have the damage dealers and utility. Mark of Asylum, sweet. Maybe keep. So maybe keep. The Magus of the Moon is awkward. Obviously, this doesn't help us against Fatal Push, though. Like, this is Bolt, K-Command. Doesn't stop Terminate either, but does stop Ren in 6. They mold to 6. Awesome. I mean, in before turn 1, Thoughtseize, take your mark. Okay. If they don't, though, I'll try to stick it. I mean, and certainly it can get Abrupt Decayed. It can get K-Commanded. I mean, Assassin Trophied. There are ways that they can get it off the table. So we have Firelit Thicket, so we'll be getting... it doesn't really matter since we have the Firelit Thicket which white source I choose. I think I'd rather get Temple. Okay. Taking it easy. Take it easy. Mark. Now, the thing about bolts and such, it's not that they're dead. They still go face while Mark is in play. If they tap out here, do we consider the Magus of the Moon? Because Mark protects that. Wow, I might just get to Magus them here off of basic Forest. Wow, I think we just win, maybe. Who knew this was a combo? Who knew? We won't get to cast this Skyclave. That's irrelevant to me. Well, yeah, we want... Okay, we definitely want to go with Forest because we have a bird in our hand versus thinking about the Skyclave. Lena is a pipe dream. We're gonna discard it, hopefully, to a Spyro, right? Is that our plan? Maybe got him? Maybe? Maybe? And basic Swamp Push, right? Well, they don't have Revolt. They don't have Revolt. I mean, if they attack the Goyf into the Magus, something's up, and we don't block. It could also just be bolting our face to turn on the Goyf, to grow the Goyf, rather. You thought you had a chance to tap out and play Goyf and get your greedy non-basics Jund player. Maybe there's a Liliana in their hand, right? Why else would they have fetched this way? No Bloxies. Bolt my face. I still stand by that decision. I don't think I'm supposed to. We don't want to play the Cavern if the Magus is going to go away. We're losing the race currently, kind of. That's not true. They're at 15. Jund Hierarch's going to be sweet for Jund. Like, they really miss having... Well, a lot of decks miss having Deathrite Shaman. The card was dumb. They should have never made it. No blocks. Yeah, the new Hierarch's interesting. Yeah, the old 1-mana Planeswalker. Bolt my face, grow the Goyf. We're losing the race. Losing the race. Look at us losing the race, folks. Might have to jump with the bird at some point. Another bird would be great. We'd actually rather see goose, I think. Gilded goose would be better, because we would get the food. Or we just draw a Wynota like a bouse. Like a bouse. I think we can afford to block the Tarmogoyf with the Wynota. I don't think they're going to grow it to that point. Get our bird triggers on. Bolt my face again. Jund is not a very red deck these days, unless they're on the Spyro build. Which they should be, right? Spyro? Spyro's great. Gilded Goose is great. Maybe I don't need to play that, though. First. So let's crash in. Except for the Magus. I think that would be foolish. We do whiff, but I'm hitting them with a 4-power creature. If they have the tribal burn spell, that would be the nuts, right? They get to kill the Wynota because they grow the Goyf so much. But that's not true. Tribal would only grow it by 1 more. They already have instant. We could cast Lena now. We could cast Apparition. If we want to play around Anger, we need to play Lena. Anger might be why they're playing on. Oh no, Anger stopped by Mark. We're good. We just win everything forever. Yeah, if I do that, then I can't. We're at 10 life. It's fine. I mean, if I do... No, we just attack. Maybe I should attack all out. Right? Aren't they just totally dead? What's, like, if I whiff on both these triggers and they block Magus, get to turn on their mana again, I'm fine taking it easy. Let's be conservative. Spyro. Turn these into elementals. I'm telling you, the mark and the favor are really good. All right, let's run it back. I know, like we're cutting the very things that we wanted to be testing, right? The Joriel, the Visionary Joriel, but I can't justify them against us knowing that they are a like 3 of Wrenn and 6. And there are plenty of Wrenn and 6 decks in this format, right? Wrenn and 6 is a really powerful planeswalker, very powerful planeswalker, in fact. But I don't think we should play Joel. I mean, like I could play a 1 of, but I think these other cards are running are better. What did we bring in? We brought in Veil Revoker, Spirit Mark Favor, Glyph. Yeah, I think the things we brought in are more important than the try to make 2/2s. I think the try to make 2/2s plan is fine in the main board. I don't think it's fine not in the main board. I think this hand's got a lot of gas. Even if they take the birds, they don't slow me down that much. Because we have 2 land drops and we're on the draw keep. They mulliganed. Alright, let's have a good game. 1-1 against Jund. Pretty normal, actually. Or we just get 2-0'd. I mean, like it's... Again, it's Jund. Yeah, the old 1-mana planeswalker. Oh, you're talking about Deathrite. We could slow roll the bird now that we've drawn this Spellskite and they didn't turn 1 hand hate me. Very glad I didn't go for birds. I guess I could have gone for Gilded Goose. Those moto sounds, right? Still gonna name human. There's a seasoned Spyro in my hand. It's almost always correct to name human. Almost. Depends. Like here, I'm not going to be able to play Bird Bird, though. If I wanted to do that, I needed to name Bird. And it might have been correct in this instance to name Bird, right? Like, it usually seems right to name human, but Bird actually might have been correct this time. So I have 2 of them. But, like, I kind of want this to be a red source for the Spyro. I'm hoping we keep the Spyro. I hope it doesn't get, like, Inquisitioned. Alright, is this just shoot, bolt my Skite? Is this just push the Skite? What are you doing? What are we doing, opponent? What are we even doing? Tarmogoofing. That's what we're doing. It's a 0-1. It is a 1-2. Suspicious. Anyway, let's really get this party going. Let's go Spyro. Let's go Spyro. Let's go Spyro. I think the birds is a little vulnerable. I don't really want double evolution. Maybe we just get rid of the birds even, though. Maybe we just want the gas. Maybe we're kind of out of the early stages of the game. It's a little greedy of me. We drew a bird anyway. They're a little vulnerable in this matchup. But I feel like you still can't trim them, though. I don't know, it's tough. Maybe I could have trimmed some number of them. Actually, I would trim birds before I trim goose in this matchup, right? Because of Ren and 6? I don't even know. It's hard to say. Maybe I... oh, okay. I might let Pyro go and preserve my Skite, honestly. I don't really care about this card as much as my opponent thinks I might. I can find something else to evolution. I'm going to let it go. I don't want to let them Ren and 6 my spell Skite away. We can still expect the blue and the white 0-mana suspend cards, right? They haven't been spoiled. Hey, what's up, mana traders? Yeah, I don't think they have been. I haven't been made aware of them yet. I think I'm very, very happy to have... Did they already activate their Ren and 6? They didn't. So they're trying to get another type in the yard and trying to get my spell Skite, right? Through the Ren and 6. Is this Liliana sacrifice an elemental token? Was there a red one before that? New Wheel of Fortune. Ren and 6. Do nothing. Abrupt Decay? Is that what you got? Skyclave. We could Skyclave away the Ren and 6. Well, we just have 2 damage on the Ren and 6. This is a real premium. I also can't cast it yet. So I can Glyph Weaver, adding further ballast to the spell Skite, and like stops like anger being a thing. Just trying to brew like you do. Oh well, thanks, man. We need more brewers. Thanks for the brews. Yeah, the new Warp World is kind of neat, isn't it? Let's play out this bird. I think it's correct. Gonna go after the Ren and 6. You can't have both of them. You can have one of them. They might even take Apparition. No respect for the Eldritch Evolution. None. I'm more interested in the Glyph Weaver than I am the Wynota, actually, right? Just because of, like, it's not like Jund has. I mean, the corner case is the fact that Spellskite protects the birds well, but like, I'm more afraid of a mass sweeper than I am spot removal. And Glyph Weaver can sacrifice itself to protect the Wynota from the spot removal that Jund plays anyway. Except for Assassin's Trophy, right? Isn't that the exception? I think the exception is Assassin's Trophy. Might be wrong about that. I think it is Destroy, right? Yeah, it's Destroy. It's not Exile. That'd be really uncharacteristic of it to be Exile. And Maelstrom Pulse is also Destroy. Yeah. Alright, sweet. Just making sure. Just thinking. Thinking out loud. We're at 17. Maybe I should shock so I can also crack a Horizon Canopy during the end step. Might be correct. Alright, so see you, Spellskite. You have served us well. Yeah, you have served us well. Godspeed. So how do we want to attack? Glyph Weaver doesn't need to attack. Birds is a freebie. Send both of the elementals at the Renin 6. Glyph Weaver doesn't need to attack. I think that's greedy. I'm okay throwing one elemental under the Tarmogoyf. 3 triggers. Holy cajoli. That's a Lena. We have double anger protection if I take the Lena. Against Jund, I would definitely do that. This is going to be more than just a couple. I make 4 soldiers. Kenrith. Probably take Kenrith over the Spyro, mostly just because I have an evolution in my hand. We'll take the Kenrith. I might already be sending too much at the Renin 6. So currently they can block the Lena and Renin 6 doesn't die. This kind of guarantees that the Renin 6 is dead if I swing the Kenrith at it. And maybe I'm overkilling it. Wynota can go face. We'll keep the indestructible one. All right. Army in a can. What was that about Jund? Earlier when we were getting the tar kicked out of us, right? And I was sitting there like, Jund seems difficult. The old Game 2 Magus of the Moon plan, Game 3, that was great. I think maybe we weren't crazy to take out the Visionaries. They weren't very good. They're just filler. Just filler. Swap them out for cyborg cards. Jund can't even beat Dragon's Approach. What? Jund's a great deck. I'm not trying to make enemies. We drew better. We did the things. Goldfish. We drew better and won. Oh, it was the latest against the odds. Jund can't even beat Dragon's Approach. Mr. Saffron Olive. Well, thanks for being here, folks. This has been fun. I appreciate you guys. Alright, we win the die roll. Yes, I'd love to play first. Santa's 2 lands, and oh, Jor-El, Spyro, we did it. Gosh, this hand's going to be greedy, though. Look at this. Double... I have the forest, and yet I have double red, double... Yeah. Hey, good luck and have fun. Alright, let's see if Jor-El can really do the things. I mean, I might just be playing Spyro next turn, though, and don't we just discard her? I guess we discard the Banisher Priest and the Skyclave, though, depending on what we're up against. Because they, it's a lot of white mana. Oh no, they're going to Thoughtseize me. Stop it. Don't do it, opponent. Don't do it! Oh, okay. Whew. Whew. Oh, okay, or we just draw a copper line like a boss. Yeah. You gonna kill my 2/2? Guys, we have the synergy! And they're just gonna kill it. But we have the synergy! Oh wow, it's a 1/2? She's not even a 2/2 herself? Wow, I didn't realize that. I mean, I'm thankful that she doesn't die to like Renin 6. I'm happier, I think, with a 1/2 than a 2/1. They're gonna kill her. She's dead. It's okay. We didn't get there. She died. Oh, wow. Or we just draw Wynota, and now I'm just going to Spyro and do all the things. Look at us doing the things. Look at us just doing things. This is exciting. This is an exciting deck, isn't it, folks? Look at us just drawing it up like a champ. Oh, mama. All right. We are clear for takeoff soon. Would love to see the 4th land. We are playing 23 lands. 23 lands, 8 mana dorks. That's a lot of mana. Hey, how's it going, Gallagher? I think she is a sweet card. We're trying to make it work. Blood Moon, sure. We're the Blood Moon deck. Opponent. We're the Blood Moon deck. Alright, so let's Spyro away the Wynotas. No. We'll Spyro away one of the Wynotas. I'm the Blood Moon deck. We didn't have a chance to get... We only had Wooded Foothills as our fetch this game, so I didn't have a chance to get us into the... I'll keep one Wynota. We have a base of plains. More importantly, I don't know if I want to play this Windswept. I guess the Bonder would be something I would cast. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold the land. We're the Blood Moon deck, opponent. Little do they know. Have I considered Sigrid? I still think we'd rather play the Banisher Priest. Sigrid is a little specific in when you can actually do the exiling, right? I do think the first strike is sweet, though. Ransack. Alright. Ransack, Ditch, Inquisition, Blackcleave Cliffs. I'm with you, opponent. Fatal Push a Spyro, don't really care. That was a mistake. You didn't... Wow, that was a really big mistake. They were supposed to kill an elemental token. Whoops. Like, we're the Blood Moon deck. We're the Blood Moon deck, guys. Anyway. If they're doing graveyard stuff, we probably should run Cleric. Remorseful Cleric. Exile all cards from target player's graveyard on a 2/1 flying body? What? Do we want Grace or not? Grace is the thing we could cut first. Probably want to not get swept by potential sweepers they have, right? And even if they don't have them, it's just fine protection. Mark, Favor, they showed us Fatal Push. I imagine they also might have Bolt. They bolted us and then they Fatal Pushed us. We played them both. Sweet. Awesome. Decision made. Now, again, here I am maybe cutting the Droriel package because I don't think I have enough room for all the Visionaries. And that's okay. If this just keeps coming out, it might just not be right for the deck. Well, we could still play some number of Visionaries. I feel like without the full suite, the Droriels just aren't worth doing. If we just don't have a more consistent draw an extra card besides, you know, Spyro, maybe Evolution, maybe the Horizon lands. I'm already concerned about the card. I'm totally down to test it, but I'm already thinking, all right, well, let's put our filler back in. Do we want Revoker? Do we want to just play Herons even over just an extra Visionary? Oh, we should be playing the Veils. Yeah, we're not playing any, I guess. That's not true. Maybe... It's not like my opponent's deck is hyper aggressive, right? I mean, they might very well be. They might be playing that card and they're just trying to set up Skelementals, Lightning Skelementals. I'd be really kicking myself if we just desperately needed the life boost. What is that? Six 2-drop creatures? I feel like we just need a certain density of 2-drop creatures, though. Let's not run Grace. Let's run one Visionary. I did cut voice for Visionary, Renderock. We're trying to make Joriel Monwali Recluse. I can't talk tonight. We're trying to make Joriel Monvali Recluse work. Again, we've tried to make it work in the past. All right, let's do it. So we're playing against some sort of red-black moon, red-black graveyard moon. I mean, Spellskite is maybe good against them. Don't love the idea of mulliganing against my Thoughtseize Inquisition opponent. This hand is one more creature than it looks like because it is the Arbor. This is a very fair hand from us. This is a hand that does not lose to Blood Moon very easily. They did show us Moon Game 1. I mean, my hand would just be a little torn apart, though. They keep a 7. You know what? Let's just jam. I don't think I'm supposed to keep it, but we'll jam it. We're on the draw. Yeah, we're giving Visionary a try. And we cut the tutor. Renderock. We have a game to give as well, so... Watch them go Inquisition Thoughtseize, take both of my cards. Watch them go Inquisition Thoughtseize, take both my cards. But it's like, okay, but if I mulligan down to 6, like my 6 needed to be pretty juicy for it to be, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. So they take the Spellskite, then they're gonna Thoughtseize the Wynota. We drew a Kenrith. Do I want to just make sure that I get all the fetches out on the table before they possibly could have kept in like a Miser's Blood Moon? Probably. We could go like Basic Forest Plains, or we could even just go Basic Forest, Basic Plains, Dryad Arbor. Dryad Arbor's a bit vulnerable, but I have a Wynota that really needs something that isn't human. You thought about brewing a rug deck with Joriel. Oh, yeah? Peasy in Modern? I love it. It's been forever. Spyro. Awesome. That's a good one. I probably still go fetch. I feel like Joriel's meant for Temur. I think she is, in the same way that Pyro wouldn't work as in the twos slots. We actually have, we think we might have enough extra draw to make it work. Check this out. The synergy for the card is more than it might look like on the surface. We're giving it a try. I'm not saying it's correct. We're giving it a try. I'm playing a couple, and we've got this many draw an extra card, either 1 or 2. We've also added an extra Horizon Land. So I'm on 3. Still might not be enough synergy. But like, wouldn't all these just be cantrips and serum visions and ops and everything? You know? I don't know if we really should count the evolutions because it's evolution for Spyro, but that's a pretty common evolution for us. I'm going to let go of the Temple Garden, I think. We have a game to give. Want to see what they're doing. It just looks like they're red-black stuff. Every token is so much value with Wynota. I mean, I played a Legacy Wynota, actually, at one point. Oh, are they just going to attack into this Dryad Arbor? Sweet. I have no remorse. I'm killing this young peasy. Easy peasy. Sets us back a turn, but, like, we'll lose to this. I'm not going to fetch out the forest because I'd love to just draw the forest. I'm still respecting Blood Moon in the way that I've been playing my fetches. But I still can fetch in such a way that we're going to have access to the Spyro next turn. Who knew that Dryad Arbor was a removal spell, right? That's awesome that we got to kill the Pyromancer. Yeah, they're trying to do like just a Pyromancer deck. Well, I still stand by killing the Pyro that we killed. So we have Copperline. We have Eldritch in my hand. So the basic we want is Forest, right? So we want to go Foundry Forest. I still don't have to fetch the Forest immediately. Could slow roll it one more turn. All right, we drew Bird. All right, so let's go Forest. Although my hand is Wynota. Actually, you know what? It might be Plains because my hand is a Wynota. I have a Wynota. Yeah, let's actually just go Plains. I'm still trying to respect the Blood Moon. I am. I really, really am. Oh, you know what? Now I can't cast the Evo, so I made that decision for us, didn't I? If you even make one token from Joriel before casting Wynota, that seems pretty good. Never respect Blood Moon. No, I respected it. They probably took it out though. I think that they should have, but they might not have. Some people left. There was a match tonight where somebody left it in against us, and I told them after the match, I was like, I don't think you should have kept this in though, because I'm trying to do the Blood Mooning. Kill my Pyro. Ooh, unearth my Kroxa? No, unearth my Pyro. That's pretty good. Oh, these look weird now. Yeah. These are from the tokens that Moto is making now for Pyros are from Strixhaven. Yeah. All right, they need a dismember, right? You think they have it? Probably not. Wynota! They gonna kill one of my elementals? They do not. Hoo-ha! Rocket can. Rocket in a can. Wynota herself. She'll get into the fray. Get aggressive. Those are not bad hits. I probably should keep the Selfless or the backup Wynota. Let's keep the backup Wynota, actually. Holy Hera. Holy cow. I mean, I hope they don't have like an anger effect. That'd be really problematic for us. Spyro trades with Peasy. Spyro tries to trade with the other Peasy. It's indestructible. I would not do that, opponent. Oh man, they didn't read it. That was not the right block. Oh, you know what? It is the right block. Well, it's still not the right block if they have an Anger of the Gods. They would... I can't read, I guess, says my opponent. Oh. Alright. I'm not going to say anything to that. That's the... I'm angry and I'm... You know. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Exactly. We all make mistakes. Oh, nice. I have the backup Wynota. Sweet. I have a backup. We're making this deck look good tonight. Or this stream. You're not even going to make sure... You got to make your Wynota opponent have it. They can whiff. They can certainly miss. Alright, we're 2-0. Sweet. Guys, we're playing a legitimate Modern deck, okay? This is not a troll. We're not just spiking, you know, prelims and tournaments and, well, leagues and prelims, right? Like, this is just a normal Modern deck. We're just trying to do our thing. We're not trying to turn to Magus of the Moon, all the Titan players and all the Tron players. It's not like that, okay? We're a very nice and innocent Modern deck. Doesn't have Wild Speaker, right? This deck isn't doing anything broken. It's very fair magic. Very fair magic, indeed. Like, I'm not playing Engrass Marauders. It's not like we're even playing with, like, the theoretical, you know, best hits, right? Right? So this is not really the Joriel build. What's happening here is this is the build that I've shoved as many of the selfless effects in as I think we can squeeze. Or maybe we're discovering the new best hit. Season Pyromancer is the best hit, period. Well, yeah, Spyro, like the backbone of this deck is Spyro. It just is. Best card in the deck. Just is. Just is the best card. Mana's looking clean. We're not doing the janky stuff anymore with the rogues. That was bad. We actually like did really well that league though, despite it. We went 4-1. I should know because we just finished that league. Heron's Grace is back, baby. 4 mana 3/3 is back. Oh yeah. It's weird that it's got flash. I guess no green, but green does have flash creatures too. White has some flash creatures as well. I mean, like, there are flash creatures in some of the other color pies besides just blue. White does some flashy things. Green occasionally does also. It's just not. It's not a mechanic that we see black doing, right? It's not a mechanic that we see red doing very often, if ever, right? I'm sure there have been. I can think of like what Bogard and Hellkite is a dinosaur. Wow, is a dragon with flash. So like there are instances of, you know, flash threats in the other colors, but it's pretty rare. Yeah, exactly. Yeva is green, has flash. There's been like some werewolves that have flash that have been interesting. You too. Opponent said, "Good luck, have fun," and I said, "Hey, thanks, you too." This has 2 dorks, and we're on the draw. I really do want to test the Droriel. We have Spyro and a Visionary. I think we could justify maybe keeping this. Alright, new white, pitch card, Solitude. Of course it's Solitude. Of course it's Solitude. Makes sense. I have to check it out, Gallagher. Planes do nothing. Perfect. I mean, we might want to be greedy and get... I mean, our hand has so much green, though. Like, so much green naturally. I think we could get away with... I'm going to lead Gildagoose. I mean, maybe that's wrong. But if they have On Thin Ice here for the Goose, I'd rather keep Bird. It's a red card with the split second. Gives... Oh, yeah. That sees play in... So Arbiter does turn off my evolution, but we've just drawn a White Notice. So let's just do our thing. Let's take our time. We don't actually want to give up the extra mana. I could have Visionaried there and tried to hit a land. In retrospect, I think that would have been better. And even then, I still could have Gilded Goosed. Just taking it really easy. What about Scrib Ranger? Sulfur Elemental, there you go. Path, gross. Yeah, maybe I should have gone for the Visionary line. Running 23 lands, there we go. I have to pay for Arbiter, though. Pay for Arbiter using my food? That seems bad. Pay for Arbiter to get my land to work? It'd be during their end step that I do it. I mean, they might have another path. I think we're okay if we lose Goose, though. So I'm spending my food to turn off the Arbiter to fetch out the Mesa. It's kind of like I'm going down mana to do this. I don't know if I'm in love. Let's not go for the Eldritch Evolution. This is going to be Foundry, I think. Fixes us onto all our other colors. Seems good. Just more lands off the top would be great. Another one, but it's not really what I want to see again. It's another fetch. I am running a lot of fetches. It might just be correct for me to go ahead and spell Skite. They don't have a whole lot going over there. I mean, like, they might be sitting on, like, a Stoneforge that they can't cast yet because they have the Arbiter. This is slow going. Like, Arbiter is slowing us down, but we're making our land drops. We get to block that now. Grace, that's not great. Am I just spending another turn just stopping the Arbiter? No, I don't think so. I think we play Visionary because there's the potential to just spike the land naturally, which we did not. 23 lands, and we're seeing a lot of not lands. Silent Clearing. Still can't play Stoneforge and pay for Arbiter. Skyclave. What are we going to Skyclave? Okay. Hey, that's a Skyclave that maybe he's not hitting Wynota. Down to 12. Lots of life to work with. Another land, kind of. I mean, it is. Yeah, I think I just pay for Arbiter during their turn. Celestial Crusader. They're opposing. They've spent one path. Obviously, there's a few other paths in their deck that they could. We're just taking our time. It sucks to have drawn as many fetches as we did. Pretty much every land that I drew this game was a fetch. It's unfortunate. I am running more fetches than we have in previous iterations. I'm on 8, but like I have a bunch of lands that aren't. You know, we have a reasonable number of lands that aren't. So they're gonna tech edge my Arbor. Gross. Okay. I think even if I'd fetched there, the condition for tech edge was already met, so it doesn't like stop working. You can actually set up double tech edge, which is really, really cool technology. Gonna stop the Arbiter. So he's a meanie. Gonna go down to 9. We want white, right? No, we want red for Spyro. I mean, Spyro just changes this game drastically. We resolve that. We probably hit our 4th land. I'm going to keep Grace. I might dump Bonder Eldritch. I'm not probably removing the Arbiter, so we definitely want to dump the Evolution. We don't hit our land. Oh, well, there's our way to remove it, potentially. I mean, do we have time to do a couple turns worth of Spyro? They weren't really pressuring us that much. I mean, if I have the means to just play Slam Wynota, I may. Obviously, there's still the potential for Path to Exile number 2. Okay, now they could pay for Arbiter and play their Stoneforge. I hope they just go for it. That would be great for us, I think. If they pay for their own Arbiter just to play a Stoneforge Mystic. It's just showing why it's so important for the deck to have Aether Vial, because the natural anti-synergy potential. You still play them together. They still go in the same deck. It's just the sequencing sometimes can hurt you if you're on the mana denial plan with Leonin, but then you don't have enough mana to play Stoneforge but also pay for Arbiter. It comes up sometimes. So it's a legitimate. That's an issue that modern Taxes builds have that legacy Taxes builds don't. Right? They don't have anti-synergy. Modern Taxes does because they have to play Arbiter to really make the lands that they run more impactful. Flick-a-Wisp, one of my elementals. Oh, they're going to flicker the Apparition. That's great for us. Holy crap, that's amazing for us. Same with Aether Vial and Stony Silence. Yeah, if they play it. Are they going to grab my Goose? That's maybe okay, because it wasn't making me mana anyway. So do they have the path? Do we draw an untapped land? I think we just go for it. If they have path, they have path, right? Like if they have second path, they have second path. Doesn't look like they do since we got to declare attackers. And we probably win. That's 4 Wynota triggers. Now, the Heron's Grace is in my hand. And oh wow, this is a tough choice. So how many creatures do I make if I might even just banish a priest their Apparition. That might actually be what I do. So I get a token out of it. We have a lot of choices here. So how many humans does this make? Not actually as many as I'd like. Excuse me. It doesn't make any humans. She's a human, but she's going to make... She still makes quite a few tokens. It might be correct to take Selfless. Kenrith is an interesting choice, too. Hey, what's up, Terror? How's it going? Yeah, I saw you playing, like, red-black things. What's up? All right, Lena for 1, 2, 3, 4 soldiers? That seems like the pick. Let's go with Lena. We had some interesting choices to make. Nice to see you earlier. Ton of Tron in my store. Thought about main decking. Thought about a main deck Blood Moon. Nice. I'm also running a main deck Moon of sorts, a Tutorable Magus. We do whiff, but that's to be expected. All of our humans were in that last pile. It happens. Sometimes we're at the mercy of the shuffle. We should hit on this next, and we do. Ooh. Interesting choice. Probably going to take the Blade Historian. It makes their blocks considerably worse. But Forerunners is a reasonable backdrop. Yeah, let's take the other Wynota. We're on the offense for sure. What a rocket cannon. What a... That, I mean, it was disappointing to have a whiff, both a whiff and a Wynota finding Wynota. But the first Wynota finding Wynota is fine. She essentially gives herself indestructible in haste. The first one is fine. Like, one of them is okay. And we're running fewer humans now than we were in the rogue build. And I have several of them in my hand. I have 3 humans in hand. The sad thing is our opponent could also theoretically be doing what we're doing too. There is a Wynota Taxes that's floating around. They could be doing what we're doing. Alright, Blood Moon is fine. Please don't assume the Tron Walker. Thanks for the testing though, Tara. That was fun. I hope you enjoyed. I'm happy to share the technology with you. I don't know if there's a block that they can do that saves. I mean, the Taxes is a fair deck, so we don't need to kill them all in one turn. We don't have to. Obviously against like the Titan shifts and, you know, decks that can just like turn around and just kill us immediately. Because Modern is a high power format. We'd rather have had like the trample synergy drawn, but I think we're totally fine with Blade Historian, Lena being the big hits. I think that's more than enough. So opponent is tanking, opponent is thinking, contemplating their life. I love that Lena leaves us with just so many blockers. Now, she doesn't give indestructible to... It's only creatures I control with power less than her power. So she doesn't protect, for example, other 3-power creatures, but most of my creatures, though, are power 1 to power 2. So she actually does act as another selfless spirit kind of effect in the deck. They have conceded after they have observed the cards. Alright, Taxes. Yeah, they just didn't do enough, right? I might still run Spellskite. I mean, they're a fair deck, so Ooze is interesting. Magus definitely leaves. These two are actually fine. I think we have to leave Blade Historian in. And, like, the Trample package is nice. I don't know if I have the luxury of also running that. I think what we'll do is we'll consider cutting the Visionary Joriel to shove in some sideboard tech. So what is the sideboard tech that we really want for Taxes? Rampaging Ferocidon turns off the life gain of... I would have to cut Heron's Grace, but this stops Batterskull from gaining them life, and that is certainly a way that we can lose. Timely Reinforcements is a bit of a non-bo for me to play at the same time as I play the Ferocidon, but... And that's the thing with Ferocidon, is it's like, there are matchups I want to bring it in, but then like our life gain's just so precious and tempting instead. As you can see, a lot of moving parts here. Linval is interesting in this matchup, but probably wrong. Like, we definitely want Vandal and Oath and Revoker. It's awkward to have Oath and Revoker at the same time, although Revoker blocks just fine in this matchup. Look at all those green creatures. We need to play Blanchwood Armor. Ah, yes. A gray hat has appeared. Gray hat has indeed appeared. Blanchwood Armor. Oh, yeah. Let's see. What do we need to do here against Taxes? Neither of these are really all that great, although Pro White is kind of nice, and we do go bigger than they do. Favor actually can work against them. We need to make sure that we have bigger creatures than them if we're going to play it, but it does work similarly, to a similar effect. But we need to make sure that we get to our bigger stuff, otherwise it's actually bad. It's actually kind of helping them. Been meaning to test that against Taxes. This is an opportunity to. You know what? I don't even care that it's a non-bow. Let's just not draw them at the same time. They're good cards. Let's just draw them in the right sequence. I'm going to run the Ferocidon at the same time as our other life gain effects. And the Scavenging Ooze I think I left in, right? This is not a keep. It's not a keep because it has the Ferocidon first. It's not a keep because it's a bunch of lands. One day, Jor-El. One day we will make cats. One day. Mulligan. This hand is a one-lander. Mulligan. This hand is a keep. Eldritch Evolution is pretty weak in this matchup. I kept them all in because if they don't have... I'm a little scared that this hand has no... we should probably keep these two, right? Be greedy to keep the Canopy. So let's ditch Canopy, and I actually am thinking I'm ditching Evolution. Done. Evolution is the greedier way to get to Wynota in this matchup, 100%. Jade, you and Grey Hat would have some fun conversations. For sure. I bet. Oh, wow, we drew the Wynota. Fantastical. Fantastique. Arbiter, huh? Arbiter, huh? Do we respect the Arbiter, or do we just go double bird? I don't think so. I do think so, sorry. I do think that we respect the Arbiter here, right? We have enough mana to. Like, why wouldn't we? I can pay the tax. I can pay your taxes, and you need to commit more to the board, my friend. What about Thought Leech? Whew. Thought Leech. Aetherfoil. Enervate. Do we just throw caution to the wind? Well, the fact that we drew another land lets us kind of... I think we just Spyro, right? And I know you're sitting there like, but Bruce Spy, you're going to let go of the Wynota. Yeah, I would if I did it this way. If I play Wynota, then we get maybe double Strip Mine or Pathed and everything. It's awful. If I Spyro now, we lose. I might just play Goose. But that's even further. I shouldn't have played out the Sacred Foundry. It may have been correct for me to just play the Spyro and then play a land after and hope that they didn't have an Arbiter thing to do. I might just throw caution to the wind. I mean, we might be pulling ahead just by doing this. You know what? Let's go with Gilded Goose. Say go. I know it looks weak. Doing it. Doing it because I want to go for the Wynota next turn. Doing it because... if the Wynota does get pathed, at least I can refuel with the Spyro afterwards. Barbed Sextant. I do know cards that are old enough that you don't know them. Oh, you think so? You think so? You think so, Steve? You think so? As if it's some kind of competition? Think so. I think we just go for it. They have the path, so what? We have a lot of mana resources to work with. Do I know those cards off the top of my head? Maybe not, Steve. They can't do it yet. They have to do... I can either pay the tax on the Arbiter now or after. Ignore Leonin Arbiter. I'm interested in going and getting the basic. Go with the green source. You would have been in 3rd grade during Ice Age, and I was in kindergarten? I mean, I wasn't aware of Magic, probably. I wasn't aware of Magic at the time. They crack their Silent Clearing. Oh, holy guacamole. Yep, looks like we're on the Spyro plan. They do have a quarter. Even if they quarter the Thicket, we're still fine on our mana thanks to birds. It's fine. We're up a game also against our Taxes opponent. Like, yeah, they slowed us down with the Arbiters. We had a lot of fetches game 1. We still ultimately overpowered them. You started when you could buy a Black Lotus for 60. Nice. The reason they wouldn't go to quarter us is because we already have a lot of mana. A, B, they want to be able to path and also pay for Arbiter when they vial in their Stoneforge Mystic, right? Is that what's happening here? Why they're not ghost quartering me? Yeah, that's probably what they have. Probs what they have. Probs. Might just want to play the Forerunners, honestly. Instead of dashing it. Dashing to and fro. What do I think of Flare? Oh, I don't think all that much of it, Steve. Wow, they don't have the Stoneforge. Okay. Aether Vial up to 3, Flicker Wisp. More likely than Flicker Wisp, this is Skyclave. Alright, 2 colorless, 1 red, do 1 damage, start creature or player, and draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Looking at these old cards, they're so weak compared to more recent cards. Oh, it's so true, Steve. It's insane how much power creep there's been. Do you guys think they're ready for the Heron's Grace Champion? Flash that in next turn. Ghost Quarter probably just goes after Giant Arbor, though. So you need to be cautious of that. I may not want to go fetch it just to make the Forerunners deal a little bit more damage. That might be foolish on my part. Also, I need to pay for Arbiter before any of that would transpire. So let's see if we can get him somehow with the Grace coming in. Oh, wow, we do. That's fantastic for us. We actually get to uptrade, upscale here. Upend, if you know what I'm saying. Flash in the Grace. Give him the Grace. It's +1/+1, so it's going to make the Seasoned Pyromancer a 3/3, and this is a 2/2. It's going to make this bigger. Draw some cards. Surely they have something to vial in here. It's funny that, like, it's Aether Vial. These Moto sounds are hilarious. Listen to this. Land, right? Creature, right? Aether Vial. Do you guys hear that? Oh, it didn't do it when I switched over to the other Aether Vial. So because maybe it doesn't have any counters on it. Watsy needed the money. Yeah, old cards. Looks like this is happening. Wonder if we should play the... Oh, yeah, we've considered that card too, Gallagher, if you want more direct damage. Kessig Malcontents or whatever. Yeah, I've considered that card. Path on my Forerunners. Pay for Arbiter. Still win here. I think I'm okay with that. Or maybe not. Maybe they have a Flicker Wisp. Are you going to flicker my Season? No, you flicker the Arbiter for sure. Okay, they had a little bit of tech there. Had a little bit of the tech. A little bit of the technologic. I still kind of want this to end up being a Dryad Arbor instead. So I'm not going to fetch. Say the flicker, but that's a flicker they can't use on my Winota the turn that we need to go for it. Obviously now I have the non-bow of Heron's Grace and Ferocidon, and I need to use up the Heron's Grace before I play the Ferocidon. That would be kind of a good idea. I think I'll just take it. This hardcast Batterskull? Okay. Now I need to play the Ferocidon, because I can't let them gain life. I can't let you do that, Star Fox. Can't let you do that. Alright, let's draw a card first, though. We might hit Winota. You never know. You never know. We might hit the card we need. We do? Kind of. Okay, so I have to pay for this Arbiter, and it gets kind of expensive from there on out. But we do. Unless I tap wrong. Oh, it's too late. I've already done it. I think I still would have had to have used a bird to pay for this anyway. Eldritch, we can overpower the Batterskull. Eldritch the Spyro, now that we've stopped the Arbiter. I still don't want to search this out. I want this to be Dryad Arbor. Get our rocket in a can. So the two bird attacks are freebies here. They have one card potentially left in there. Oh gosh, if they also have a Skyclave here, that would be sad. Watch them have, like, the nuts, right? Do you have the nuts? Do you have the nuts, opponent? We did take game one. They might have another interactive thing to vial in. You do? That's probably game then. I mean, it's not game immediately. It's a Flicker Wisp, thankfully. But now the Winota is here. Now the Winota is here. I mean, we could just trade the Herons into the Germ. If they let us. If they let us. Let us? Let us. We're winning on clock if that's any consolation prize. They don't have us in the air because if we need to, we could trade a Goose for a Flicker. This game's not over. I mean, I don't really want to trade Grace because this could be really, really, really good if we hit the right stuff on the Winota, but I might just need to let the Batterskull eat it. I'm not sure. See how they attack. Interesting choice. Okay. They're forcing a block. So I think we do our thing, and then after combat, if I don't hit any Spyros, we will play out the Ferocidon, right? We really want this life, don't we? Or do we just not want them to gain the life? But I'm at 4, so I have to, like, block forever for the rest of this game. The problem also with playing out the Ferocidon, I can't do it before the Winota triggers. I have to do it after. All right, we figured it out. I don't think we win here anymore. Oh, wow, they have another card. Another interactive card. It's okay. It's quite alright. We'll beat them. That's a lot of flickers. I thought that Taxis was slimming on them a little bit. This might be an older build we're up against. It's okay. We took game 1. Aether Vial is very important for us to stop. I have a lot of cards that stop it that are in. Everything from Collector Oath to Revoker. We'll name Aether Vial in this matchup most likely. There's also even Masked Vandal. Like, we have a lot of tech there. I think the Ferocidons may be wrong. I couldn't really afford to play it, right? I think we kind of have to choose, pick and choose. I think it's, we either choose some of these life-gaining effects, or we, and like, Ooze can also take over a game that's slower like that. Hang on, let's Let's play that over an extra visionary. Cut a couple visionaries. They're just filler. Thanks for that button. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Guy show. Sean, your host. We are, we're in another league. Jamming. Just jamming. What about Fire Covenant? I love me some Fire Covenant. I am aware of that card. They actually made a prettier version of it recently. Keep. Fire Covenant's awesome. There's cool things you can do with that card. It's also instant, which is just nutso. Makes the card even more bonkers. This hand's great. Turn 2 Spyro. Get our fetch out of the way. How did you lose last game? I didn't see. Oh, they slapped the Batterskull onto their Flicker Wisp, and they had triple Flicker Wisp. Oh wow, we have the Revoker this time. I don't need to play it yet. I'd rather Spyro first, but we can Revoker the Aether and it's kind of a different ball game. Different ball game. I think I go Sacred Foundry, I think. I think we're ditching the Heron's Grace. I think I might even ditch the other Spyro. Just get the extra tokens. A little greedy, but I'm going to do it. Our deck really, really wants the elemental tokens, so that's how we lost. They had the nuts. They kind of had it all. All right, so we just Revoker the Aether Vial, and their hand is like a million times slower, and we win? Well, they could answer the Revoker, of course. It's funny that we're using a Taxis card on a Taxis opponent. They might have Giver. Oh no, if they had Giver, they would have already put it into play. We didn't see Giver game 1 either. Let's play Bird instead of Goose. Swing. They need to consider removing the Phyrexian Revoker. It slows them down a lot. Now, granted, they might have Flicker the Revoker, and then they get to get 1 activation off of the file. It's a play. But then that's them using a Flicker that's not stopping Wynota. I almost can just hardcast Lena. 1, 2, 3, 4. Land and Goose almost does it. Yeah. I can't flash back the Spyro yet. We'll make a food. We pathing my Revoker? What are we doing? Like, this game isn't about the Revoker anymore. But they may answer it here. They decide they want to. Okay. This could be bad for us because what they vial in could, like, kill some number of my, my army here. But do you Scallywag? I think I'm still supposed to go for that attack, though, because we're really far ahead. Sucks to lose an elemental there. That's 1 path down. Now, Lena doesn't really care about path. I guess I do have enough mana to still make a food token, even if they try to Ghost Quarter, because I can pay for the Ghost Quarter off of the food on the non-summoning Sick Gilded Goose. Infuse is cool. Untap target for 2. There's a lot of other ways to untap targets, though. Are you just looking at the older cards? You're looking at back at Ice Age, right? Steve. Looking at them cards. Winds of Abandon my Spyro. Ignore the Arbiter. I mean, I just slam Lena, right? I can't justify playing the Evolution because I wouldn't be getting Wynota, and we really want that to be a Wynota. I mean, they obviously have something on the vial. It's just they're trying to figure out if they need to use it or not. Make 4 soldiers. Lava burst. You just reading off cards, Steve. You just reading the whole thing. Flicker a token? Sure. It is unfortunate that Skyclave hits Wynota off of Vial instant speed. I almost wonder if instead of going and getting Wynota, I wonder if I should just Eldritch for Collector Oath. Like, eat the food if I have enough mana to consider that. Well, pay for Arbiter, eat the food if I have the mana to also do that, and just like turn one of my dorks or soldiers into maybe even a Gildagoose, but turn somebody into the Collector Oath and just turn off the Vial and just stop the Flicker Wisping. Just stop it. More importantly, it also turns off their equipment. They do run 3 to 4 pieces in the later builds I've seen. They also play the hammer. Winds of Abandon. Gonna give everybody indestructible in response. Gonna be indestructible. Gonna be indestructible. Why do they wins that? I feel like she's not really that scary. Or I just draw Wynota. Okay, perfect. I have enough mana to do all the things, right? Because I have the food token as well. So if I pay for Arbiter, tutor up Evolution to stop the Vial, and still play Wynota, I may not have enough mana to do all that, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. I'm 1 shy of that play, right? And he would need 9 mana to do that. I mean, we have time to set up shop. I mean, like, phase 1, step 1 could be, and I could also cycle the Horizon Canopy. Or flashback a Spyro, right? Like, I think turning off the Vial is maybe step 1. I mean, sure, they might have another path. Is there something else I could get to protect the Wynota? This is where I really wish we still had Ranger. Well, Ranger wouldn't stop us from them flickering. Funny enough, Grand Abolisher stops them from Aether Vialing and relevant things. I mean, taking care of the Aether Vial seems great. By extension, Collector Oath. I don't know, maybe just eat the food, pay for Arbiter, Evolution into Collector Oath. Or we can just get something that kills the Aether Vial, but then their other equipment stuff still would work afterward, but maybe that's fine. Maybe it's just nice answering this for sure. I could maybe get them to pull down their... Yeah, we just don't have enough mana to do what I'm proposing, right? Pay for Arbiter. It's a 5 mana Evolution and a 4 mana Wynota. I can't do all the things. They can flicker the Arbiter in response to Evo, so then you have to pay for the new instance. Right, so let's just go with Evo. I think you're right. I think we just go with Evo. So we are ignoring this. Yes, there's Skite to think about. I only have 1 food, which is why I can't go for the Wynota here. 1 food. Masked Vandal might just be what we want to do. Collector Oath just seems like it's so much more oomph. The problem is like then I can't crack my foods. But maybe that's okay. I mean, it also turns off their equipment. So I think I kind of like what Oath does instead. But then again, if they bounce Oath, then their Aether Vials turn back on. I might just want to answer it. This might be a Masked Vandal instance, like situation. Yeah, Oaf just turns it off and then they don't get a trigger. And we want to be using the food for mana perhaps, right? They're going to path my Oaf here. Yeah, Oaf might soak a second Path to Exile. Looks like they're considering it. Second Ghost Quarter. Gross. Oh, I should have made a food there, couldn't I have? It would have cost me a life, but I think it might have been worth. Wild Bond with a draw. Alright, so they have 3. They've only played 1 path. I think we go for it. We'll know whether or not to attack. Like, we're not playing the deck to not do it. Celestial Purge also hits Wynota. They do have it. I mean, I could draw a card off of the Canopy. That seems not great against Arbiter Double Quarter. I don't have any good attacks here, unfortunately. But I am going to start losing the race, obviously, very quickly. I mean, we have a few blocks in the air. The problem with the Oaf line was, yes, it turns off their other equipment, but like I can't crack my food until we lose the Oaf. It's down to 10. I might just end step, just draw with Canopy, especially if they tap some of their quarters, which they did. Are you going to bounce my Oaf? If they bounce Oaf, I actually just eat the food, maybe. Oh, they're flickering a flicker? Sure. What do I care about the Ghost Quarter? All my basics are already on the table. We don't care about these. Like, if he uses them, he uses them. Timely. Gains us some life. Very relevant. Doesn't make us more creatures. But the life game could be legitimate. So the flicker on the flicker is they're going to flicker one of my lands. Or not. Alright. So we have Spyro to bring back. I still just don't have good attacks. Am I just playing the Wild Ponder? That seems weak. I shouldn't have played out the Windswept Heath, actually. I should still be making more food. They're in the red zone, by the way, on their clock. Flicker, come back. We're going to bounce the Collector Oaf here. They decide to bounce my bird. Doesn't Wino get around Arbiter? It does. That's correct. I wonder if I should start blocking here. Might be time. I mean, I do have timely reinforcements. I'll block one. Down to 7. Another Flicker Wisp. You got it. I wonder if instead of doing the whole vigilance thing that they should just be blinking out my soldier tokens. They have no respect for the soldiers. Wow, Ooze is maybe like amazing, right? How much green mana do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's a lot of creatures in the bin. On my side anyway, there's 3 to eat. So maybe I'd rather do Skoos. I might rather do Skoos. Hang on, let's go to combat first. So I like swinging Bonder, and that's about it. Put them to 9. We could still take this, folks. I turn off a lot of things in their deck. Oaf does, rather, and they haven't answered it still. I have 3 minutes remaining. Mind Whip would protect you, says Steve. I missed your comment, Steve. Sorry. Meteor Shower. Oh my goodness. We're going to blink the Skoos. Okay, interesting, interesting, interesting. I mean, I have blocks, but they could kill me if I don't. I don't have to exile all the things. I think it's reasonable to actually exile a couple things here, because they're gonna swing. If they take out more than one, I may have wanted to play the timely instead of the. So we'll go up to 9. So they would have to remove both of my flying blockers to kill us here, which I don't think they will, but maybe they could. Make another food in the off chance that they kill the Oaf, which they might not want to because this is a lot of food we're sitting on. I might actually want to get rid of my own Oaf. Giver. Okay. So they have more creatures than me now. Perfect. Can't name food. Wonder what they brought this in against. Skoos that I'm getting back. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, oh, but then we have the evolution. That's just clearly the play. Oh, do I not have enough mana though? I don't. Shoot. I don't have enough mana, so the play is timely now. I don't know if they would put us on timely. Like, I have to attack in such a way. We may have just lost. So if I swing out, they're 9. They do have to make some blocks. It stinks that I can't. This Windswept doesn't get any lands anymore. It's 5 mana to Eldritch. Did I mess up? Oh, I did mess up, didn't I? Holy cow, I messed up. I don't know why I was thinking I couldn't pay for Arbiter and still Eldritch here. I might just be tired. So I think I just threw it. I think I just threw the game. This is lethal though, so they will do some blocks, and we'll end up with fewer creatures than them. Maybe. You were too slow in chat. It's fine, Master. It's too late. The other problem is if I put them to a lower life total than us, but not dead, then we're also just dead, right? Yeah, that's my bad. I actually think we won. I actually think we had the win. I think we had the win, and I missed it, and I messed up. Yeah. Pay for Arbiter, Eldritch, the Scavenging Ooze. We may still win. They only have a minute and some change on their clock. We lose here because this isn't lethal, and I'm not going to gain the life off the timely. And like now I have to like Eldritch into something that somehow clears out 3 Flicker Wisps. I don't think it's possible. And we're not losing the... Oh, wait. I could Eldritch the Collector Oath, and then I get my foods on. But like this is just like totally a horrible like... Yeah, I mean I can't believe I didn't realize that I had enough to do the thing. If I just had like something I could evolve into that dealt 1 damage, they would also lose here. And I don't think I do. It's not like we're playing like PA and Kieran Nalaar. That would work. That's really disappointing. Don't time yourself out. I have 3 minutes. They have 1:25. So even if I turn the Oath into... Do we have Linvala in? I don't think I do. I don't think I have a flyer in that I can get. If I get a flyer, they can give her to swing through, right? Like, I have to turn on the foods, right? I can't gain life here because they have less than me. This is like... We're doing this on hard mode because I just messed it up, right? We're doing this on super mega hard mode. Because I misclicked. Alright, so whatever we get here has to do it. We have 2 minutes left. I could just banish a priest, one of the Flicker Wisps. That also does it. I think that's better than any other option I actually have. I forgot we added that card. Skyclave, the issue with Skyclave is... if they get rid of the Skyclave, they get a dude. Well, no, they get their thing back. I guess Skyclave is still better, right? This is just embarrassing. I'm sad that I messed this up. So our foods work again. They have 1:25. We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Do I have a fetchable land? No, I don't. Not that I'm aware of. Actually, we might have had a fetchable land. Where are the rest of my cards? I should have looked while we had a chance. So I'm up to 9. I can block and kill the Giver. That's 8. I go to 1. We win the game? Wow, we really punted there, but we still won. Alright, Phoenix says, I just finished remaking Dubious Challenge. I can't believe I didn't see that I could just... I had the ability to pay the Arbor. I had the ability to... wow, if I had fetched, we actually died. Oh, no, that's not true. I could have blocked the Revoker, but then they would have had the token, but we still would win. I think they were rushing there at the end because they only had a minute left. Which I would have been rushing too if I was in their shoes. Right, Aether Vial can really take a ton of time off your clock on Magic Online for fair decks. So Mulligan. It really, really can. This is a Magus of the Moon hand. It's tempting to perhaps keep. Would we be willing to give up a Spyro to go for a fast Magus of the Moon? The problem with this Magus of the Moon is we're not going to have a basic planes even. Like this seems really ambitious. Granted, I kind of like having the options in the current meta to do it. It could just win. And then the next thought is, would we keep the Gilded Goose over the Spyros, or we would rather just keep the Spyros? We'd rather just keep the Spyros, right? Okay. Magret with the follow. Thanks for the follow, Magret. Yeah, that was a bit of a tedious nail biter game one. Since we have the Sunbaked Canyon, we're gonna go Temple, right? That's not true. What if they kill my bird? Well, if we're trying to moon, I think we want the card that complements this the best, right? It might actually still be Stomping Ground. Oh yeah, we've cut a lot on our white stuff. Let's go Stomping Ground. The old Blood Moon myself line, right? Let's see if it's relevant. See if it's a relevant play in Modern today to Blood Moon ourselves. We have some basics in the deck to draw to. Swamp, kill my bird. Inquisition, my Magus of the Moon, make the decision for me. They have basic Swamp here, though, so it's like, I don't really want to play the Magus. I guess I still might, because it doesn't, like, stop my hand for the moment. It just might stop me later. Well, they'll make the decision for us. So they take Spyro, they don't care about the moon as much. Easy. Decision made. Drew Wynota. Spyro away, Wynota. We hope to see you again. I hope to see you again. Hole, maybe not that much of you, but yeah, I'm glad to see. I should have been more specific about what I wanted. I wanted to see you again with a land. I wanted to see you again with a land, though. The Natural Swamp. Another red-black.x deck? Channeler deck. We faced a lot of these lately. Is this just like a popular thing to be doing? Is this like a reasonable thing to be doing in Modern? It's cool. Don't really have a good attack. So I'm not going to. Could crack the Baked Canyon, but the Sunbaked Canyon, but that's kind of counterintuitive. I hope that they just do things. And I hope those things don't involve them like thought seizing and then killing my Wynota. They ditch a Kroxa, that's great synergy. That's just good deck building. Ooh, they play a land and then they play Spyro. Now that's a little scary because Spyro is like one of the best cards ever printed, but this gives us the green light for our Wynota and we can go over the top of their Spyro. Spyro's great, but it's not better than me Wynota-ing here. This is another deck where, wow, another Kroxa. This is another matchup where the Magus of the Moon is really not that sauce. It's not the sauce. All right, so let's go basic and attack with the Gilded Goose. This certainly could win. We're getting 3 triggers. I think I also throw the Spyro into the mix because we might get some sort of power upgrade. Power upgrade. Spyro or Jor-El. Tough decision, right? Gonna go with the Spyro. It wasn't a tough decision. There goes my Wynota, though. Kenrith or Banisher. Could banish the Channeler. I actually don't hate that idea. This is giving them access to a lot more cards that might kill the Wynota. I might literally pick that over the Kenrith. Although the Kenrith can almost just like win this board state on his own. They're about to have a Kroxa, though. I might want to leave the Banisher Priest in as a tutor target because, well, Skyclave also hits Kroxa. Do we just take the Kenrith? This is like... I'm sad I don't have the red mana, though, for Kenrith. I might just take the Banisher Priest. I feel like this gives them more outs to the Wynota. Let's just get rid of it. That's why we added this as a singleton for instances like this. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's going to be quite a few tokens. 7 of them. Yeah. Okay. Hey, we looked 18 cards deep and we found something juicy. 18 cards deep, found something juicy. We could cut Grace. They're not attacking terribly quickly. They're more like a grindy, try to pull us apart kind of a deck. Right? Revoker turns off their 2-drop. Don't want this. Don't want this. Don't want this. Do want this. They don't really gain life all that much. They have Brutality, maybe. Both of these stop their removal. Kroxa's actually very small. Converted mana cost-wise, he's only a 2, so we can certainly have protection despite that. Remorseful Cleric, let's grab their yard. Let's not let them sweep us. Timely is wrong, actually. This is interesting. Cool. 7 cuts to make. I think we're just going to cut the Jorial package again. We're going to cut Magus of the Moon. Banisher Apparition is fine. Spellskite's fine in this matchup. Looks good. I know we're cutting that full package again, but after board, I think it's right a lot of the time to do so. Submit. The fact that our Mana Dorks fly is very relevant. Yeah, let's keep in the full trample package. So, Wilbonder, Kenrith, Forerunners. We've got the full suite of selfless creatures to make sure that they can't anger us after board. Some of those decks also even run, even though it's a bit of a non-bo with their Spyros, they play Kozilek's Return because they got to be able to kill Auric Champion. I'm not running an Auric Champion anymore in my build, but it's something to think about. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Hope you guys like your characters. I don't know what happened to the bot. It used to be that you guys could like have a little more. Alright, we're not going to keep this Sunbaked hand. This hand's doable. Keep and maybe tuck the Apparition so that I can get a different land here. I'm not taxed into getting the Apparition. Although, this hand certainly pulled apart, and the Eldritch actually looks weakest in this hand, doesn't it? Actually, I'm going to put back the... I don't have like good fodder for it, so I'm going to put that back. It sometimes isn't the great... I mean, it's like one of the best cards in our deck, but... Oh, wow, they don't have the turn 1 disruption. That's fantastic for us. Go ahead. Is this their 2-drop dude? Channeler. Definitely want to Skyclave that if we get the chance. Stinks to even let them get one turn with this card because it lets them dump the Kroxa and get the Kroxa going a turn sooner. Card's great, by the way, Magmatic Channeler. It's cool to see it like people trying to do things with it in Modern. So they're playing. It's like they're a variation on Black Moon, essentially. Not Blue Moon, Black Moon. Well, Black Moon gets to play Kroxa, so why would you play Blue Moon when you could play Black Moon? And the black decks in this format are about to get a whole lot of spice, right? We're going to see them get what? They're about to get not Malice. Is it Malice? No, Grief. Which is going to be sweet. They're going to hit me. They like their hand that much. Makes me wonder if I should slow roll going for the Apparition. This is Spyro. Hardcast Bonecrusher Giant. I think it's fine. I think I do want to get rid of the Channeler, right? I think I do want to make it so that they can't... I mean, like, Apparition does answer Kroxa. I don't know, we could spend a turn doing the Selfless, but then we're a little vulnerable to a few different things. What sets us up nicest? Playing Apparition does if they don't have the removal. I imagine they do, though. But I'm okay trading Apparition and one of their removal spells to stop this engine. We do go shields down from Veil of Summer for a turn to do this. But I can have it up next turn. I can go Glyph Weaver, play Windswept. And then they get to Inquisition me. They can't take Wynota, and that's important, off of this Inquisition. You gotta just take the Glyph Weaver, right? You can play around Veil, right, opponent? You're confident that you can play around this? You leave this. You take this. It's great that one of our most important cards. I mean, I would be saying the same thing if our build-around was Yawgmoth or Urza, right? It's nice that our build-around card is not taken by a very common card in this format. This is a tough decision. Do you take the Glyph Weaver or do you take the Veil? They take the Veil. They take Veil. Okay. Means they're probably not spending that removal spell in their hand on the... Oh, they do Dreadbore. Oh, okay. Do they just have another removal spell for the Wynota then? They're on the beatdown plan. Alright. Glyph Weaver blocks the illusion very nicely. I might even play out the Dryad Arbor. Another Wynota. It's not like it really slows down my mana unless we drew another land, because we have this land. Which land? Island. We want to play out the Arbor because it sets up the potential. It sets up the Wynota. Opponent has 3 cards in hand. They bolt the Glyph Weaver. We will exile it to make the Dryad Arbor a Supermundo blocker. Supermundo. Randrock says, you're crushing these leagues. Am I? This Dryad Arbor is indestructible. You would be unwise to pop that explosives. Now anyway. I guess their plan is to pop the explosives after I play Wynota, but playing Wynota is still good because it blocks the illusion. Are they going to pop explosives to lose their own illusion? I think we're very happy with this exchange-ish, right? Now, do we think we're going to draw a red source? Oh, that's a bird, so it's fine. I was going to make the argument that we... I have to force them to pop the explosives. Let's do it off of a basic, because our life is certainly a premium. So they are going to blow up the Arbor. I'll tap mana. We're still in my main phase. I think they blew this up at the wrong time, because... Well, that's not necessarily true. They can't have known that I drew bird, but... Oh, it doesn't kill Arbor. What am I sitting here doing? It's been a long night, Mana Traders. Yeah, you're right. It's non-land. I got. I get got. I got the got. I get the got. I got super got. Gosh, that's so sad. I'm so tired if I'm making those silly mistakes. And I knew that too about explosives. Watch them make me discard my other Wynota here. That would be so good for them to have like Kroxa or Liliana. And they do. Wow, we just get super punished for my misplay. It hits non-lands. No, Bruce Pye. No. They were doing it just to get the Fatal Push to work. The gots. No. Gosh, and like we can't even top deck an Eldritch anymore. I have to top deck. Or we're going to die to the Kroxa. It's fine. It's pure justice. We made a misplay. I could have had a Dryad Arbor trigger. Or I mean, I wouldn't have had a Dryad Arbor trigger. Right? Because they... oh gosh, I can't even cast the Historian. Right? 2 forests and an Arbor doesn't do it. Hit them for 1. They make me discard the Historian. Yeah, we've lost. I mean, I guess I could still top deck Wynota, but there's only 2 left. They were using the explosives to turn on their Fatal Push. That was why. Kroxa is a great card. We're going to see them beat us here, but we have a 3rd game. Game 3. Most likely beat us. I mean, oh yeah, I'm just dead. I'm at 3. I should have blocked. Let's see our next draw. Because if I'd blocked, I could have gotten like, let's say our next card was exactly like Skyclave, or we already used the Skyclave. Let's say our next card was exactly, I mean, you always play to outs, so I should have blocked the giant. Oh wait, actually I don't take the damage if I have a card to discard, but I maybe still should have blocked? I feel like I'm topsy-turvy ruining this match for us. This has to be the last league. I think I'm on borrowed time here. My brain is maybe melting. Get the priest? Yeah, we do have the priest. I can buy us one more turn, perhaps. They have one card in hand already, though. It's cool to see the Banisher Priest come up. Let's play to our outs, despite maybe misplaced. I guess it wasn't a misplay after all, right? Because if I double block, they get the Kroxa back. So I have the singular block. Not Priest, though. Skyclave. I only have one Skyclave in the current build. We added the Banisher Priest because we want to make sure our human count is good to go. Alright, let's top deck it. Let's top deck it. Well, Wynota actually doesn't even do it for us here. We have to, like, trade it with the Bone Crusher. Oh, we need, like, Spyro, and I can't cast a Spyro. Birds is another block. We hit them for 2. It's okay. We have a third game to play. But that's really sad. Like, I didn't realize it. Yeah, and they've shown us Engineered Explosives. Engineered Explosives is actually kind of a pain for us. Them clearing out my tokens is actually pretty problematic for us. Do you have a removal spell for my bird? Do you have a bolt for my face? That'll do it. If they hadn't had that, we would have had Eldritch yeah, I don't know. Eldritch something to answer the Bone Crusher? I think we run it back. I still think I like our sideboard plan. That was a little embarrassing to like not remember how explosive works. That's okay though. They did take out their moons against us, which I think is correct. Gosh, do we try to fight over the engineered explosives? I don't think we do, right? Revoker stops explosives, but also stops some other things in their deck that's relevant. I mean, the engineered explosives is scary, right? I do care about that card a little bit, don't I? Because a lot of how we set up the Wynota is token-based or like one-drops based. Now they see in the veil, but we don't cut them. Let's run it back. I don't think we make any changes. Yeah, they had the Fatal Push, so okay, cool. Interesting, we get to see these maybe in action. Do we respect the Blood Moon? Kind of want to make them have the turn 1 removal. We have lots of other creatures to draw to. We could slow roll there, right? But then it kind of opens up the avenue for them to hand hate us instead. Bird goes down. So we interested in Mark or Favor? Favor, right? Favor's stronger in this matchup because it hits the other stuff too. Basic planes. Although all I'm doing, like with the way that this hand is stacked up, is I'm just giving their 2-drop they're about to play protection from everything, right? I mean, I'm hoping to draw to our bigger creatures. Our creatures are larger than theirs for the most part. Before I play the Arbor, we'll also get the Mark on the table. I mean, I'm hoping to only see one or the other of these, though, right? Maybe I should have mulliganed some more. We'll see. They play their 2-drop creature. It's like, alright. They probably will. Why not? Why not get the benefit? Inquisition my Mark. Okay. That's the one I'm less interested in. Of the 2. You have a Thoughtseize too. Kenrith is a lot of mana though. Alright. We're top decking. Well, we're not fully top decking. We've got this Favor. We can play out the Dryad Arbor. Cleric. Okay. So Dryad is vulnerable. I still think we put it into play. Remorseful has pro all colors. It can exchange itself with the Kroxa. That's why we brought it in. But right now, it's a pro all colors 2-drop. Now they might play their 2-drop as well. They might just Spyro here as well. Alright, so you have protection, so do I. Let's all have protection. Bolt this, sure. Oh, that's actually really sad. If this had lived, if we had been able to stick the mark. I don't think I fetch. We really want to see 4th land, desperately. I'm okay losing to this wonderful thing that's happening in front of us. I think Black Moon is actually quite sweet. Swing for 4. Yep. We have basics to fetch this Windswept with, so I think we take it. Yeah, maybe I should have been sitting back on Cleric as a blocker, honestly. I didn't think they were going to charge up the Channeler as fast as they did. Ooh, Calidus? That's gross. Now that's got all the pro. Land, please. Thank you, deck. Thank the stars. This will be a pro all colors Wynota, but that's going to be a pro all colors Calidus. Can we beat it? Let's find out, shall we? I know there's Spyros in my deck still. I'm thinking I'll probably draw the red source before I draw the Spyro, but I could be completely wrong about that. You're pro colors, I'm pro colors. And I have a flyer, and I have a Wynota. Let's see if we can pull ahead. Well, that helps us pull ahead. They do get to gain some life here. Oh, you know what? This is going to pull the protection off the Wynota, which is actually a bad situation. That's not true. So actually, I can crack this in response to them trying to spend a removal spell on the Wynota. I know that's really strange, but it actually works. Because they could target it, but if it gains protection from the spell, it should live through it, correct? Destroy effects? I'm almost positive it works that way. Anyone? Bueller? If they target the Wynota with, let's say, like a Terminate, or not a Damnation, well... Oh, no, Lena can't protect it. Well, yes, it can, because of the favor. Normally, Lena only protects creatures with power less. If it gets it later, Wynota's fine, it'll fizzle. Yeah. Even if she's a target for this removal spell they're about to use. Okay, Liliana's pretty bad. They're dumping her. Yes, it'll give it the indestructible. Dreadbore. Ooh, they're going to go for it. I think they have to, right? So they try to Dreadbore my Wynota. I will Lena in response. Show me another removal spell. So she lives. Phoenix did some research. My best idea. Augur Bolus. That's really cool synergy. Unlike Kenrith, who can actually ruin the protection that Favor of the Mighty gives, the fact that she can sacrifice herself is awesome. I'm really, really liking Lena. We try to overpower the Calidus, right? I think we can. I think it's possible to overpower the Calidus. Like we're not, you know. Okay, so let's not take the Banisher Priest. This Calidus is pro all colors. Let's take either Forerunners or Spyro. I'm actually thinking Forerunners. Let's just punch them dead, right? Full swing, try to win, yeah. It's indestructible. It doesn't have pro all colors like Calidus does. We'd like to hit some more 4-drops. I have a couple other 4-drops in this build. One of them's in the sideboard, though. We sided out the Heron's Grace champion, which would also enjoy the Favor of the Mighty. I mean, like, they can't block this Wynota. Let's hit the double striker. Opponent says that was so lucky. Oh, man. They're dead. It's not that they're saying that's so lucky in chat, but I mean, it's not. We designed the deck to do this. They're dead now, maybe. Spyro? Like, I designed the deck to do this. Opponent's saying it's so lucky. I mean, there's always luck involved in Modern. Losing the 5-0. Oh, man, they're really angry. I'm looking at some of what they're saying in the chat. I mean, we worked hard for this win, too, opponent. We worked hard for this, too. So lucky that your deck is working, right? So lucky that the deck is doing what we designed it to try to do. Oh, we missed out on the Wild Bonder, but they're just dead. This is pro all colors. Yeah, we win. Sweet. Hey, we're 4-1. Or we're 4-0. We're 4-0. Yeah, we're 4-0, actually. We're 4-0, folks. Is the Lena build, is the Lena Tramples Wynota build the... Show your chat. No, I'm not going to show your chat. I read aloud some of what he was saying, minus all the cursing. Come on, the 5-0. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get there. And hey, Banisher Priest making a comeback. Oh, they had a lot of other things to say, too. He was all like, I'm angry, losing in the 5-0 to some nonsense. Lucky deck, yeah. Is that a 14-card sideboard? No. No, there's a Linvala. Sorry, the Linvala was cut off. How astute of you. There we go. Can you see it now? Can you see me now? Actually, we don't really care to see the lands as much, right? I'd rather the sideboard also be max size. There we go. Let's bring this up. It's okay if you can't see a couple lands in the main deck, I think. You can use your imagination for what those last lands are. I could also do this, and then we have a little bit more room to work with. All right. See some new names in there. See some new names in the chat. How's it going, guys? How are you doing tonight? Someone made the mistake yesterday of telling me they were playing for their first 5-0. Whoops. They shouldn't have told you, terrors. They shouldn't have told you. Hey, good luck and have fun. All right, so we're going to mulligan this, right? This is kind of a... I think we could have a better 6. The 6 is okay. Hey, we get to test the Visionary, which we haven't seen hardly any of tonight. Probably put back a land. Keep and... Let's put back the Sacred Foundry so we can have some control over what lands we're working with, right? Right? No one ever admits they've been crushed all league. Y'all ever notice it's a 5-0 when you rack and beat someone? Is this another Black Moon player? Holy Hera. I mean, I think I do want to get one red source though for Spyro. We can get a basic green next. Like our deck is happier when I get a Stomping Ground, but then I'm not getting any white sources. Basic Forest would be better because it turns on the birds and the geese. So I think I'm actually going Sacred Foundry into Forest to cast Visionary. And maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just lead Spellskite and not be an idiot, right? We just drew the Temple Garden. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should lead Spellskite for once against these Lightning Bolt decks. That's why I remain decking it in part. It's also a creature that can attack and trigger White Note. It's not like it's a defender. Spellskites can attack, which is important. Gotta attack with your Spellskites. Get those White Note triggers, guys. Steam Vents. Very happy that I led Spellskite, I think. Uncounterable Season Pyro coming up. Is this just Prowess? Oh, it's just Prowess. Oh, Prowess is terrible for us. This matchup's tough, but we could maybe win. Spellskite. Spellskite really could make this actually palpable. Like, a matchup we could actually play. Magus of the Moon, I'm going to dump you to the human, to the Spyro. I think we want to make the tokens more than just drawing a random card. I think we want to make the token instead of drawing with Visionary. The thing is if I keep Visionary, though, I'm more likely to draw to the White Note. This might be the exception. Yeah, I'm going to keep the Visionary, and I'm kind of glad I did. Because I don't have the other piece of my combo yet. I know you're like, wait, this is a two-piece combo? Yeah, like, make non-humans, put Wynota on table, swing with non-humans is my combo. I have pieces of my combo, but not the full combo. Is this just play their flyer? Oh, they have 2 burn spells for my Spellskite. Okay. That'll do it. They do have a lot of burn. They're burning my face, actually. Saves me 1 point of damage. If they want to kill the Spellskite, they can. Bolt my face. I might let the second bolt go to my face, but I'll receive 1 to the Spellskite. We will receive. They had a land that whole time they could have had played. You gonna kill my Spellskite now? No? Feels like the game is getting more frustrating. Maybe. Mutagenic. Do I want to borrow that? Doesn't really change the math, right? If I borrow that, I'm taking 2 damage onto the Spellskite. Just have like a double, triple mutagenic draw opponent. I need to play the Goose so I can block them in the air. They're all in. Opponent is all in. Drop down to 2. Alright. Goose, make a food, eat it, block. We've got stuff we can do. I sadly, since I named human instead of shaman, this might have been an instance where I'm supposed to name shaman, as you can see. They dealt a lot of the damage they took to themselves here. I may not, because I fetched what I fetched, I may not have enough green to, yeah, Goose can buy me a turn. Just love to see Wynota. That would be great if I could just see Wynota. Spellskite's going to kind of guarantee that I get the block off on the Gilded Goose. And Spellskite, of course, weaker in non-blue decks, right? I can't pay a blue as easily, as consistently. If I had, you know, a Bird of Paradise, that'd be a different story. Big Law says I picked up Archmage's Charms and Vanishing Versiday. Esper Control incoming. Nice. Swifty Spear, okay. Prowess is tough for us. Even with Spellskite, it's tough. Like, I needed to see Wynota yesterday, though, and we haven't seen, or Tutor. Although I actually don't have the right colors for Eldrazi. Maybe I fetched I think I fetched the wrong land, guys. I was like, ooh, but this will work really nice with the Foundry. But because I had Cavern, I think I was supposed to get the red-green land and just hope I don't draw. Hope to not draw. Yeah. I think I have to hope to not draw the basic planes, right? We have a Wild Slash. Targeting me. Okay. Doesn't really change the math here. Doesn't really change the math there. Am I just dead? Let's see if the deck lets me know. Am I just dead? I do side the Visionaries out against them, right? They're too squishy against... Oof. Oh, man. 1 mana shy of exiling the... We were very close, folks. We were very close. So, we did lose to blue-red Prowess earlier in the day in this very stream. And what really got us... Marcus Island's great here. What really got us was... I'm going to cut some of this package. Going to cut the moon. Skoos is okay, but I think I have other stuff that's even better. What was really unfortunate... They do play Vapor Snags to hit the Wynota. That does come up. I've been wondering about whether or not I'm supposed to play Veil. If they're a Vapor Snag build, which a lot of them are now, these are actually really nice. It doesn't hit anything else really relevant, though, is the problem. Let's play all of our selfless effects so that we can survive the Kozilek's that way. That's actually one of the reasons why I moved away from Burrington, because a lot of decks are playing Kozilek's Return instead of Anger the Gods. Timely comes in. Abolisher's interesting, but probably not. I don't know if I want to play Favor. We go bigger than them except for their flyer. They do have that 5 mana flyer, and then they strip the protection off the Wynota that way. I feel like this is better against like the Fatal Push decks. I think we're fine with Mark and Spellskite. I don't think we play Favor here. So we got some space. Do we want to play Skoos because it's just incidentally good? I feel like Prowess really is just too fast for Ooze to just sit back and gain us some life and just sit there. I feel like we could still play the Visionaries and some number of Drorls. Do we really need the Trample package? That's another thing to think about. I might not need the Trample package here as much of it. I definitely want Heron's Grace Champion. The life is certainly a premium. Yeah, this is tough. Let's run one Droll and as many Visionaries as I can get in, and I think I'm fine running one. Unless we want the Veils. Like, it does stop Snag. They do play some number of Vapor Snag against decks like mine. Because they saw Spellskite. They want to bounce the Vapor Snag. Actually, let's just go ahead and not be on the... They had the Snag last time we played Prowess. Let's just have the answer. Because, like, the other things I'm picking are just filler cards, right? I mean, I think the first draw rail still might even be reasonable because my human count is kind of small. Abolisher also lets us go off against... Yeah, this actually might be fine. Visionary. 20 seconds. All right. I'll change it up a little bit. I think some of how I boarded was wrong, but it's too late now. Yes. We still have a good human count. I didn't pull out hardly any. Just the draw rails. Yeah, I didn't really pull out many humans. This opener is interesting. It has a sideboard card. Probably should keep it. Having Wild Bonder and Forerunners in the opener is a little awkward. But I think I'm keeping this on the strength of the... And Gilded Goose needs to have them commit a full burn spell, not half a burn spell, aka Lava Dart. So, we'll see, we'll see. Slash. Okay. Alright, let's fetch more proper lands this time. I mean, again, like, it looks like I could consider getting... Because I have the forest, it looks again like I could consider getting the... it's fine. We want them to have one threat. They don't tend to play Spell Pierce. They're kind of just a glorified burn deck in a way. They do play, like, snags and stuff, but... Alright, we're going to get the Foundry, but we're not going to draw the basic planes, right, deck? Right. Right, deck. Don't do that. Don't do that to us. Drew the Veil of Summer. Alright, so let's... I have to make sure that I have less life than them, though. Do they play Pierce? No, they don't play Pierce that I'm aware of. I do need to fetch Shock, actually, because Well, A, it's nice because it'll get me into red for Spyro, and green for this. White is the thing that we're doing less of these days. I do need a Shock so that the Timely gives me the life boost. So awkwardly enough, it's correct to Timely that way. Master says I play it. I'm not used to seeing Spell Pierce from them. Burn their own Soul... Oh, that's awesome. Are they going to kill their own Soulscar Mage? We love this. This is great. Yes, please. Oh, okay. No, they're not going to kill their own Soulscar. They're trying to have less life than me. Okay. I think we're still fine with that usage of Bolt, aren't we? You wanted him to be surprised. I haven't seen Pierce. I mean, maybe it's in their sideboard some number. I feel like they would take it out against us unless they saw Evolution Game 1. Speaking of which, I don't really want to evolve anything other than Forerunners, right? We probably just play Forerunners, say go. We want to evolve the Forerunners into the Winota, right? We got the better side of Timely, by the way, for us to get. It's the soldier side. They're not humans. You run it in Aethergust. I do think that they should run Aethergust. I really like Aethergust. I don't know if it's normal to see Pierces. If they do play it, if they do play it, it's a sideboard card, one or two of, right? Alright, so let's play out the Forerunners. Kind of would have liked a land there for Veil, but whatever. It's a 2 of. I think they're low to the ground enough that the deck certainly could benefit from Pierce. Sprite the Dragon. Yeah, I certainly do. I do think that. I mean, maybe that's what they're sitting on right now, is a Pierce. And I'm going to be made a fool. Do we try to block? I don't think that's wise. Pierces are all-stars. They can blow people out. Phoenix says I've seen Pierces on occasion. Lava Dart targeting me. Am I just dead? Or almost dead? We're going to have to hit some juicy Wynotas if this is what's happening. And we won't have the Kolaghan's Forerunners. The fact that they're just going face with the dart is just such a slap in the face, right? Because it could be hitting my soldiers. Nope, they're going to save it. They're going to save it. Drew the Wynota. Alright, well, we got to do the thing. Drew it, but didn't find the 4th land, unfortunately. But let's hope that these triggers are good. Give me the goods. Don't force me. Alright, give me the goods. They don't have it. Let's hit the goods. Give me the goods. Come on, deck. Give us the goods. I run a Vapor Snag main. I like Vapor Snag in their deck. I think that's great tempo. I think that's awesome. Clear Tarmogoyf. Yeah. So they are going to kill a soldier here. I think that's correct to do. Give me one less Wynota trigger. Grow the dragon. Dragon's kind of a design mistake, maybe. Do you think it's correct for them to... even to go down a land and go down a prowess for the next turn to do as they did? Alright, Spyros, right? We need blockers. Yeah. We're not going to kill them for 14 right now. We're going off of too low of a base. They're probably not killing Wynota. Famous last words, right? Might be nice to have the backup Wynota. And then we whiffed, and then we lost, right? Actually, I have a land drop to make, and I have another basic force. I could play Bird. Bird might, in a strange twist of fate, get to block this dragon. Probably not. They have so many ways to nix it. So many ways to break through this bird, but I'll play it anyway. Plenty of blockers for their ground troops, but I think the bird isn't going to get to block the dragon. Metamorphose. And this is a tough matchup for us. I mean, like, barring... Like, look at us losing even though they didn't draw their sideboard Kolaghan's... not Kolaghan's Command, excuse me. Kozilek's Return, right? It's still a tough matchup for us, even when they don't find that. Yep, so they're going to Vapor Snag my bird, and then we die. I mean, I guess if I'd kept the Veil, I could have maybe fought over the Veil, and then they would have tried to snag the Wynota, and then I would have countered it. We're just dead in the air. I don't know if it would have been... But we would have had one more life, right? This game. Deck is great. We can beat it sometimes, and we do beat it sometimes. But that's the 4-1, our only loss to Blue-Red Prowess. Fantastico. I'm very happy with that. I'm quite pleased. Bruce Spy is pleased with the 4-1 with my Wynota Jank. That is the second 4-1 on the day. Look at all these play points we're building up. Awesome. Let's open them one at a time again. That was fun. And a chest. Should I post it? Post what? 15 play points? That's actually more than some chests you'll see. Wow, distant memories. We could. My brain's pretty fried. I'm leagued out today, so we could look at the new spoilers. Oh, a new avatar for me? I think that's new. I don't think I've had this one. Wild Ricochet. 10 points, okay. And another chest. Oh man, Gadwick and a Lava Claw reaches. 5 play points. That's a sad pack. Alright, come on. Give me the goods. It's kind of fun to open these with you guys. 25 play points. Engulf the Shore. This is a fun build-around card, by the way. It's an instant return to their owner's hands all creatures with toughness less than or equal to the number of islands you control. That is a fun build-around card. That's a lot of play points for one chesty. And then, oh, quantity 1. There's one. Again, that chest trying to hide from us. Open. Yes. Whoa, that is a Chandra Torch of Defiance. Hello, baby. Hello, beautiful. Hey, hi. Ooh. That card has 4 modes on it. That Planeswalker has 4 modes on it. Didn't they know that was a mistake? Didn't they know better? All right, I actually really like the build. I don't think I'll change hardly anything. I'd like to wow, test Jor-El a little bit longer. I mean, if we really wanted to, we could just play the Singleton and play a different human. Because what's our human count? I still think we'll play the Visionaries. I actually think the Visionaries are fine. We've played them in the past. They're a little weak in the Ren and 6 format that we're living in, but you still draw the card. Let's see. So humans to non-human ratio. This is a non-human. There's still some other humans I'm interested to test. Eldritches. These are all humans, basically, except for the Skyclave. So our non-human count is really suffering, though, right, lately? These are all humans? Actually, our human count's great. 17. Maybe it's my non-human count that is suffering. I think we should add something to the non-human. We've main decked Gaddock Teeg before. If we want another sideboard slot, I was playing like second Timely, or I could play... Timely is very good. For this deck, it's just very good. And you might be sitting there like scratching your head like, wait, why is Timely good for us? Timely's very good because it gives us 3 soldier tokens. Against the aggressive decks, this is very good. I think I'd love to play a second copy. We could main deck the Teeg again. The Teegster. There was at least one match during, maybe not last league, but the league before, where we were like, oh, if we just had main deck Teeg, we win. Probably. Not guaranteed, but probably. I do think the Timely Reinforcements is really good for this deck, not necessarily because of the match that we just lost, although it would have been good there. Buy us a lot of time, set us up for Wynota. It sets us up on curve for Wynota. Turn 3, Timely into turn 4, Eldritch, or play Wynota. So it does just naturally synergize in the deck, which is great. Yeah, I do think it's funny. We played against we almost lost 2, but we didn't, despite my mistakes, right? The black, the red-black, mid-rangey Black Moon kind of strategy. The engineered explosives they brought in was pretty brutal. Yeah, the one that got really angry and salty that they were playing for the top 5 and lost to my wonderful nonsense. Was the Dogfish that opponent mana traders? Our deck might have gotten posted, by the way. An earlier iteration of the deck might have gotten posted. I do think testing a Singleton Joriel is kind of sweet. You wanted to see his record? Well, apparently he's not currently playing. Except we take him at his word. All right, so let's let's maybe look at spoilers together. I think this is where we're going to end the Win Morta, and it is a Win Morta now. I think it's weird to call it Win Mornota. I want to call it Win Morta. This is a weird way of saying Win Nota, Win Morta. That makes sense, right? Win Morta. This deck is definitely Win More, and I love it. I mean, like, I'm playing it knowing that it's Win More. I'm playing it knowing that it's kind of occupying a really weird place in the meta, maybe should never have been conceived of or existed. It's been fun. Lena's been great. Gonna keep running that card. She's legendary, so I don't really want to run the second copy because it just adds to the percentage that we whiff on the Wynota triggers. It's been fun trying to stitch together these trample wombos and these. I found that oftentimes I'm not having the extra spare red mana for Kenrith, but the times that I do, Kenrith is just fantastic. So I do think I want to continue to run Kenrith. If we weren't running Kenrith, I probably wouldn't bother with Bonder. I don't think Bonder with 4-runners is enough. Do 4-1s get posted? They do. There was a guy playing a weird, wonderful Slivers combo. He got his 4-1 posted. They do post them sometimes. Anyway, folks, thanks for hanging out. This has been fun. Let's talk spoilers. I actually haven't looked at any of the spoilers from today. I had several of you telling me that the new spoilers are huge. So you guys kind of get to see my excitement and wonderment of some of the latest spoilers. You guys did try to like spoil some of these spoilers to me, but I resisted. I resisted the temptation to go and check it out. So let's check them out together. Zoom in a little bit. I may want to bring that over, actually. May want to bring this over because of the chat. We'll get the sizing right. I'll get it right. And we'll zoom out. There we go. Perfect. So, Yeah, so you guys are telling me about the new Solitude card, but hang on. So let's rewind. Let's go actually newest. Let's go from the latest to the greatest to the newest. All right. So wow, a lot of cards came out today. Oh, did the whole thing get spoiled? Oh, Scale Up is back. All right. Let's keep going. I don't even know if I looked at all of the May 26 spoils. I think I stopped here at Vectis Gloves. Okay, so Flay Essence. I'm just going to read through these, and I'll stop on the ones that I think are most interesting and such. And exile target creature or planeswalker. I gain life equal to the number of counters on it. This is cool. Kill a planeswalker, gain life. That's awesome. Sorcery speed, though, but awesome. All right, Dragon's Rage Channeler. Whenever I cast non-creature spells, I Surveil one. Delirium, as long as they're 4. Oh, people were talking about this card, weren't they? I heard somebody mention Dragon's Rage Channeler. Interesting. Whenever I cast non-creature spells, I get to Surveil. And then if I have Delirium, it gets +2 as flying and attacks each combat if able. This card is sweet. This card's cool. Delirium decks rejoice. Ignoble Hierarch I did know about. How did I not know about these others then? But yeah, Ignoble Hierarch everybody was telling me about. I'm like, Brew Spy, you're going to play this in your Winota brew, aren't you? Of course. This card seems great. All right, Lonus the Cryptozoologist. It's like a new Delver. Yeah, this is interesting. Whenever another non-token creature enters... Surveil's actually not all that bad, and it sets up the Delirium. I like what's going on in this card. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield, investigate. Sacrifice clues. Target opponent reveals the top X of their library and may put a permanent from them onto the battlefield under my control. What about like a tireless tracker deck with this? Huh. Because like sometimes that's the problem in Modern is you don't have enough time to like crack all the clues and draw cards. I wonder if you could play a Lonus tireless tracker deck. That'd be interesting. All right. I don't recognize that language. Vidalcan Infiltrator can't be blocked. Grows. That's not that exciting. Wish I could read that language. And then this is missized. Or no, it's not. It's the right size. Scroll in. There we go. Arcbound Whelp, so more modular creatures. This card costs less for each land your opponents control that could produce colorless. When it enters the battlefield, I get to destroy a non-basic land. Huh. I wonder if Panza would consider this card. Because, like, plenty of decks in Modern play lands that could produce colorless. Like, even you know, lands that we're playing, right? Like Cavern of Souls produces colorless. Firelit Thicket produces colorless. Not very many of my lands do, but I have a couple that do. All right, Flame Rift. Yep, this is a reprint. This is originally from Nemesis. See the watermark. Graceful Restoration. Return target creature from... Wait until you get to the green one. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to do this with you guys. This is fun to do spoilers with you guys. All right, Graceful Restoration. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Cool. Return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard. Oh, Fluffy Wolf is going to have a lot of fun with Graceful Restoration. You use this with... somebody was talking about this card, actually. Now I understand why. You play this with the 0 power clone things in your graveyard card. I can't think of the name of it, but somebody I'm sure in chat knows what I'm talking about. There's some sweet synergy for this card. I know it's a 5 mana card though, but you can do some cool stuff with it. All right, Harmonic Prodigy, Prowess. Why are we printing all these Prowess cards? All right, if an ability of a shaman or another wizard you control triggered an additional time. Snapcaster Mage. No. All right. Body Double. Thank you. Yeah, Graceful Restoration, Body Double, Vesper Lark, Fluffy Wolf. A friend of the stream was doing stuff with that. Interesting. Calibrated Blast. Reveal cards from the top of my library until I reveal a non-land card. Put the revealed cards on the bottom of your library in a random order when you reveal a non-land card this way. Calibrated Blast deals damage equal to that card's mana value to any target, and it has a flashback. That's fun. Gotta hit Emrakul though, right? It's, is it any target? It's any target. You could try to put the Emrakul on top of your library and then hit them with this. That's fun to try to set up. Put something big on top and then try to hit them with this. All right, cool. You could also play those really expensive lands, like the 8 mana, the 7-8 mana blue land or whatever. All right, Orchard Strider, basic land cycling, cool. Too bad it doesn't do anything other than that. All right, I'm with you. Battle Plan at the beginning of combat. Target creature I control and has cycling. All right. More basic land cycling, or I can kill something super expensive. Basic land cycling, or I draw cards. These are all reasonable for the limited format of this deck. When this enters the battlefield, put a card on the bottom of their library. Interesting. Kind of some weird pseudo graveyard something. This is scale up. Hopefully you guys know what that is. We're modern players, right? Gift of the Fae. At the beginning of your up step, if you cast a creature and a non-creature spell this turn, make a clue token, a food token, and a treasure token. These are all artifacts. Is there like an artifact-themed deck using Gifts of the Fae? If I cast a creature and a non-creature, I get to make 3 artifacts. Huh, that is fun. Don't know if you could actually make it work, but that's fun. I wonder if there's a non-creature that also counts as you casting a creature, or a creature spell that you could cast that gives you a non-creature spell to cast. I have no idea. Llanowar Tribe, that's a reprint. Greed, this is a reprint. What is this? Feast of Sanity enchantment. Whenever you discard a card, deal 1 to any target and you gain a life. This is cool. It's a lot of mana for an engine, but that's a cool engine to build around. All right, let's see. Persist. Target non-legendary creature. Target a non-legendary creature in your graveyard. Return it to the battlefield with a what? Yeah, Protean Hulk. It that betrays. There's so many. Wow, this is a really mana efficient. I mean, I'm kind of thankful that it says non-legendary because we would just be reanimating Emrakul's, or not Emrakul's, excuse me, Griselbrands. There's gonna be stuff for this card. That's definitely an uh-oh. You mean that card that kills me when it's played? Yeah, we've met. They all seem pauper cards. Yeah, I'm going to brew around this maybe. All right. Academy Manufacturer. If you make a clue, food, or token, create 1 of each instead. That's fun. Huh. Constable of the Realm. We're not really seeing anything for our Winota deck yet, are we, sadly? Other than this card, of course, the Ignoble Hierarch, but whenever 1 or more counters are put onto this until another land plays, Renown. I get Flying Lifelink, Elder Dragon. When it dies, it deals damage to each non-legendary creature. Sacrifice it unless I pay. So this is like a reference to a demon. Upheaval is in Modern now. That'll be fun. That'll be interesting. Should this be in Modern? I guess it's fine, maybe. What is the best non-legendary reanimation target, though? I don't know. Some sort of, like, exile permanence, right? There's also that, like, black-white non-legendary, the Archon card or whatever. Mirari's Wake in Modern. Interesting, interesting. Legion Vanguard. It's interesting, I guess. What is this? Oh, yeah, you guys were talking about this. Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth. Each land is a forest in addition. There's cool things to do with this. Somebody was talking about doing stupid things with this card. I don't know what they are yet, but somebody was saying it involves like turning all of our lands into creatures and doing stuff. All right, Territorial Kavu. Domain. That's a throwback. This Kavu's power and toughness are equal to each of the number of basic land types among lands that we control. Huh. Just play It That Betrays. Discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Exile. Okay, whenever this attacks, choose 1. Discard a card if I do draw a card. Exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. This thing does a lot of different things. This thing's kind of cool. Huh. Herald Baloth. Herd Baloth, excuse me. Archfiend of Sorrows. When this enters the battlefield, creatures my opponents control get -2/-2 until end of turn and has Unearth. The Unearth on this is cool. Is sweet. Undead Argur, that's a reprint. Dermataxi. That's funny. Oh, that poor mammoth. Alright, Imprint. When this enters the battlefield, exile a creature card from a graveyard. Untap 2 untapped creatures you control. Until end of turn, Dermotaxi becomes a copy of the imprinted card. Except it's a vehicle. This is cool. Oh, this is cool. What? This is really cool. And it's just any 2 creatures? So we can even crew it with creatures that have 0 attack power? Dermotaxi. That is really cool. All right, Ragavan, the Nimble Pilferer. 1-drop pirate. All right, whenever it deals damage to a player, I make a treasure token, exile the top card of that player's library. Until the end of that turn, I can cast that card and it has dash. This is a sweet, sweet little 1-drop, isn't he? You little saucy monkey, you. This little monkey. This is a cool card. This might see play, actually. Maybe. Like, you get this in, and it has dash, too. You get this in, like, there's some cool stuff going on. This is a reprint. The cat's Daggertooth. Yep. Proliferate. Sure. Discard a card. Okay. Glorious Enforcer. Blah, blah, blah. Not all that interesting. Archmage's Charm reprint. Now it's even more beautiful. This is really pretty in this border. That's a really hot-looking Archmage's Charm. Sanctuary Raptor, whenever this attacks, blah, blah, blah. Brea's Apprentice. I remember Brea. When Brea, we actually were doing this in Legacy, Brea. Not Brea's Apprentice, but Brea. When this enters the battlefield, I make a Thopter token with flying, sacrifice an artifact until I choose one. Exile the top card of my library until the end of your turn. I may play that card, or target creature gets +2/+0. Is this actually a 3-drop we could consider playing in our deck? We've been looking for like 3-drops or less that make a non-human that do things. Huh. It can also sacrifice itself to try to top deck something else. Interesting. What does this do? Giant Wizard? Delirium. When it enters the battlefield, choose one. If there's 4 more card types, choose both. It deals damage to a target. Look at the top 4, put one into my hand, the rest on the bottom. Giants. Is it better than Pia? Probably not. It's less mana, though. I like that you can use it to, like, essentially draw a card as well. Ranger Captain of Eos reprint. That's gorgeous. Also in that border. That's pretty. Scuttletide. Discard a card, make a crab. Creature token. Delirium. Crabs I control get... Oh, man. The crabs are coming. Disc got a reprint. Urza got a reprint. Beautiful looking. Beautiful. We're not missing any things, right? Yeah. All right. Solitary Confinement now in Modern. People will try to build Enchantress. Look at these cards. Sterling Grove. Other enchantments you control have Shroud. Sacrifice this. Search your library for an enchantment. Reveal it. Put that card on top. Interesting. Enchantress Presence, of course. Yeah. Enchantress pieces. I didn't realize they put Solitary Confinement into Modern. Huh. I'll just run Graves of Granite in my sideboards from here on out. Crab Tribal incoming. All right, Esper Sentinel. This is cool looking. Human Soldier. Whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature to that spell, draw a card unless they pay the tax. This is a reference to a card that we've considered putting in our sideboard, the can't cast more than one spell a turn, which would be useful against Prowess, by the way. Not all that great against a lot of other things, but that could be a sideboard card we consider. It's a human. All right, Solitude, finally. Let's take a look at this card. It's an Elemental Incarnation. Also has Flash, just like the blue Evoke creature does. Exile a white card from my hand. Is this going to go into taxes? Hang on, let's look at this card. Lifelink. When this enters the battlefield, I exile up to 1 other target creature. That creature's controller gains life equal to its power. Huh. Well, this is a tax player's dream. This card's sweet. This could see play. 0 mana Ephemerate, half an Ephemerate, that later it's a 3/2 lifelink body. Half Truth says it's broken. I think this will be very good. 0 mana Ephemerate will be very good for taxes. I think this will make taxes quite good, potentially. I mean, it's a mediocre deck in Modern, but like I think it makes a mediocre deck a lot better. And I'm saying this as a brewer of mediocre decks. Talk to me, chat. I'm not trying to diss. I do think that taxes, when you look at the meta of something like a format like Legacy, taxes is much more robust. But it is cool to see that Timeless Witness, and it has Eternal Eyes. It is cool to see that taxes is getting some love. Like Red Splash taxes, I think could certainly be a thing in Modern, and more than just like not that great. Like I think it's going to be a lot better than it's been in the past. But a lot of other decks are getting some love and getting some strength, so we need to keep that in mind. Half True says it's completely broken. All right, Master of Death. When this enters the battlefield, Surveil 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, if it's in your graveyard, it can pay 1 life and return it. Huh. Sanctum Weaver. Add X mana of any one color where X is the number of enchantments that we control. Interesting. All right. Did I go the wrong way? Hold on. I thought you guys were saying that other things were spoiled. I mean, I knew about Grief and Subtlety, knew about Imperial Recruiter. What am I missing? Did I miss anything? I don't think I have. I think I've seen it all. Cool. There's one more. Oh, what is it? Oh, did they spoil the other pitch? Texas got plenty with Archon and Skyclave? Yeah, I do think so. Or are you just saying that they have plenty of things that's worth blinking? It's cool to think about this card with, like, Lurrus still being a thing, Seal of Removal. Now we're down to the pretty versions of them. There's one more? What is it? It's a 2-mana enchantment. Creatures that tap and add mana of any color equivalent to how many enchantments you own. Isn't that this? Or is it enchantment? It's so wait, it's not the not this? Not Sanctum Weaver? The artifact lands worry you slightly, but you'll wait. I think it'll be fine. Famous last words, right? I kind of want to brew around this already. Persist. Target a non-legendary creature. Return it with a -1/-1 counter. Is there synergy even there? Doesn't putting a -1/-1 counter on a creature give it... What is it? Is it Undying or is it Persist? It's Undying, right? That this might have synergy for? No, it doesn't. You want to put the -1/-1 counter on it after the fact, so never mind. I can't think of any synergy that the -1/-, like, we want the -1/-1 counter to happen. I'm sure there is somewhere, but it might not be worth it. Like, probably what you're doing with this card is just getting something big and silly and stupid into play. Well, thanks for coming, folks. This has been fun. I'm going to host us over to another stream while you get another gander at the list. Another glance at the list. Been really enjoying hosting some of these other... featuring these other streamers. There's a lot of great modern content on Twitch. Thank you so much for coming. There's a lot of other great streamers that are also live right now. There's Caleb D doing some Vintage Cube, for example. And yet, there's quite a few of you guys hanging out here with me. Thank you for that follow. Phoenix, I thought you were already following, friend. You break my heart. No, I'm kidding. Let's see here, guys. Let's see. There's got to be some more modern going on. Modern Bruin. Okay, what are we doing? Show me. Let's look at this. Is this worth hosting us over to? It's a lot going on with their interface, but I don't mind it.
I knew sort of what I was doing, but I was just stuck.
Are we...
Yeah, and so I just surprised her, I guess.
Is that him, audio-wise? Yes, he's talking to somebody. Okay.
The Coco guys.
So I'm excited to see these carrion feeders. What are we doing? Abzan, like...
So what?
Blister Pod? It's a little weird that he's not the one doing the talking. He has somebody else doing the talking, but no deck found. What are you playing? What is this? What is this sorcery? We're just kind of streamceptioning right now. I apologize for that. That's a little rude to do, but I'm trying to figure out what they're doing. I see Zulaports. Plumb the Forbidden. You know what? Let's just raid. Let's just raid. Oh, there's a Safi? All right, hold on. Let's just go ahead and raid this guy. Let's figure out what he's up to. Raid. Nausea. I'll see you guys on the next Brew Spy, the Magic Guy. Let's go say hi to our friend. Let's raid. Go ahead and hit that button. Say yes, you want to go raid our perhaps new friend here. Wow, Liliana Last Hope in our opponent's deck. Brutal. Not typical. Usually you're seeing these builds as Lurrus builds, but like Lilianas are powerful enough to maybe not consider playing Lurrus. All right, let's raid now. Let's go say hi.